Welcome, dear friends, to an evening of enchantment and tranquility. As the day gently fades away, let us journey together to magical and peaceful places woven from the threads of delightful and calming stories. Allow yourself to release all worries, embracing this serene moment we've created just for you. We're so grateful you've chosen to spend your evening here with us, especially after what we hope was a beautiful spring day. Snuggle in, relax, and let the stories unfold like a gentle lullaby. Story 1. Deep within the heart of the world, where the maps grew faded and the paths of men were long forgotten, lay the Elderwood, an ancient forest that breathed with the rhythm of the moon. Here, the night was not an absence but a presence. It was a velvet cloak embroidered with starlight, and the air hummed with a quiet, thrumming magic as old as the first stream that ever carved its way through stone. The forest floor was a tapestry woven of moss and memory. Moonbeams, silver and liquid, dripped through the canopy of ancient oaks and whispering pines, pooling in the clearings like spilled mercury. In these starlit glades, the true magic of the Elderwood stirred. Tiny, bell-shaped fungi clinging to fallen logs pulsed with a soft, greenish light, and the-wisps, those gentle orbs of captured starlight, drifted lazily above the bog rosemary, their light reflecting in the dark, still waters. It was in this realm of soft shadows and softer light that a young fox named Rowan made his home. His fur was the color of autumn bracken, and his eyes held the keen curiosity of one who listens more than he speaks. Unlike other foxes, Rowan was a creature of the deep night, drawn to the mysteries that unfolded when the sun surrendered the sky. Lately, however, a restlessness had settled in his heart. The great wheel of the year was turning. The vibrant, bustling energy of summer had begun to wane, replaced by a crispness in the air that spoke of coming change. The songs of the crickets grew slower, more thoughtful. The leaves of the maple trees were just beginning to blush at their edges with a shy, crimson hue. Rowan felt this shift not as a calendar of events, but as a subtle ache in his bones, a whisper on the wind that he could not quite decipher. One evening, as a soft, misting rain began to fall, each drop a tiny drumbeat on the broad leaves of the hellebores, Rowan decided to seek counsel. He knew of only one who understood the deep, silent language of the turning seasons, the great gray owl who resided in the hollow of the Eldest Oak, a tree so vast its roots were said to cradle the forest's dreams. His journey took him along a path known only to the nocturnal folk. The rain whispered secrets as it pattered against the canopy, a gentle, shushing sound that was the very essence of peace. He passed by the Chattering Brook, which never slept. Its water, tumbling over smooth, moss-furred stones, didn't so much speak words as sing feelings, a melody of coolness, clarity, and constant, gentle movement. Rowan paused to dip his paw, and the water's song soaked into him, a balm for his restless spirit. Further on, he came to the circle of standing stones. They were gray and ancient, their surfaces etched with patterns only the moonlight could reveal. They did not speak in sounds one could hear with ears, but in vibrations one felt in the soul. As Rowan brushed against the cool, damp surface of the smallest stone, a sense of immense patience and deep, abiding stillness flowed into him. The stones remembered every winter that had ever been, and held the promise of every spring to come. Finally, he reached the clearing of the Eldest Oak. The tree was a monument of living wood, its bark gnarled and seamed with centuries. High above, in a hollow just where the main trunk split into 5 mighty arms, 2 golden eyes gleamed in the dark. A voice not heard but felt, as deep and resonant as the roots of the mountain, flowed into Rowan's mind. "You are troubled, little brother, the wind carries your unease." Rowan looked up at the great gray owl, a majestic creature whose feathers were the color of wood smoke and twilight. "Honored elder," Rowan began, his own voice a soft rustle in comparison. "The forest is changing, the air grows cold, the light fades sooner. There is a call to slow down, to be quiet, but my heart still races with the energy of summer. I feel out of step, as if I am dancing to a song that has already ended. The owl blinked slowly. Come closer, the deep voice murmured. Rowan approached the base of the great tree. The owl descended from its perch on silent wings, landing on a low, sprawling root. The misting rain had softened to a haze, and the bioluminescent fungi around the clearing seemed to brighten in the owl's presence, casting a soft, emerald glow on his feathers. You listen to the Chattering Brook, the owl said, and you have felt the wisdom of the standing stones, but have you learned to hear the trees? Rowan tilted his head. I hear the wind in their leaves. That is the trees exhaling, the owl corrected gently. Their true speech is far quieter. It is the creak of a bough, not from the wind, but from the weight of a memory. It is the slow, deliberate unfurling of a root through the soil. It is the sap, retreating from the tips of their fingers back into the warm heart of their trunks. They are speaking of the great slumber. The owl gestured with his beak towards a nearby grove of silver birches. Their white bark seemed to glow in the moonlight. Watch. Rowan watched. At first, he saw nothing but trees in the rain. But as he stilled his breathing and let the forest's night symphony fill him, the pitter-patter of the rain, the distant gurgle of the brook, the soft sigh of the wind through the pine needles, he began to see more. He saw a single golden birch leaf detach itself from a high branch. It didn't just fall, it spiraled down, dancing on unseen currents, turning over and over in a final, graceful performance before coming to rest on the damp earth. In that moment, Rowan didn't just see the leaf fall, he felt it. It was a feeling of release, of gentle surrender. It was not an ending, but a letting go. The forest does not fight the coming of the cold, the owl's voice wove through his thoughts. It embraces it. The slumber is not a death, little brother. It is a deep, necessary breath. It is a time for dreams to take root in the dark, fertile soil. The energy you feel is not out of place. It is the final, vibrant spark before the candle is extinguished, to be lovingly relit when the time is right. The owl then shared a story, not with words, but with images that bloomed in Rowan's mind. He showed the fox the secret life beneath the winter snow, the seeds sleeping in their earthen beds, dreaming of the sun, the bears in their dens, their slow hearts beating in time with the sleeping world, the nutrients sinking deep into the soil, gathering strength for the great burst of spring. It was a world of profound peace, of silent, potent magic waiting in the wings. So I should not be sad? Rowan asked, his voice small. The great gray owl let out a soft, hooting chuckle, a sound like a smooth stone skipping across a still pond. Sadness, joy, restlessness, these are all part of the cycle. The stream does not judge its own babbling, nor the stone its silence. Feel what you feel, little fox, but know that the forest holds you. The quiet is not empty, it is full of potential. Listen. And so Rowan listened. He listened to the rhythm of the gentle rain, a natural lullaby. He listened to the rustle of a hedgehog family settling into their nest of dry leaves for their long sleep. He listened to the deep, resonant silence of the stones and the slow, dreaming whisper of the trees. He felt the cool, damp air on his nose and the soft, spongy moss beneath his paws. The restlessness in his heart did not vanish, but it transformed. It was no longer a frantic, scrambling energy, but a quiet excitement, a reverence for the great, turning wheel of which he was a part. He was not out of step, he was simply learning a new rhythm, a slower, more profound dance. He thanked the great gray owl, not with words, but with a deep bow of his head, a gesture of respect that the ancient creature returned with a slow, deliberate blink of his golden eyes. The journey home was different. Rowan did not run, he walked, his steps measured and quiet. He paused again by the Chattering Brook, and now its song seemed to have changed. It was no longer a song of frantic movement, but a gentle, looping melody about journeys to the sea and eventual return as rain. He brushed against the standing stones once more, and their vibration was one of deep approval and timeless peace. When he reached his own den, nestled between the roots of a friendly hawthorn tree, the mist had cleared. The moon, round and luminous, hung directly above, bathing the world in a silver so pure it seemed one could drink it. The bioluminescent fungi around his home glowed with a soft, steady light, like a constellation mirrored on the earth. Rowan curled up at the entrance of his den, his bushy tail wrapped around his nose. He watched the moon trace its slow arc across the sky. He felt the deep, magnetic pull of the coming quiet, not as a loss, but as an invitation. The forest was settling into its grand, seasonal slumber, and he, a small fox with a heart full of moonlight, was ready to dream along with it. The last sound he heard before sleep took him was the soft, almost inaudible plink of a single drop of dew forming on a spider's web, a perfect, tiny jewel in the vast, peaceful night. And in that silence he heard everything. Story 2. Deep within the heart of the world, cradled between the shoulders of sleeping mountains, lay the whispering woods. This was no ordinary forest. By day it appeared as any other, a tapestry of green and gold, of sunlight dappling through a canopy of oak and ash. But when the sun dipped below the horizon and the moon, a polished silver coin, took its place in the velvet sky, the forest awoke into its true self. It was a realm woven from moonlight and magic, where the very air hummed with ancient, gentle secrets. On this particular night, under a sky dusted with diamond-sharp stars, a young hedgehog named Pip was feeling unusually restless. He had burrowed into his nest of dried ferns and soft moss, but sleep would not come. His mind was a whirl of questions, a quiet anxiety about the turning of the seasons. The air had grown crisp, and the leaves were beginning to blush with the colors of flame and sunset. Change was coming, and Pip, who loved the gentle warmth of the summer nights, felt a tremor of unease. Driven by this disquiet, he uncurled from his cozy bed and ventured out into the moon-drenched forest. The path before him was paved with silver light, and as he walked, his small paws made no sound on the carpet of pine needles. The forest was alive with a symphony of soft sounds, a natural lullaby that usually soothed him. There was the gentle shush-shush of the wind combing its fingers through the high pine needles, a sound like a mother quieting her child. Further off he could hear the cheerful, constant babble-babble gurgle of the laughing brook, its water chuckling over smooth, time-worn stones. Pip paused by the brook, watching as patches of moon moths, their wings like fragments of the moon itself, danced above the water. Their flight created a soft, rustling whisper, a language of wings and air. He dipped his snout into the cool water and listened. The brook wasn't just making noise, it was speaking. To any who would still their own thoughts, it told stories of the mountains it had descended from, of the fish that slumbered in its deep pools, and of the steady, patient journey toward the sea. Little one, the brook seemed to bubble, why do you hurry? The night is long, and rest is a part of the journey. But Pip only sighed, the weight of his worries making him feel heavy. He moved on, drawn toward a clearing he knew well, the starlight glade. This was the heart of the forest's nocturnal magic. Here the trees parted to form a perfect circle, and the sky opened up in a vast, starry dome. The floor of the glade was a living carpet of glow moss and luminous fungi, which pulsed with a soft, greenish-blue light, as if breathing in time with the forest itself. Fireflies like tiny, wandering stars drifted through the air, their light blinking in a slow, calming rhythm. It was here that Pip found the elder he sought. Perched on a low, moss-covered branch of the great sentinel, an oak tree so ancient its bark was etched with the runes of centuries, was Corvus, the silver-feathered owl. His eyes were not the piercing yellow of a hunter, but the color of aged amber, holding a deep and timeless wisdom. He was not asleep, nor was he hunting. He was simply being, a part of the glade's quiet symphony. Your footsteps speak of a troubled heart, little Pip, Corvus said, his voice a soft, resonant hoot that blended perfectly with the night sounds. It was not a question, but a simple, kind observation. Pip shuffled his feet, feeling the cool, velvety glow moss beneath them. "The world is changing, Master Corvus," he whispered, his voice small. "The air grows cold, the leaves are leaving their homes. Soon the long sleep will come. I do not wish for it. I fear the quiet and the dark of my burrow for so long." Corvus swiveled his head slowly, his gaze taking in the entire glade. "You hear the brook's journey, and you see the moss's gentle light, but have you ever listened to the stones?" Pip looked down at the stones that edged the glade. They were smooth and gray, speckled with lichen, seemingly silent and unmoving. "Each stone," Corvus continued, "holds the memory of 1,000 rains, the impression of 1,000,000 footsteps. They do not fear the winter, for they know it is merely a time of dreaming. The cold is but a blanket that allows the earth to rest and gather its strength. Come, place your ear against the old grandfather stone." Pip approached a large, flat stone at the base of the great sentinel. It was warm, having soaked up the last of the day's sun. He pressed his small, quivering ear to its surface. At first he heard nothing but the thrum of his own anxious heart. But then, as he breathed deeply, letting the soothing sounds of the glade wash over him, the drip-drip of dew from a nearby leaf, the crinkle of a falling sycamore key, he began to hear it. A deep, slow, resonant hum, a vibration that spoke of immense age and profound peace. It was the stone's song, a lullaby of patience and permanence. "The forest does not end when it sleeps, Pip," Corvus said softly. "It merely changes its tune. The symphony of summer is bright and lively, a melody of growth. The ballad of autumn is a colorful, rustling farewell. But the winter is a deep, quiet hum like the stone's song. It is the most important movement of all, for it is the time of restoration." As if on cue, a gentle rain began to fall. It was not a storm, but a soft, pattering shower. The rain made a pitter-patter tinkle sound as it landed on the broad leaves of the guardian ferns, and a soothing drip-drop plink as it fell from the trees to the moss below. The air filled with the clean, sweet scent of petrichor, the smell of earth welcoming the rain. The bioluminescent moss seemed to brighten, drinking in the moisture, its light shimmering on the raindrops that clung to every surface, turning the entire glade into a constellation of earthly stars. Pip watched, mesmerized, as the rain spoke its own language. Each drop was a tiny drummer, a note in a watery composition that promised renewal. It whispered to the roots of the trees, telling them to drink deep and dream of spring. It washed the dust from the leaves, preparing them for their final, brilliant performance of color before their rest. "Do you see?" Corvus asked, his voice barely a whisper above the rain's gentle percussion. "The magic of this forest is not just in its light, but in its shadows, not just in its songs, but in its silences. The cycle is not something to be feared, but to be trusted. It is the breath of the world. To inhale the vibrant energy of summer, one must first exhale the deep, restorative quiet of winter." A sense of understanding began to uncurl within Pip, warm and comforting, like a sunbeam finding its way through a canopy. He looked around the glade, truly seeing it for the first time. He saw not an ending in the falling leaves, but a promise of return. He felt not a cold dread in the air, but the cozy invitation of a long, peaceful rest. The forest was not dying, it was preparing for a beautiful dream. He thought of his own burrow not as a lonely, dark prison, but as a sanctuary. He would line it with the softest down and the driest leaves. He would curl up, his breath slowing, and dream of moon moths and starlit glades, of Corvus's wisdom and the stone's deep hum. He would be a part of the forest's quiet exhale. The rain slowed to a stop, and a fresh, clean silence settled over the woods, broken only by the contented sigh of the wind and the distant, persistent chuckle of the brook. The moon, now higher in the sky, cast long, elegant shadows that danced with the pulsing light of the glow moss. "Thank you, Master Corvus," Pip said, his voice filled with a newfound peace. "I think I understand now." The wise owl simply blinked his amber eyes slowly, a gesture of deep affection and approval. "The wisdom was always within you, little one. You only needed the quiet to hear it." Pip turned and began his journey home, but this time his steps were light and purposeful. He did not hurry. He listened to the music of the night, the rustle of his paws through the leaves, the final drip-drop of rain from the trees, the soft whisper crackle of the breeze. They were no longer sounds of change to be feared, but parts of a beloved and eternal lullaby. He reached his burrow as the first hint of lilac began to blade into the eastern sky. He curled up in his nest, the sounds of the awakening dawn birds filtering down to him as a distant, gentle chorus. He felt the deep, resonant hum of the earth beneath him, the stones' song now a part of his own heartbeat. He was no longer restless. He was ready to dream, safe in the knowledge that the magic of the whispering woods never faded. It only slumbered, waiting to be reborn with the next turn of the great, gentle wheel. And as sleep finally claimed him, the last thing he felt was the profound comfort of the forest, holding him in its timeless, peaceful embrace. Story 3. In a quiet valley cupped between gentle hills, there lived a young person named Rowan who felt as though they were woven from unfinished threads. Rowan's days were spent tending a small, sleepy garden behind their cottage, a garden that, like its tender, seemed to be waiting. The soil was rich and dark, yet few flowers bloomed there, and those that did kept their petals tightly furled, as if holding a secret. Rowan often felt a quiet ache, a sense that something inside was shifting, rearranging, though they could not name it. They noticed small, peculiar changes in themselves. Some mornings their fingertips carried a faint silver shimmer, like morning dew kissed by moonlight. Other times, when they felt particularly peaceful, the air around them would smell inexplicably of rain-soaked earth and blooming jasmine. These changes were not frightening, only mysterious, like a story waiting to be read. One cool autumn afternoon, as Rowan was raking leaves into soft, rustling piles, they noticed an old woman standing at the garden gate. She was wrapped in a shawl the color of twilight, and her eyes held the soft gleam of ancient stars. "Your garden is dreaming," the woman said, her voice like the whisper of leaves. "And so, I think, are you." Her name was Alara, and she asked if she might sit a while and watch the clouds drift. Rowan, who often felt lonely in a sweet, undefined way, welcomed the company. Alara did not offer advice or explanations. Instead, she spoke of seeds sleeping underground, of caterpillars wrapped in silent cradles, and of how the longest transformations are often the ones no one sees. "A seed does not know it will become a flower," she mused. "It only knows the dark and the patience required of it." As the days shortened, Rowan continued to notice small shifts. After a morning spent listening to Alara speak of courage, a patch of shy violets near the cottage steps unfurled their faces for the first time that year. When Rowan managed to mend a beloved chipped teacup, a task they'd long avoided, a cascade of ivy along the garden wall suddenly glimmered with tiny, star-like flowers neither of them had ever seen before. "The world is answering you," Alara said gently one evening, pointing to the ivy. "It is reflecting the growth inside your own spirit." Rowan began to pay closer attention. They noticed that on days when they felt uncertain, the shimmer on their hands would fade, and the garden would grow still. But when they allowed themselves to feel curious instead of fearful, the silver glow would return, brighter than before, and the scent of jasmine would sweeten the air. One frost-kissed morning, Rowan awoke feeling a strange, gentle pressure around their heart, not painful but present, like being wrapped in a soft blanket. When they went into the garden, they found a delicate, silken structure hanging from the low bough of the old oak tree. It was not a cocoon from the outside world. It seemed spun from light and longing. "It is yours," Alara said, appearing as if summoned by Rowan's wonder. "A cradle for the becoming you are already undertaking." Rowan began spending part of each day sitting quietly near the silken form, sometimes reading, sometimes simply breathing. They did not try to rush or force anything. They simply allowed themselves to be, to feel, to notice. On a day when they forgave themselves for a long-carried regret, the cocoon pulsed with a soft, golden light. On an afternoon when they finally shared a poem they'd written, a small, trembling victory, the cocoon shimmered with colors that had no name, hues of understanding and peace. The garden, too, continued to transform. With every small act of self-compassion, with every moment of patience, new blooms emerged. Snowdrops nodded where once there had been only bare earth. A climbing rose, which had been thorny and stubborn for years, suddenly burst into creamy, fragrant blossoms that seemed to sing when the wind passed through them. Alara was always there at just the right moment, not to direct but to witness. She taught Rowan that a mentor does not show the path, but helps you recognize the light you already carry to walk it. The seasons turned. The first snow dusted the valley, and Rowan felt the changes within them deepening, settling. The shimmer on their skin had become a constant, gentle radiance. The scent of blossoms followed them like a quiet promise. They felt less like unfinished threads, and more like a tapestry slowly being woven into a new, beautiful pattern. One evening in early spring, as the last of the winter chill began to soften, Rowan felt a gentle stirring in the air around the oak tree. The cocoon, which had grown more luminous and intricate over the months, began to tremble softly. It did not break or tear. Instead, it slowly, gracefully began to unfold, layer by layer, like a flower greeting the dawn. From within emerged not a moth or a butterfly, but a soft, shimmering light that drifted gently toward Rowan and settled over their heart. In that moment, Rowan did not feel transformed into someone new. They felt for the first time fully and completely themselves. The garden, as if in celebration, erupted in color and fragrance. Every flower was in bloom, every leaf was gleaming, and the air hummed with a quiet, joyful music. Alara stood at the gate, her smile as warm as a hearth fire. "The cocoon was never a prison, dear one," she said. "It was a sanctuary you built for yourself, a space to grow at your own rhythm, and now the work of the seed is done. The work of the flower begins." Rowan looked around at the vibrant, living garden, at the cottage that now felt like a true home, and at their own hands, which glowed with a steady, gentle light. They understood that this was not an ending. The cocoon had opened, but the unfolding of their spirit was only just beginning. Every day would be a new petal, a new color, a new fragrance. The changes would continue, but now they would be greeted not with fear, but with welcome. That night Rowan sat on the cottage steps, watching the fireflies dance over the blossoms. They breathed in the scent of jasmine and wet earth, and they felt a deep, abiding comfort. Change was not something to be endured, but something to be lived, a slow, beautiful dance of becoming, season after season, breath after breath. And in the soft, dark silence, the garden dreamed on, waiting to see what new wonders the morning would bring. Story 4. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled between two sleepy hills, lay the village of Evenfall Glade. Here, the houses were built from woven willow branches and cobblestones worn smooth by centuries of gentle rain. Wind chimes made of silver birch and sea glass sang softly from every rooftop, their melodies mingling with the distant, rhythmic tolling of the moon-hour clock tower. It was a place where the ordinary was often brushed with the extraordinary, and the villagers went about their days with a quiet contentment. But one autumn evening, as the sky deepened from lavender to twilight blue, something peculiar happened. The village stargazer, a gentle soul named Rowan who spent his evenings charting constellations from his garden, noticed it first. He was sipping chamomile tea, his telescope pointed toward the heavens, when he saw it, a patch of sky above the Elderwood, usually sparkling with the starlight swan constellation, had gone completely dark. not a single star twinkled there. It was as if someone had taken a cloth and wiped them clean away. By the next morning, the whole village was murmuring about the missing stars. The baker's daughter, a bright-eyed girl named Sylvie, heard the news as she helped her father knead dough for the morning loaves. She was a child who noticed things others overlooked, the way dew clung to a spiderweb, the secret messages in the patterns of falling leaves, the hum of the earth just before dawn. "Perhaps the stars are just hiding behind a cloud," said the baker, dusting flour from his apron. But Sylvie shook her head. "The sky was clear last night, Papa. I listened to the wind chimes until I fell asleep. There wasn't a single cloud." The mystery deepened that afternoon. Old Miss Juniper, who tended the village gardens, discovered that her prized midnight blue lupines had turned a pale, silvery white overnight. And the village carpenter found that the grandfather clock in his workshop, a reliable timepiece for 50 years, had begun to tick backwards. A soft, drizzling rain began to fall, pattering against the willow leaf roofs and adding its whisper to the wind chime's song. The villagers gathered under the canopy of the great oak in the center of the glade, their faces lit by the warm, golden glow of lanterns. "It's a riddle," said Rowan the stargazer, his brow furrowed. "But I cannot read the sky's clues." Sylvie, listening quietly from the edge of the group, remembered something. An old nursery rhyme her grandmother used to sing to her when the rain fell gently outside. She hummed it softly to herself. "When the swan takes flight from the evening sky, and the lupine's blue hue says a sweet goodbye, when the clock ticks back and the rain whispers low, seek the weaver's old map where the forgotten things go." She tugged on Rowan's sleeve. "The starlight swan is the constellation that's missing," she whispered. "And Miss Juniper's lupines have lost their blue, and the carpenter's clock is ticking backwards. The rhyme says to find the weaver's map." Rowan's eyes widened. The weaver, of course, old Alara, who used to weave tapestries of the stars and tell stories to the children. She passed on years ago, but her cottage is still there, at the edge of the Elderwood. The next day, Sylvie and Rowan, along with a few other curious villagers, ventured toward the weaver's cottage. The rain had eased to a mist, and the path was lined with ferns that glistened with droplets. The cottage was small and cozy, its thatched roof speckled with moss, a wind chime of carved wooden birds singing a welcome at the door. Inside, the air smelled of dried lavender and old parchment. On a large wooden loom, a half-finished tapestry depicted the night sky, the starlight swan beautifully woven with silver thread. On a desk nearby, buried under sketches of constellations and pressed flowers, they found it, a map drawn on faded parchment. It wasn't a map of roads or rivers, but of the stars themselves, with swirling lines connecting constellations and little notes written in a spidery hand. "Look," said Sylvie, pointing to a corner of the map. Near the drawing of the starlight swan, a verse was inscribed. "The swan dives not for lake or stream, but for a lost and silver gleam. Her feathers bright she cannot see, until they're washed by a humble bee." "A bee," said Rowan, puzzled. "What does a bee have to do with missing stars?" This was the first red herring, a clue that seemed to lead one way, but would ultimately lead to a delightful discovery. They spent the rest of the day searching for a special bee, asking the beekeeper if any of his bees behaved unusually. The beekeeper, a cheerful man named Bertram, laughed. "My bees are busy making honey from the late-blooming heather, but come, taste this new batch. It's infused with lavender." And so the search for the bee led them instead to a shared pot of tea and warm biscuits, drizzled with the most delicious honey they had ever tasted, a moment of sweetness in the midst of the mystery. The following evening the stars were still missing. The patch of dark sky seemed to yawn wider. Sylvie sat on her windowsill, listening to the wind chimes and the steady tick-tock, tick-tock of the backwards clock echoing faintly from the carpenter's shop. She watched the silvery white lupines in Miss Juniper's garden sway in the breeze. Washed by a humble bee, she thought. But the bees were asleep. What else could wash the stars? Her eyes fell on the rain, still misting gently down. Wash. And the lupines, which had lost their blue, and the clock ticking backwards. Pieces began to shift in her mind. She thought of the nursery rhyme again. When the rain whispers low. Then the map's verse, washed by a humble bee. A humble bee. Not an insect, but the letter B. A humble bee. Something that began with B. She thought of the rain. The gentle, whispering rain. And then she knew. It's not a bee, she said aloud, her voice soft with wonder. It's a bee, as in to be, until they're washed by a humble bee, a humble bee, a humble being. She rushed to find Rowan, who was in his garden, looking sadly at the starless sky. Rowan, she said, breathless. The stars aren't missing, they are hiding, and they need to be washed by a humble being. The rain, the lupines lost their blue because they are reflecting the empty sky. The clock is ticking backwards because time feels wrong without the stars. The starlight swan constellation. The rhyme says it dives for a lost and silver gleam. What if the stars have fallen and they're here in the Elderwood, and they're lost because they're tarnished and can't shine? Rowan stared at her, his teacup forgotten. Tarnished, but how and why? I think they're sad, Sylvie said, her empathy guiding her. The weaver's tapestry isn't finished. Maybe the story of the starlight swan isn't complete. Maybe the stars feel forgotten. They gathered the villagers and explained Sylvie's theory. Led by the old map, they ventured into the Elderwood as the misty rain continued to fall. The woods were quiet, filled with the scent of wet earth and pine. Fireflies flickered like earthbound stars between the trees. Deeper they went until they reached a clearing where a small, crystal-clear pond lay, fed by a tiny waterfall. And there, scattered along the mossy bank and nestled in the roots of the ancient trees, were the stars. But they were dim, covered in a fine gray dust, their light muted and sad. They need to be washed, Sylvie whispered, by the rain and by us. One by one, the villagers, the baker, the carpenter, Miss Juniper, Bertram the beekeeper, Rowan, and all the children, gently picked up the fallen stars. They were cool and smooth to the touch, like polished river stones. They carried them to the pond, and under the soft, cleansing rain, they washed them. They used lily pads as cloths in their own gentle hands, wiping away the tarnish of sadness and forgetfulness. As each star was cleansed, it began to glow, first a soft silver, then a brilliant white. One by one, they lifted from their hands and rose into the sky, returning to their places in the constellation of the starlight swan. When the last star was placed, the constellation shone more brightly than ever before, its light weaving through the gentle rain, making each droplet glitter. And as the starlight swan returned to its full glory, Miss Juniper's lupines slowly blushed back to their deep midnight blue. In the carpenter's shop, the grandfather clock gave a soft whir and resumed its steady, forward ticking. The peculiar happenings had been set right, but the greatest change was in the village itself. The mystery had drawn them together. They had shared a quest, followed clues from rhymes and maps, been led astray by red herrings that brought them honey and laughter, and worked side by side to restore the light. They felt a deeper connection to their home, to the stars, and to each other. Back in the village square, under the now sparkling starlight swan, the villagers shared stories and hot cider. The wind chimes sang a contented tune, and the moon-hour clock tower told a peaceful, reassuring chime. Rowan put a kind hand on Sylvie's shoulder. You solved the mystery not by force, but by watching, listening, and understanding, he said. You reminded us that even the stars sometimes need a little kindness to shine their brightest. Sylvie smiled, listening to the gentle rhythm of the rain and the wind chimes, a lullaby for the glen. The world was back in its gentle order. The the mystery solved not with fear, but with curiosity and a compassionate heart. And as the villagers of Evenfall Glade drifted to sleep that night, the silver starlight streamed through their windows, the wind chimes hummed a soft goodnight, and the gentle rain whispered that all was well, weaving a tapestry of peace over the dreaming woods. Story 5. In the quiet folds of the whispering woods, where the trees hummed lullabies when the wind passed through their leaves, there lay a small village named Evenfall. It was a place where the sunsets lingered a little longer, and the nights were embroidered with starlight. The villagers lived in cozy cottages with rounded doors and mushroom-shaped roofs, and every evening the great clock tower in the center of the village would chime 9 times, its soft, resonant gong a signal for all to retire to their hearths. But one autumn, something peculiar began to happen. It started subtly, as such things often do. An elderly weaver named Rowan, who spent her evenings on her porch knitting scarves the color of marigolds and moss, was the first to notice. She always paused her work to trace the constellations with her needle, the Great Bear, the Silver Swan, the Lantern-Bearer. Yet night by night she saw that one small, bright star from the lantern-bearer's handle had gone missing. Not dimmed, vanished entirely as if plucked from the sky. Soon others observed oddities. The village's flower beds, usually blooming in predictable rainbows, began to shift hues overnight. Marigolds turned periwinkle, roses gleamed mint green, and violets shone like topaz. And if that weren't curious enough, the town's oldest sundial seemed to cast shadows that moved counterclockwise. Time itself in Evenfall appeared to be flowing gently backward. No one was frightened. This was, after all, a gentle place, but a murmur of intrigue rustled through the community like dried leaves skittering over cobblestones. Whispers filled the air, accompanied by the soft, rhythmic tolling of the clock tower, and the delicate chime of crystal wind bells hanging from every eave. It was then that a young woman named Hazel decided to investigate. Hazel was the village baker's daughter, with a mind as precise as her braided bread and a heart as warm as her oven. She noticed patterns where others saw chaos. While the villagers traded theories, perhaps the stars were playing hide-and-seek, or maybe the flowers were costuming for an unseen festival. Hazel sat on her windowsill, listening to the gentle rain outside and watching the way the droplets traced paths on the glass, as if drawing a map. She remembered an old nursery rhyme her grandmother used to sing, one that every child in Evenfall learned by heart. When the bear loses its growl, and the swan dives deep, seek the lantern-bearer's howl. Where the timeless shadows sleep, follow the path of silver tears, through backward hours and chromatic years, to find what was lost in the dome of night, and restore the balance of gentle light. Hazel wondered if the rhyme was more than just a lullaby. The bear loses its growl, she murmured, perhaps referring to the Great Bear constellation missing a star. But the rhyme spoke of the lantern-bearer's howl, and it was a star from that very constellation that had vanished. So one misty morning, with a basket of still-warm raisin buns and a flask of spiced tea, Hazel set off to seek answers. Her first clue lay in the path of silver tears. She thought of the dewdrops that adorned spiderwebs at dawn, glistening like scattered mercury. Following them led her to the oldest part of the woods, where a creek murmured secrets over smooth, gray stones. There she met a badger named Thistle, who was busily counting pebbles. "They're all out of order," he grumbled, not looking up. "I put them in rows by size yesterday, and this morning they've been rearranged by color." Hazel offered him a bun. "Have you noticed anything else unusual, Thistle?" "Oh, everything's topsy-turvy," he said, accepting the bun gratefully. "The ferns uncurl at noon and furl at dusk. The squirrels are gathering acorns that haven't fallen yet. It's all backward, I tell you." Hazel nodded thoughtfully. Backward hours, just like the sundial. Perhaps time wasn't broken, but bending. Her next clue came from chromatic years. The color-changing flowers had to be part of this. She visited the garden of an elderly painter named Sorrel, who was trying to capture the shifting shades on her canvas, only to find her painting altering shades overnight. It's as if the colors themselves are dreaming, Sorrel sighed. The wind chimes on her porch, tinkling softly. Hazel examined the flowers closely. Their stems were dusted with a fine, iridescent powder that glimmered in the sunlight. She collected a bit in a small vial, a possible clue. But then a red herring appeared, or so it seemed. A traveling minstrel arrived in the village, singing of a mythical shadow fox that was said to steal shiny objects and hide them in its den. Some villagers wondered if the fox had taken the missing star. Excited, a few of the children organized a search party, scouring the woods for a fox's lair. Hazel joined them not because she believed a fox could pocket a star, but because she loved the children's enthusiasm. Their search led them to a sun-dappled clearing where they found, not a fox, but a family of fireflies blinking in harmonious patterns, almost like a constellation. The children were delighted, and Hazel realized the misdirection had brought them a moment of joy and wonder. It was a reminder that the journey itself held its own treasures. That evening, sitting by her hearth, Hazel pieced the clues together. The nursery rhyme, the backward shadows, the shifting colors, and then she remembered the old map hanging in the clock tower. It depicted evenfall as it was centuries ago, showing a starlight meadow that no longer appeared on modern maps. She visited the clock tower as the rain began to fall again, a soothing patter on the slate roof. The keeper, an old man named Elm with a beard like frayed rope, welcomed her in. The great gears turned slowly behind him, their rhythmic clicking a comforting sound. The map, Hazel said, pointing to the parchment yellowed with age. Where is the starlight meadow? Elm's eyes twinkled. Ah, that place, it's where the village used to hold its starlight festival long ago. We'd light lanterns that mirrored the constellations. But we stopped when the elder who knew the traditions passed on. The meadow was forgotten. Hazel's heart beat a little faster. The lantern-bearer's howl, could it be a place where the timeless shadows sleep? Elm nodded slowly. The meadow is cradled by hills where the sun sets late and rises early. Time feels different there. So, guided by the old map and the pattern of the stars above, Hazel journeyed to the starlight meadow. It was a serene, oval clearing surrounded by silver birches, their leaves whispering in the breeze. And there in the center rested a single, beautifully carved stone lantern, old and moss-covered, with patterns that matched the lantern-bearer constellation. But the lantern was dark. One slot where a light should have been was empty. Hazel examined the lantern closely. Around its base, the same iridescent powder dusted the moss. And then she understood. The color-changing flowers weren't a symptom of the problem. They were trying to communicate. Their pollen, carried by the wind and bees, had been settling here, reacting with the ancient starlight energy still lingering in the lantern. The backward-flowing time. A ripple effect from the disrupted constellation. The missing star wasn't gone, it was waiting. The village had forgotten its connection to the stars, and the sky was gently reminding them. Hazel returned to the village and shared her discovery. The next evening, the entire community gathered in the starlight meadow, each person carrying a candle. Elm brought the old festival songs, Sorrel brought pigments to create starlight paintings, and Rowan brought a new knitting, a blanket patterned after the lantern-bearer. Together they lit the lantern, slot by slot, as they sang the nursery rhyme. And as the final candle was placed into the empty slot, a brilliant point of light flickered high above, and the missing star reappeared in the constellation, glowing even brighter than before. The flowers in the village gradually returned to their usual colors. The shadows on the sundial righted themselves, and time flowed forward once more. But the villagers decided to keep the Starlight Festival alive. vowing to celebrate it every. Hazel smiled, listening to the clock tower chime in the distance, the wind bells singing along, and the gentle rain beginning to fall, a soothing symphony that lulled evenfall into a peaceful, star-filled night. The mystery was solved not by magic alone, but by observation, empathy, and a community remembering how to shine together. And as the villagers returned to their cottages, they glanced up at the sky, where every star was nestled perfectly in its place, winking down as if to say, all is well. Story 6. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a gentle valley where the river Silverthread hummed a lullaby as it wound between cobblestone cottages. Every evening, just as the sun dipped behind the whispering woods, the old clock tower in the village square would chime 7 times, and the lamplighter would make his rounds, setting each street lamp aglow with a soft, buttery light. But lately, something peculiar had begun to occur. Each night, precisely at the 7th chime, one of the silver stars embroidered upon the velvet sky would vanish, not flicker, not dim, but disappear entirely, as if snipped away by invisible scissors. The villagers first noticed it on a Tuesday, when old Matthias, the star counter, who charted constellations for the village almanac, found the little dipper missing its handle. By Friday, the tip of the dragon's tail had gone, and on Sunday the crown lost its central jewel. No one was frightened exactly, but a quiet unease settled over Willowbrook, like the first chill of autumn. Conversations hushed when children were near, and mothers tucked their little ones a little tighter beneath quilts stitched with star patterns. It was a quiet, watchful girl named Alara who decided something must be done. Alara didn't speak often, but she noticed everything. She noticed how the dew clung to spiderwebs in the morning, how the baker's bread smelled different when he was happy, and how the wind carried secrets from the mountains. She spent her evenings in her family's garden, a cozy nook behind their cottage, where honeysuckle climbed the stone walls and wind chimes made of sea glass and copper tinkled in the breeze. One evening, as the clock tower began its 7 solemn bongs, Alara watched the sky. She saw it happen. A tiny, twinkling star near the North Star simply winked out of existence. Not a sound accompanied it, only the gentle patter of a light rain beginning to fall on the slate roofs. She felt a tug in her heart, not of fear, but of sorrow. The sky looked lonely without its full complement of lights. The next morning she went to see Matthias in his tower, a cozy room cluttered with telescopes and star charts. "They're just gone," he sighed, his spectacles perched on his forehead. "I've checked every map, every legend. Stars don't just leave." "Perhaps they're not leaving," Alara said softly, running her finger over a chart of the summer sky. "Perhaps they're being borrowed." Matthias hummed, unconvinced. But Alara had an idea. She remembered an old nursery rhyme her grandmother used to sing to her when she couldn't sleep, a rhyme about the stars. When the clock strikes 7 and the rain draws near, a secret is kept for those who can hear. The stars in the sky may wander from view, to light a dark path for a dream that is true. She whispered it to Matthias. His bushy eyebrows shot up. "An old rhyme, I'd forgotten that one. My own gran used to sing it, but what does it mean?" "It means," Alara said, her eyes bright, "that the stars aren't vanishing. They're going somewhere, and the rain is part of it." This was their first clue. Alara decided to follow the rhyme. That evening she wrapped herself in a warm woolen cloak and waited in her garden as the clock tower chimed 7. The gentle rain began again. Its rhythmic tap-tap-tap on the broad lily leaves a soothing soundtrack. She listened, as the rhyme instructed. But she heard nothing unusual, just the rain, the distant river, and the wind chimes. The following day she visited the village library, a cozy building that smelled of old paper and drying lavender. She found a book of local folklore and pored over it. There she found a story about the Glimmering Glen, a hidden clearing deep in the whispering woods, where moonflowers bloomed only in starlight, and time was said to flow a little slower. An old, hand-drawn map was tucked into the back of the book, showing a path through the woods marked by stones that shone with a borrowed light. This was her second clue. The map was her guide. She set out that afternoon, telling her parents she was going to gather wild thyme. The entrance to the Whispering Woods was framed by two ancient oaks, their leaves rustling secrets to one another. The path was soft with moss, and the air was cool and smelled of damp earth and pine. She followed the map, looking for the shining stones. The first red herring appeared soon after. She found a small, burbling stream that, according to the map, should have been flowing south. But this stream was flowing north. Her heart beat a little faster. Had she misread the map? She knelt by the water, puzzled. Then she noticed something delightful. The flowers on the bank, tiny blue forget-me-nots, were slowly changing color, shifting from blue to a soft, silvery white and back again. It was a backwards flowing stream, a place where things were not as they seemed. It wasn't a clue to the missing stars, but it was a beautiful mystery all its own. She dipped her fingers in the cool water and smiled, feeling a sense of wonder rather than frustration. Pressing on, she found the first shining stone. It was an ordinary-looking river stone, but at its center was a tiny, captured sparkle, like a minuscule star. She touched it, and it felt warm. This was the right path. As dusk began to fall, painting the sky in shades of lavender and peach, she reached the glimmering glen. It was just as the stories described, a perfect circle of emerald grass surrounded by ancient, kindly-looking trees. In the center grew a patch of the most beautiful flowers she had ever seen. They were moonflowers, their petals a luminous white, but they were closed tight. And scattered around the glen, nestled in the grass and perched on low branches, were the missing stars. They weren't gone, they were here, resting on the earth like fallen silver coins, casting a soft, gentle radiance over the clearing. But why? Elara sat on a mossy log at the edge of the glen, observing. She noticed a small, trembling figure huddled near the flowers. It was a little creature, no taller than her knee, with fur the color of moss and large, luminous eyes filled with tears. It was a wood sprite, a shy guardian of the forest, and it was sobbing quietly. "Hello," Elara said, her voice as soft as the twilight. The sprite jumped, then looked at her with wide, fearful eyes. "Please," it whispered, its voice like the rustling of leaves, "don't take them away. I'll put them back, I promise." "The stars?" Elara asked, sitting down slowly so as not to startle it. "You took them." The sprite, whose name was Pip, nodded miserably. He explained that the moonflowers in the glen were sick. A strange shadow had fallen over them, and they couldn't gather enough light from the distant moon to open and bloom. If they didn't bloom by the turning of the season, they would wither and die, and with them would fade the luck and gentle dreams they bestowed upon Willowbrook. "I didn't know what else to do," Pip sniffled. "The nursery rhyme said the stars could light a dark path for a true dream. My dream was to save the flowers. So each night when the rain comes and muffles the sound, I borrow a little starlight to help them heal. But it's not enough. I need more time, and the stars are growing tired." He gestured to the little lights, which did seem to be flickering weakly. This was the heart of the mystery. It wasn't a theft born of malice, but a desperate act of empathy. Pip loved the flowers, and he loved the village that enjoyed their gentle magic, even if they didn't know it. Elara felt a great swell of understanding in her chest. She didn't scold Pip. She sat beside him and looked at the ailing flowers. "You don't need to carry this burden alone," she said. "The whole village would want to help if they knew." But Pip was too afraid. The sprites were shy and feared being seen. So Elara used her powers of observation one more time. She looked at the pattern of the stars on the ground. They weren't scattered randomly. They were arranged in a specific way, mirroring the constellation patterns in the sky above. Pip had been trying to recreate the heavens on Earth to fool the flowers into thinking it was night. But it was a weak imitation. She had an idea. She remembered the backwards flowing stream and the color-changing flowers. It was a place where the normal rules were bent. What if they didn't need to borrow the stars themselves, but their essence, their reflection? The next day, Alara went back to the village and gathered her friends. She didn't tell them about Pip protecting his secret, but she told them about the sick moonflowers in the glimmering glen and how they needed starlight to heal. She enlisted the help of the glassblower, who created beautiful, star-shaped lanterns. She asked the weaver's children to polish all the mirrors in the village until they shone. She even convinced old Matthias to bring his best telescope. That evening, as the clock tower chimed 7 and the gentle rain began to fall, a silent procession made its way to the glimmering glen. They arranged the mirrors around the clearing, angled to catch the light of the remaining stars in the sky. They hung the star-shaped lanterns from the trees, and Matthias used his telescope to focus a beam of pure starlight directly onto the patch of moonflowers. Pip watched, hidden in the shadows, his heart pounding with hope. It worked. The concentrated, reflected starlight, amplified by the love and effort of the community, washed over the moonflowers. A soft, silvery glow enveloped them. Slowly, gracefully, the tightly closed buds began to unfurl. One by one they opened to the manufactured night, their petals glowing with an ethereal light. The air filled with a sweet, honeyed fragrance that promised pleasant dreams. The borrowed stars on the ground flickered brightly once, then rose into the air, swirling like fireflies before shooting back up into the velvet sky, slotting perfectly into their empty places. The constellation was whole again. The villagers gasped in wonder, then broke into soft, joyful laughter. They had solved the mystery together, and in doing so, they had strengthened their bond. They made a promise that night to always care for the glimmering glen, leaving small gifts of shiny stones and sweet nectar for its shy guardian. Pip, watching from the trees, felt a warmth he had never known. He was no longer alone. He had a community, even if they never saw him. Alara walked home as the first light of dawn tinged the sky pink. The wind chimes in her garden greeted her with a cheerful tinkle. The mystery was solved not through accusation or fear, but through observation, empathy, and the collective heart of a village. That night and every night after, the children of Willowbrook slept soundly under a complete, glittering sky, and their dreams were filled with the gentle fragrance of blooming moonflowers and the comforting knowledge that even the darkest path can be lit by kindness and friendship. And if you listen very carefully on a quiet, rainy night when the clock strikes 7, you might just hear the faint, happy rustle of a sprite, no longer weeping, but watching over a glen full of light. Story 7. In the heart of the whispering woods, nestled between two gently sloping hills, lay the village of Stillwater Hollow. It was a place where the cobblestones remembered the footsteps of generations, where the clock tower chimed with a voice like warm honey, and where wind chimes made of sea glass and silver sang softly in the breeze. The people of Stillwater Hollow were weavers, bakers, stargazers, and gardeners, and they lived in quiet harmony with the world around them. But lately a peculiar quiet had settled over the village, a quiet born not of peace, but of a gentle, growing mystery. It began, as many strange things do, with the stars. A young woman named Alara, who mended clocks and kept a small garden of night-blooming jasmine, was the first to notice. Each evening she would sit on her moss-covered doorstep with a cup of chamomile tea and trace the constellations with her finger. She knew the steadfast North Star, the sweeping curve of the swan, and the playful cluster of the dancing hares. But one night the hares were gone. Not obscured by clouds, but simply absent. A patch of the sky was dark, as if someone had pricked the velvet of the night and let the light bleed out. The next evening, another constellation, the weeping willow, had vanished. A soft, worried murmur rustled through the village like dried leaves. The elders consulted old star charts in the library, their pages brittle as autumn wings. The children looked up, their small faces pale in the moonlight, and whispered questions their parents couldn't answer. Alara, with her patient, observant nature, did not panic. She listened. She listened to the wind chimes, whose song seemed a little more mournful. She listened to the gentle rain that began to fall, its patter on the slate roofs a steady, soothing rhythm. And she remembered an old nursery rhyme her grandmother used to sing, a lullaby of the heavens. When the hares forget to dance, and the willow hides its tears, find the thread the spinner dropped, and weave it through the years. No one knew what it meant. Most thought it was just a nonsense verse for sending little ones to sleep. But Alara, who spent her days looking at the intricate gears of time, believed that old rhymes often held older truths. The following day, a second peculiarity arose. Old Mr. Hemlock, the village cartographer, arrived at the town square in a fluster. He unrolled a map of the whispering woods he had been updating, his hands trembling. "Look," he cried, his voice thin with confusion. The Inkwell River, which for centuries had flowed steadily south, was now depicted on his new parchment as flowing north. He insisted his hand had not erred, the ink had simply flowed that way as he drew. The villagers gathered, their breath making soft clouds in the cool air. Some laughed it off as an old man's mistake, but Alara saw the genuine bewilderment in his eyes. Then came the third wonder. The glimmer petals in Alara's own garden, flowers that normally shone with a soft, silver light at dusk, began to change. One evening they pulsed a gentle blue, the next a rosy pink, and the following night a deep, sorrowful violet. Their light was a language Alara felt, but one she did not yet understand. The village was abuzz with theories. The baker, a jovial man with flour always dusted on his apron, declared it the work of a mischievous sky fox, stealing stars for its den. The weavers suspected a tangle in the very fabric of reality, a notion they found both alarming and fascinating. These were red herrings, but delightful ones, sending children on searches for fox tracks and inspiring the weavers to create a magnificent tapestry depicting the village surrounded by shimmering, chaotic threads of fate. Alara, however, turned her eyes and her empathy upwards. She spent her nights on her doorstep, wrapped in a thick woolen blanket, watching the dark patches in the sky. She didn't just look, she felt. And in the deep silence of one particularly clear night, she felt it. A faint, collective sense of loneliness, a quiet melancholy drifting down from the heavens. It was then that the rhyme echoed in her mind again. Find the thread the spinner dropped. The spinner was an old name for the constellation of a woman who, in legend, wove the destinies of the world. Her constellation was still there, a faint smudge of stars near the horizon. And there, trailing from it, was a thin, shimmering thread of light Alara had never noticed before. It was a silver stitch in the tapestry of the night, leading down from the heavens and into the heart of the whispering woods. The next morning, with the clock tower chiming 9 soft, bronze notes, Alara set off, following the memory of that silvery thread. The gentle rain had ceased, leaving the world washed clean and smelling of damp earth and pine. She walked deep into the woods, past the babbling brook that was, for now, still flowing in its proper direction. She walked until she came to a forgotten glen, a place where the sunlight fell in dappled coins upon the forest floor. And there she found the source of the mystery. Curled in the roots of an ancient, wise oak was a young, celestial being. It was not a god or a monster, but a star weaver, a creature of gentle light and quiet duty. It looked like a small child woven from starlight and twilight, and it was softly crying, its tears like liquid silver. In its lap lay a tangled, knotted skein of luminous thread. The missing constellations, the dancing hares, the weeping willow, and others, were trapped within the knot, their light dimmed and muted. The Starweaver looked up, its eyes like tiny, sad moons. In a voice like the ringing of a distant bell, it explained. It was an apprentice, learning to weave the stars into their nightly patterns. But its fingers were still clumsy, and it had dropped its thread. In its panic, it had tried to gather it up again, but had only succeeded in creating a terrible snarl, pulling the constellations right out of the sky and trapping them. The backwards flowing river on the map and the color-changing flowers were merely echoes of this cosmic tangle, reality itself stuttering in confusion. Alara did not scold or lecture. She simply sat beside the weeping creature, her presence a calm and steady comfort. "My grandmother," she said softly, "taught me that the worst tangles are undone not by pulling, but by patience." She saw that the Starweaver was not mischievous, but frightened and ashamed, afraid to return to its elders with its work undone. For the rest of the day, Alara worked. With her clever, careful fingers, so used to untangling the delicate gears of clocks, she began to work on the knotted starlight. She didn't pull or force it. She listened to the thread, feeling its twists and kinks, gently coaxing one loop through another. The Starweaver watched, its tears slowing, and soon began to help, its own tiny, luminous fingers moving with newfound confidence beside hers. As they worked, Alara hummed the old nursery rhyme, and the Starweaver recognized it as a song of its own people, a lullaby of comfort and guidance. Word, as it does, traveled back to Stillwater Hollow. The baker, having no stars to mend, brought warm, buttery pastries. The weavers, understanding the nature of a good tangle, brought their spools of golden thread to offer advice and comfort. The children came, sitting quietly and watching the magic unfold, their eyes wide with wonder. The entire community gathered in the glen, not as panicked villagers, but as curious, kind-hearted neighbors. They lit lanterns as the afternoon faded, their warm, earthly glow a complement to the cool, celestial light of the unraveling knot. Finally, as the last of the knot came free, the thread flowed smooth and silver in the Starweaver's hands. With a smile of profound gratitude, the little being stood, and with a graceful sweep of its arm, it cast the thread back into the sky. It soared upwards, a river of light, and the missing constellations slipped back into their places. The dancing hares pranced, the weeping willow glistened, and the sky was whole once more. A collective sigh of relief and wonder rose from the people of Stillwater Hollow. The wind chimes in the village rang out in a clear, joyful chorus. The Inkwell River on Mr. Hemlock's map was found to be flowing south once more, and Alara's glimmer petals that evening shone with their steady, familiar silver. The Starweaver bowed to them all, a gesture of deep respect, before fading into the twilight, a part of the night once more. The mystery was solved, but its magic remained. The people of Stillwater Hollow returned to their homes, their hearts feeling larger and warmer. They had not faced a monster, but a friend in need. They had not fought a battle, but shared a quiet, patient victory. That night, as Alara sat on her doorstep, her cup of tea steaming in the cool air, she looked up at the perfectly complete sky. The clock tower chimed its gentle good night, and a soft rain began to fall again, a soothing percussion on the leaves. The village was at peace, bound closer by the shared experience of a gentle mystery, a story they would tell for generations. A story of how they had helped mend the heavens, not with strength or magic, but with observation, empathy, and the simple, untangling power of a kind and patient heart. And as the firelight in the hearth cast dancing shadows on the walls, the entire village, from the oldest elder to the youngest child, drifted into dreams woven with silver threads and starlight, safe, comforted, and deeply connected under a sky that was, once again, perfectly and completely whole. Story 8. The rain pattered against the window pane like 1,000 tiny fingertips, a steady, soothing rhythm that made the world outside feel distant and soft. Inside, the fire in the hearth crackled and popped, casting long, dancing shadows that stretched and curled across the floorboards. It was on such an afternoon, when the sky was the color of a dove's wing, and the air smelled of damp earth and warm bread, that a young girl found herself with nothing to do. Her name was Lily, and the relentless rain had cancelled all her usual plans. With a sigh that fogged the cool glass, she turned from the window. Her gaze drifted to the ceiling, to the small, almost invisible trapdoor that led to the attic. She had never been up there. It was a place of whispers and forgotten things, and a faint, intriguing smell of old wood and dried lavender always drifted down from its edges. A sudden, daring thought bloomed in her mind. Today was the day. With careful steps, she pulled down the folding ladder, its joints creaking a gentle protest. The air that wafted down was still and cool, carrying the scent of memories. Up she climbed into the dim, triangular space. The attic was a landscape of draped shapes and dusty treasures. Trunks with rusted clasps stood like loyal soldiers. Towers of books slumbered under white sheets. And in the far corner, tucked under the low slant of the roof where the rain played a soft drum solo, was an old sea chest she had never seen before. It was made of dark, richly grained wood, banded with tarnished brass. Carved into its lid was not a skull or a sword, as one might expect from a pirate's chest, but a simple, elegant compass rose. Her heart beat a little faster. Thump, thump. Thump, thump. She knelt, her knees pressing into the soft, deep dust. The clasp was not locked. With a quiet click and a puff of ancient air that smelled of cinnamon and salt, the lid swung open. Inside, nestled on a bed of faded velvet, was not gold or jewels, but a single object. It was a compass, but unlike any she had ever seen. Its casing was made of warm, honey-colored brass, worn smooth in places by countless touches. The glass was slightly cloudy, and the needle beneath was not red and white, but carved from what looked like mother-of-pearl, shimmering with a soft, internal light. It did not point north. It quivered, spinning slowly before settling firmly, pointing directly back down the ladder, toward her own bedroom. Puzzled, she picked it up. It was warm in her hands, as if it had been sitting in a sunbeam. As her fingers closed around it, a soft, clear chime echoed in the quiet attic, a sound like a distant church bell heard on a winter's morning. The needle didn't budge. It was pointing toward her greatest fear. For you see, Lily was afraid of the dark. Not the cozy dark of her room at night with the hall light on, but the deep, absolute dark of a power cut or the forgotten corner of the cellar. It was a fear that felt too big for her, a cold stone in her stomach. Just then, a soft thump sounded from behind a stack of hat boxes. A moment later, a large ginger cat emerged, his fur the color of an autumn bonfire. This was Barnaby, the keeper of the house's quietest secrets. "Found something, have you?" he purred, his voice a low rumble. He blinked his golden eyes slowly. "The courage compass hasn't been needed in an age." "The courage compass," Lily whispered, her voice small in the vast, dusty space. "Indeed," Barnaby said, weaving around her legs, his tail a soft question mark in the air. "It doesn't point to places on a map, it points to the places inside you. Right now, it's pointing at that cold little stone of fear you carry. The only way to make it stop is to face what it's showing you." Lily's hand tightened around the compass. The needle held its course, unwavering. Creak, tick-tock, creak. The sound came from the grandfather clock, standing sentinel at the top of the stairs. Its pendulum swung with a slow, deliberate rhythm. The clock itself was ancient, its face wise and kind. "Barnaby is correct, child," the clock said, its voice a deep, resonant hum that vibrated in the floorboards. "The journey it proposes is not measured in miles, but in heartbeats. It is the shortest and longest journey you will ever take, but you need not go alone. Lily looked from the purring cat to the gently ticking clock. The compass was warm and steady in her hand. She took a deep breath, the dusty air filling her lungs with courage. "Okay," she said. "I'll go." She climbed back down the ladder, the compass held before her like a lantern. Barnaby padded silently after her, and the steady tick-tock of the grandfather clock seemed to follow her, a rhythmic anchor in the quiet house. The needle led her not to the cellar, as she had feared, but to her own bedroom door. It pointed directly at her wardrobe. This was no ordinary wardrobe. It was a tall oak monstrosity with carved owls on its doors, a gift from a great-aunt who collected curious furniture. Lily kept her winter blankets and out-of-season clothes in there. And in the very back, behind everything, was a space so dark it seemed to swallow the light. The compass needle began to glow with a soft, pearlescent light. Chime. The gentle bell sound echoed again. "The dark is just the space waiting for light," murmured Barnaby, leaping onto her bed and curling into a neat ginger loaf. "Every journey begins with a single step," hummed the grandfather clock from the hallway, its ticking a steady, marching beat. Lily's courage felt very small. She stood before the wardrobe, her feet rooted to the floor. The compass felt heavy. This was silly, she told herself. It was just a wardrobe. But the dark in there felt alive. It felt like it was breathing. She remembered what the clock had said about not going alone. She looked at Barnaby, who blinked his slow, reassuring blink. She listened to the steady tick-tock from the hall. She was not alone. Her first act was not to open the doors, but to light the small beeswax candle on her nightstand. The flame sputtered to life, casting a warm, golden circle of light that pushed the shadows back to the walls. The gentle hiss of the wick was a comforting sound. Holding the candle in one hand and the compass in the other, she approached the wardrobe. The needle was pointing so insistently, it almost vibrated. With a trembling hand, she reached out and pulled the door open. Creak. The sound was loud in the quiet room. The wardrobe yawned open, a cavern of hanging shapes and folded fabrics. The darkness at the back was profound. The compass needle glowed brighter. Chime. This was it. The challenge was not to defeat a monster, but to simply bring a little light into the dark. She took a step forward. Then another. The scent of cedar and lavender from her stored sweaters filled her nose. She held the candle out, its brave little flame pushing against the gloom. She could see the back panel now. And there, tucked into a corner, was a small, dark shape. It was a shadow, but not like the others. It was denser, and it seemed to shiver. As she watched, it made a tiny whimpering sound, like a lost puppy. This wasn't a monster. This was her fear. And it was scared, too. Her heart softened. All her own terror melted away, replaced by a sudden, fierce wave of kindness for this small, trembling thing. She hadn't needed to be brave, she had needed to be kind. "It's all right," she whispered, her voice gentle. "You don't have to be afraid." She knelt down, setting the compass and the candle on the floor beside her. The compass needle slowly began to spin, no longer fixed on one point. The pearly light within it softened. "It's just me," she said to the shadow. "And I brought a friend." She gestured to the candle, whose flame danced in a friendly way. The shadow stopped shivering. It seemed to lean toward the light, curious. "The dark can be cozy," Lily continued, thinking out loud. "It's where we rest and dream. It's where the stars come out to play. You don't have to be scary. You can be peaceful." As she spoke, the dense, dark shape began to change. It unfurled, stretching like a cat, and instead of a formless blot, it became the soft, gentle shadow of a sleeping dove, its edges blending seamlessly with other, ordinary shadows in the wardrobe. The whimpering stopped. A deep, contented silence took its place. From the bed, Barnaby let out a soft, rumbling purr of approval. Purr-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra-ra. From the hall, the grandfather clocks ticking slowed to a contented, lullaby rhythm. Tick-tock, tick-tock. Lily picked up the courage compass. The mother-of-pearl needle was now still, resting peacefully in its cradle. It no longer pointed anywhere. Its work was done. She backed out of the wardrobe, leaving the door open so the candlelight could keep the transformed shadow company. She felt different, lighter. The cold stone in her stomach was gone, replaced by a warm, glowing feeling of accomplishment. She placed the compass on her bedside table, next to the still flickering candle. Barnaby stretched, his claws making a soft scratch-scratch sound on the quilt, then settled back down, his purr a motor of contentment. The rain had almost stopped outside, now just a gentle pitter-patter on the leaves. The fire in the other room crackled one last, sleepy pop. The journey was over. It had been a journey of only a few feet, from the attic to her wardrobe, but she had traveled further than any explorer. She had journeyed to the heart of her own fear, and with kindness as her guide, had made a friend of it. She climbed into bed, the events of the afternoon wrapping around her like a warm blanket. The last thing she saw before her eyes drifted shut was the courage compass on her nightstand, its brass casing glowing in the candlelight, not with magic, but with the simple, extraordinary peace of a challenge met and a heart made brave. And the last thing she heard was the distant, comforting chime of a bell, signaling that all was well, and that even in the quietest, darkest corners, there was nothing to fear but fear itself, and even that could be comforted with a little light and a kind word. Story 9. Deep within the heart of the world lay the Elderwood, a forest so ancient that its roots were rumored to cradle the very dreams of the earth. It was a place where moonlight did not merely fall, but pooled in silver puddles between the gnarled roots of sleeping trees, and where the air itself hummed with a soft, forgotten magic. The creatures who called this place home were the children of the night, their lives a quiet symphony played to the rhythm of the stars and the gentle turning of the seasons. On this particular night, the air was crisp with the scent of damp earth and decaying leaves, the first true breath of autumn. A young fox, whose coat was the color of autumn rust and whose eyes held the inquisitive gleam of untold stories, sat at the edge of a starlit clearing. His name was Rowan. He was listening, as he often did, to the secret language of the forest. It began not with words, but with sensations. A soft, percussive plink, plink, plink of dew dripping from a broad oak leaf onto a moss-covered stone below. The stone, smooth and dark, seemed to absorb the sound, humming back a vibration so low it was felt more than heard, a contented, grounding thrum. A little way off, a brook babbled over a bed of pebbles. To Rowan, it was not mere noise, but a constant, cheerful chatter, telling tales of the high mountain snowmelt from which it came, and the distant sea it hoped to one day meet. The wind, a gentle sigh through the pine needles, carried whispers from the treetops, stories of the sun-warmed day now past and the creatures that had passed beneath their boughs. Rowan loved these sounds. They were the forest's heartbeat, a lullaby of belonging. But lately a new note had entered the symphony, one that filled him with a restless unease. It was a feeling of ending, of withdrawal. The vibrant green canopy was beginning to blush with gold and crimson. The air, once soft and warm, now carried a sharpness that hinted at frost. The chatter of the daytime birds had faded, replaced by the deeper, more contemplative sounds of the night. He felt a pull towards stillness, a desire to burrow and sleep, and it confused his lively spirit. "The forest is preparing to dream," a voice said, soft and deep as the earth itself. It was not a sound that traveled through the air, but one that seemed to form directly in Rowan's mind. He turned to see the great oak, the eldest being in the Elderwood. Its trunk was wider than a dozen foxes laid nose to tail, and its branches were a sprawling, intricate map of the sky. In a hollow where a lower branch met the massive trunk, two luminous golden eyes blinked slowly. It was Orion, the great horned owl, who had made his home in the oak for more seasons than the stones in the brook could count. Preparing to dream. Rowan asked, his voice a small rustle in the vast quiet. But why must it sleep? The summer was so full of light and life, it feels like a loss. Orion shifted slightly, his feathers making a soft, rustling whisper. Come, he hooted gently. Let us walk, the forest has wisdom to share, if you know how to listen. Together, they moved from the clearing into the deeper woods. The path was carpeted with moss so thick and soft it muffled their footsteps entirely. Moonbeams, slender and silver, pierced the canopy, illuminating patches of the forest floor where bioluminescent fungi grew in ethereal clusters. They glowed with a soft blue-green light, like fallen stars content to rest upon the earth. Delicate, ghost-pale flowers unfurled their petals only for the moon, releasing a fragrance as faint and sweet as distant memory. You hear the brook's chatter, Orion said as they walked beside it. But listen deeper. What is it saying now? Rowan paused, focusing beyond the cheerful gurgle. He closed his eyes and let the sound wash over him. Beneath the surface melody, he detected a slower, more resonant tone. The water was flowing with less urgency. The stones it passed over, usually slick and quick, were now more exposed, their dark surfaces drinking in the moonlight. It's slowing down, Rowan realized. Its song is becoming quieter, more thoughtful. Exactly, Orion murmured. The stream is not dying, it is gathering its stories, turning them over like smooth stones in its current. In the deep silence of winter, it will hold them close, and in the spring, its song will return, richer for the quiet contemplation. They walked on, and the wind picked up, stirring the high branches. A shower of golden leaves spiraled down around them, a silent, beautiful rain. The sound was a dry, gentle shushing, a sound that begged for quiet and rest. And the trees, Orion prompted. What is their language tonight? Rowan looked up at the mighty maples and whispering aspens. Their leaves, once vibrant green, were now aflame with color. As they fell, they did not cry out in sorrow, but rustled a gentle farewell. He placed a paw on the trunk of a birch, its bark like peeled parchment. He felt a slow, steady pulse, a rhythm that was slowing, deepening, pulling inwards. They are letting go, Rowan whispered, a pang of understanding striking his heart. They are not being stripped bare. They are releasing what they no longer need, storing their strength deep within, in their roots. A tree that never shed its leaves would break under the weight of the winter snow, Orion said wisely. The letting go is not an ending, Rowan. It is an act of resilience. It is how they ensure their return. Their journey led them to a part of the forest Rowan had never seen. It was a hidden grove where the air sparkled with drifting motes of light, tiny, winged spirits that glowed like embers. In the center of the grove stood a circle of ancient standing stones, draped in velvet moss and silvered by the moon. In the middle of the stones, a small, still pool reflected the star-strewn sky so perfectly it was impossible to tell where the earth ended and the heavens began. This is the Heartwood Glade, Orion said, his voice filled with a reverent quiet. It is where the forest remembers its dreams. As they approached the pool, Rowan saw that its surface was not entirely still. Faint, shimmering patterns swirled just beneath, like liquid starlight. He peered closer and saw images forming in the luminous water, a memory of a sun-drenched meadow from high summer, the joyful leap of a young deer, the profound, dark silence of a midwinter's night, and the first, brave green shoot breaking through the snow at the cusp of spring. he saw the endless, beautiful cycle. The vibrant, energetic expansion of summer was not the whole story. It was followed by the gentle, releasing grace of autumn, the deep, restorative sleep of winter, and the hopeful, miraculous rebirth of spring. Each phase gave meaning to the others. The rest made the renewal possible. A gentle rain began to fall, not a storm, but a soft, pattering shower. Each drop that hit the broad leaves above made a soft plop before gathering and dripping down to the moss below with a soothing plink. The rain kissed the surface of the starlit pool, creating countless tiny ripples that set the shimmering images dancing. The wind joined the chorus, a soft soughing through the pines, a natural lullaby that spoke of comfort and release. Rowan sat back on his haunches, all his restlessness washed away by the gentle rain and the profound understanding that had bloomed within him. He was not witnessing an ending, but a transformation. The forest was not dying, it was breathing out, preparing to breathe in again, deeper and richer than before. "Thank you," he said to Orion, his voice full of a newfound peace. The owl simply blinked his great golden eyes, a silent acceptance. "The wisdom was always here, little one. You only needed to learn its language." Rowan made his way back to his den, a cozy hollow beneath the roots of the great oak. The sounds that had once made him anxious now cradled him. The rustle of falling leaves was a blanket being tucked in for the long sleep. The slower song of the brook was a soothing hum. The patter of rain on the canopy was a gentle promise that all was well. He curled up in his nest of dried ferns and soft moss, his rust-colored fur blending into the shadows. As he drifted into sleep, he felt the deep, slow dream of the forest envelop him. He was not separate from the cycle, he was a part of it. His own quiet time of rest was not a loss, but a gathering of strength, a storing of stories, a silent preparation for the day when the sun would grow warm again, and he would emerge, renewed and ready for the next chapter of his life under the dappled light of the Elderwood. And high above, Orion watched over the slumbering forest, his wise old heart beating in time with the turning of the world, a silent guardian of the sacred, endless dance between rest and renewal. Story 10. The cottage nestled at the edge of the whispering woods was a place of quiet industry and gentle light. Its occupant, a young candle maker named Anya, knew the language of flames better than she knew the words of most people. Her days were measured in dips of wicks, in the slow pour of fragrant wax, and in the soft, steady glow that emanated from her workshop window long after the sun had dipped below the horizon. Tonight a bitter wind rattled the shutters, but inside all was warmth. The great stone fireplace crackled and popped, casting dancing shadows that played across shelves laden with finished candles. There were tall tapers the color of cream, stout little votives swimming with honey scent, and intricate pillars carved with patterns of ivy and fern. But Anya's true masterpieces, the ones that never left her personal collection, were the imberlights. These were small, spherical candles, no larger than a sparrow's egg, made from a secret blend of beeswax, crushed moon petal, and a single drop of starlight dew. When lit, they didn't blaze, but glowed with a soft, pulsing radiance, like a captured ember breathing in the dark. Anya was content in her solitude, yet a quiet loneliness sometimes settled around her shoulders like a familiar shawl. She watched the flames in the hearth and wondered if her life was like one of her own candles, beautiful, useful, but ultimately burning alone. It was on the coldest night of the year, when the wind sang a mournful tune through the pine needles, that the first strange thing happened. Anya was finishing a new batch of imberlights, and as she set the last one on the cooling rack, she noticed one was different. Instead of the usual warm gold, its core held a faint, silvery shimmer, a captive swirl of mist. Puzzled, she held it closer. The candle was cool to the touch, but from within she felt the faintest thrum, a vibration like a tiny, sleeping heartbeat. She thought little of it, setting it aside with the others. But later, as she banked the fire for the night, a sound made her pause. It was a soft, melodic chime, so quiet it was almost swallowed by the settling logs. She turned, her eyes scanning the dim room. There, on the shelf, the peculiar ember light was glowing. Not with its full, steady light, but with a faint, rhythmic pulse, and with each pulse came that delicate, bell-like chime. Curiosity, a spark she hadn't felt in years, kindled within her. She carefully took the candle from the shelf. The moment her fingers closed around it, the chiming grew slightly louder, more insistent. It seemed to be pulling her, a gentle tug on her spirit, towards the window and the dark, sleeping woods beyond. "This is foolish," she whispered to the empty room, her breath pluming in the suddenly chill air. But the loneliness of the cottage felt heavier than the unknown darkness outside. Wrapping her thickest cloak around her shoulders, she lit a sturdy lantern, and holding the chiming ember light in her other hand, she stepped out into the night. The woods were a cathedral of silence and shadow. Her lantern cast a wobbly pool of light at her feet, but the ember light did something different. Its soft, pulsing glow reached out into the darkness, not pushing it back, but seeming to welcome it, to converse with it. As she walked, following the gentle pull of the chime, she noticed something extraordinary. Where the silver light touched, the frost on the pine needles glittered like diamond dust, and the sleeping mosses on the tree roots seemed to sigh in their slumber. The forest was not empty. It was merely resting, and the candle was introducing her to its dreams. She walked for what felt like both a moment and an eternity, until the chiming grew clear and bright, and the ember light's glow intensified, illuminating a path she had never seen before. It was a narrow trail, carpeted with moss so soft it felt like walking on a cloud, and it wound between two ancient, gnarled oaks that leaned towards each other like old friends sharing a secret. Taking a deep breath, Anya stepped between the trees. The air changed instantly. The bitter wind vanished, replaced by a gentle, warm breeze that carried the scent of night-blooming jasmine and damp earth. The light shifted from the monochrome of moonlight to a soft, multicolored luminescence. She found herself in a hidden glen, a place tucked away from the world. Above, the branches of immense willows wove together to form a canopy, and from them hung thousands of tiny, glowing pods that pulsed with soft light in blues, greens, and violets, like a sky full of captured fireflies. A small, clear stream gurgled happily through the center of the glen, its waters sparkling with their own inner light. This was the Glimmer Glen, a secret heart of the woods. And she was not alone. Sitting on a smooth stone by the stream was a creature unlike any she had ever seen. It was tall and slender, with bark-like skin that shimmered with a pattern of phosphorescent lichen. Its hair was a cascade of what looked like weeping willow leaves, each tip glowing with a tiny, greenish point of light. Its eyes were the color of the deep forest pool, ancient and knowing. It was a woodweaver, a guardian of the hidden places, and it was holding its hand over the stream, where a patch of light in the water was flickering weakly, like a guttering flame. The creature looked up as Anya entered, its luminous eyes widening in surprise, but not fear. It made a soft, rustling sound, like leaves in a gentle wind. Anya, her heart hammering against her ribs, held up the chiming ember light. I think this belongs here," she said, her voice a mere whisper. The woodweaver, whose name was Kalen, gestured for her to come closer. As she approached, she saw that the flickering light in the water was not a reflection, but a living thing, a cluster of aquatic flowers with petals like liquid silver, their light dying. "The lumina blossoms are fading," Kalen said, his voice the soft creak of an ancient tree. "Their light is the memory of the Glimmer Glen, the record of all its seasons and stories. If they go out, the glen will forget itself. It will sleep and not wake." He gestured to the ember light in her hand. "You carry a piece of their essence. A lumina seed carried on the wind must have found its way into your wax." Anya looked from the dying blossoms to the small, chiming candle in her hand. Its light was the same silvery hue. "What can I do?" she asked, the loneliness in her chest replaced by a sudden, fierce desire to help. "The light needs a vessel to remember its strength," Kalen explained. "It needs a steady, patient flame to rekindle it. My magic is of growth and water, not of sustained fire. But you are a maker of steady light." He led her to the edge of the stream. The water was warm like bath water. "You must place the imberlite among the blossoms. Its song will remind them of their own." Hesitantly, Anya waded into the shallow stream. The warm water swirled around her boots. She carefully placed the chiming imberlite in the center of the ailing cluster of lumina blossoms. For a moment, nothing happened. Then the chime from the candle swelled into a clear, beautiful note that hung in the warm air. The imberlite's glow brightened, and a thread of silver light stretched out, touching the nearest blossom. Slowly, tremulously, the blossom's faint light steadied. Then it grew brighter. The light spread blossom to blossom like a chain of kindling sparks. Soon the entire patch in the stream was ablaze with soft, silver radiance, their light reflecting off the water and the glowing canopy above, filling the glen with a breathtaking, serene beauty. The imberlite, its task complete, gave one final, soft chime and went dark, its wax now a normal milky white. Anya felt a profound sense of peace wash over her. She had not just saved some flowers, she had helped preserve a memory, a story. Kalen placed a long-fingered hand on her shoulder. "Thank you," he rustled. "You have warmed the heart of the woods tonight." And so began an unexpected friendship that warmed Anya's own heart. She returned to the Glimmerglen often, always bringing a new imberlite as a gift, though none ever chimed like the first. Kalen taught her the names of the glowing plants and the silent, slow language of the stones. He showed her how the moss recorded the passage of time in soft, green layers, and how the stream sang the history of the mountains it had flowed from. In turn, Anya brought stories from the human world, tales of festivals and friendships, of sorrows and joys. She brought the warmth of her craft, and Kalen listened, his luminous eyes soft with understanding. The Glimmerglen became her second home, a place where her quiet nature was not loneliness, but a form of communion. She learned to sit in silence with Kalen for hours, simply watching the light play on the water, feeling a sense of belonging that settled deep in her bones. The journey through the cold woods that first night had transformed her, burning away her isolation and leaving behind a core of connection, as surely as fire transforms wood into light and warmth. One evening, as autumn began to paint the outer woods with fire, Kalen seemed troubled. The light in the canopy seemed dimmer, and the stream's song had a melancholic note. "The great tree, the elder tree whose roots drink from the deepest well of memory, is troubled," Kalen confided. "A shadow has settled in its heartwood, a forgetfulness. If it falls into a deep sleep, the light of the entire Glimmerglen will fade slowly over the seasons." This was a gentle mystery, a malady not of violence, but of neglect, of a story going untold. Anya knew this was a challenge she and Kalen had to face together. They journeyed to the center of the glen, where the elder tree stood. It was vast, its trunk wider than Anya's cottage, and its branches were the source of the glowing canopy. But now the lights in its higher branches flickered uncertainly, and a gray, mossy pallor was spreading up its trunk. "The shadow is a story of loneliness," Kalen said, his voice heavy. "The tree remembers a time when its songs were heard by all the forest. Now it feels forgotten." Anya looked at the great tree, and she saw a reflection of her own former self, a beautiful, steady light burning alone. She knew in her heart what she had to do. It was not a grand gesture, but a small, authentic one. She didn't try to fight the shadow with magic she didn't possess. Instead, she sat down at the base of the great tree, her back against its rough bark. She closed her eyes and began to speak. She told the tree all the stories Kalen had taught her. She whispered the secret names of the glowing plants, she hummed the melody of the stream, she recounted the history written in the moss. She poured every memory of the glen, every moment of wonder and friendship she had experienced there, back into the tree. For hours she spoke, her voice a soft, steady murmur against the ancient bark. Kalen sat beside her, adding his own rustling, whispering magic, weaving her words into the tree's consciousness. Anya's voice grew hoarse, but she did not stop. She lit one of her ordinary ember lights and held it in her cupped hands, its warm, golden glow a small but defiant beacon against the creeping gray. Slowly, subtly, a change began. The gray moss on the trunk began to recede, replaced by the tree's own healthy, glowing lichen. The flickering lights in the high branches began to steady, their glow strengthening and deepening. A warmth began to emanate from the tree itself, a deep, resonant thrum that vibrated through the ground and up through Anya's own body. It was a feeling of gratitude, of remembrance. The shadow was not defeated by force, but dissolved by remembrance and companionship. The elder tree had been reminded that it was not alone, that its story was still being told and cherished. Exhausted but filled with a deep, quiet joy, Anya leaned her head back against the tree. Kalen placed a hand on her arm. "You did not bring a foreign light," he said softly. "You helped it find its own again. That is the truest magic." The transformation within Anya was now complete. She was no longer just a candle maker who lived at the edge of the woods. She was a keeper of its stories, a friend to its secret heart. Her own light, once solitary, now burned in concert with the great, gentle light of the Glimmerglen. As the seasons turned, she continued her craft. But now her candles held more than just scent and light. They held the memory of mossy paths and whispering streams, the warmth of an unexpected friendship, and the quiet strength that comes from knowing one is part of a larger, wonderful story. People who bought her candles from the village market would often remark on how their light seemed particularly comforting, how it cast shadows that danced in a strangely peaceful way, and how its warmth seemed to seep right into the soul. And back in her cottage, with the fire crackling companionably in the hearth, Anya was never lonely. For she knew that just beyond the two ancient oaks, in a hidden glen nestled within nature's deepest embrace, a friend was waiting, and a light that she had helped to rekindle was burning steady and true, a soft, silver ember in the darkness, singing a gentle, endless song of remembrance and peace. And in that knowledge she found a resolution so deep and comforting that it was enough to guide anyone, including herself, toward the most restful of dreams. Story 11. In the quiet valley of Stillwater Meadows, where the rivers moved with the patience of centuries and the hills rose like sleeping giants, there lived a young person named Rowan. Rowan moved through the world as softly as a dandelion seed upon the breeze, so quietly that sometimes even the butterflies would startle when they noticed Rowan standing nearby. Their footsteps made no sound upon the mossy paths, their voice was but a whisper among the rustling leaves, and they carried with them a gentle uncertainty about where they truly belonged in the great tapestry of the world. Rowan's small cottage stood at the edge of a forgotten garden, a place where time seemed to have paused to catch its breath. The garden was neither wild nor tame, but existed in a state of patient waiting. The soil was dark and rich, the hedges grew in soft curves rather than sharp angles, and the air always carried the scent of damp earth and distant rain. It was here that Rowan felt most comfortable, though they couldn't explain why this half-slumbering place called to their quiet soul. One afternoon, as Rowan was tending to a patch of lavender that had grown leggy and weary, they noticed something peculiar happening to their own hands. Where their fingers brushed against the silvery leaves, tiny patterns began to appear upon their skin, delicate tracings that resembled the veins on a moth's wing, shimmering with a soft, pearlescent quality. At first, Rowan thought it was simply pollen caught in the fine hairs of their arms, but when they tried to brush it away, the patterns remained, fading only slowly as the surprise faded from Rowan's heart. This was the first of many changes, each one blossoming as quietly as a moonflower opening in the deep of night. Over the following days, Rowan noticed that their shadows sometimes carried the suggestion of wings, that their hair occasionally caught the light in ways that created rainbow halos, and that when they felt particularly peaceful, the air around them would fill with the faint scent of night-blooming jasmine. Rowan might have been frightened by these gentle transformations, had it not been for the arrival of an elderly gardener who appeared one morning, as if summoned by the garden's need. Her name was Hazel, and she moved with the slow, deliberate grace of an old tree swaying in the wind. Her hands were mapped with the stories of countless seasons, her eyes held the soft light of late afternoon, and when she spoke, her voice carried the soothing rhythm of rainfall on leaves. "Good morning," she said, finding Rowan examining the now faint patterns on their arms. "I see the garden has begun speaking to you." Rowan looked up, startled yet comforted by the gardener's presence. "What do you mean?" Hazel smiled, her wrinkles arranging themselves like the rings of an ancient tree. "Everything in nature undergoes transformations, my dear. The caterpillar becomes the butterfly, the seed becomes the oak, the drop of rain becomes the river. Some changes are visible, some are not. Your garden has recognized something in you that is ready to emerge." She gestured to a corner of the garden where a cluster of chrysalises hung from the bending branches of a willow tree. "See how they wait, they are not impatient. They understand that what happens inside is just as important as what eventually emerges." Under Hazel's gentle guidance, Rowan began to notice how the garden responded to their inner landscape. When Rowan felt uncertain, the flowers would bow their heads slightly, as if in sympathy. When a moment of understanding dawned in Rowan's mind, a new bud would unfurl somewhere in the garden. The colors of the blossoms seemed to shift with Rowan's moods, soft blues when they were contemplative, warm golds when they felt hopeful, gentle purples when peace settled in their heart. Hazel taught Rowan the language of patient growth. "Every transformation requires its own time," she would say, her fingers gently tamping soil around a newly planted seed. "You cannot hurry a rose into blooming, nor can you delay the autumn leaves from turning. The most beautiful changes occur when we stop resisting them." One evening, as fireflies began their luminous dance above the lavender bushes, Hazel showed Rowan a special section of the garden where the soil was particularly dark and rich. "This is where we plant the seeds of becoming," she explained. "Not every seed knows what it will become when it is placed in the earth. Some think they are destined to be daisies only to discover they are sunflowers. Others believe they are simple grasses until they bloom into magnificent lilies." Rowan knelt and pressed a hand to the soil, and as they did, a remarkable thing occurred. From their fingertips emerged tiny, glowing seeds that drifted into the waiting earth. Where each seed landed, a faint light pulsed beneath the soil, as if answering some silent call from Rowan's heart. "Your changes are not something to fear," Hazel said softly. "They are simply you becoming more yourself." As the weeks turned to months, Rowan's transformations continued in gentle waves. Their footsteps began to leave faint impressions of blossoming clover where they walked. Their laughter caused nearby buds to tremble with delight. When they sang quietly to themselves while weeding, the garden seemed to lean closer to catch the melody. There were days when Rowan struggled with these changes, when the unfamiliarity of their own being felt like wearing clothes that didn't quite fit. On one such afternoon, when doubt clouded Rowan's mind like a sudden storm, Hazel found them sitting beneath the willow tree, watching the chrysalises sway in the breeze. "Does it ever feel like too much?" Rowan asked, their voice barely above a whisper. "This becoming." Hazel sat beside them, the scent of sage and patience surrounding her. "All great transformations feel overwhelming at times," she said. "The seed must break open to grow. The caterpillar must dissolve to become the butterfly. The discomfort is not a sign that something is wrong, but that something is happening." She pointed to a chrysalis that had begun to tremble. "Watch." For what seemed like hours, they observed the slow, laborious process of emergence. The struggle was real, the effort immense, but gradually, wonderfully, a new being emerged, damp-winged and trembling, yet radiant in its new form. "See how it rests now," Hazel said. "It understands that the struggle was necessary. Without the resistance, its wings would never have grown strong enough to carry it." This observation became a turning point for Rowan. They began to view their own transformations not as strange occurrences to be worried about, but as natural progressions to be curious about. When new patterns appeared on their skin, they would study them with interest rather than anxiety. When their shadow stretched in unusual ways, they would marvel at its dance rather than fear its shape. The garden, in turn, blossomed in response to Rowan's growing acceptance. Flowers of unprecedented colors began to appear, petals that shifted from dawn pink to twilight blue, blossoms that chimed softly in the wind, leaves that shimmered with dew even on the driest days. The air itself seemed to thicken with magic, and creatures who had long been absent from the garden began to return. Shy deer who came to nibble the enchanted clover, birds who sang harmonies to Rowan's humming, and bees who seemed to dance messages of encouragement. One morning, Hazel brought Rowan a small, plain-looking seed. "This is a seed of potential," she explained. "It will grow into whatever the planter most needs to become. Would you like to plant it?" Rowan took the seed, which felt both heavy and weightless in their palm. That night, as the moon rose like a silver coin in the velvet sky, Rowan went to the special section of the garden and planted the seed with deliberate care. They whispered to it their hopes, their fears, their questions about who they were becoming. Days passed, then weeks. The seed showed no signs of growth, and Rowan practiced patience, tending to it daily, speaking to it, singing to it, sometimes simply sitting in quiet companionship with the buried potential. Then, one morning after a gentle rain, a tiny sprout emerged, a tender green curl that seemed to hold all the promise of the world in its delicate form. As Rowan watched, fascinated, the plant grew with visible speed, not in the frantic way of magic in stories, but with the steady, inevitable pace of a sunrise. It grew into a beautiful, unusual tree with bark that resembled Rowan's own shifting skin patterns, leaves that chimed softly like Rowan's humming, and blossoms that released the same jasmine scent that sometimes surrounded Rowan. But the most remarkable feature stood at the center of the tree, a cocoon woven from silver threads and moonlight, pulsing with a soft, internal light. Hazel joined Rowan as they contemplated this new wonder. "It seems your tree has offered you a gift," she said, her eyes twinkling. "A sacred space for your final transformation." Rowan understood immediately what needed to happen. As the sun began to set, painting the sky in hues of rose and lavender, they approached the tree. The cocoon opened like a flower welcoming the moon, and Rowan stepped inside. What happened within that silver space cannot adequately be described with words, for true transformations occur in the language of the soul. Suffice to say that Rowan experienced the gentle unraveling of all that was no longer needed, and the careful weaving of all that was waiting to be born. They understood in that sacred space that they had always been changing, just as the garden changed with the seasons, just as the river changed its course over time, just as the stars changed their positions in the night sky. When Rowan emerged as the first rays of dawn touched the garden, they were both exactly the same and completely transformed. Their skin now carried the permanent tracings of leaf veins and starlight, their eyes held the shifting colors of the sky at twilight, and from their shoulders emerged wings of light and shadow that could be seen only when they moved with purpose. Hazel was waiting for them, her face radiant with quiet joy. "You see," she said, "the most beautiful transformations are those we stop fighting." Rowan looked around the garden, which had blossomed into breathtaking magnificence during their time in the cocoon. Flowers of impossible colors nodded in the morning breeze, trees heavy with luminous fruit lined the pathways, and the air itself seemed to shimmer with magic and possibility. But the most remarkable change was one that Rowan felt rather than saw, a deep, abiding peace that settled in their bones, the comforting understanding that change was not something to be endured but something to be embraced, that becoming was a continuous process rather than a final destination. As the day warmed, Hazel prepared to leave. "My work here is done," she said, gathering her gardening tools. "When the student is ready, the teacher becomes another flower in the garden." Rowan understood. Hazel wasn't disappearing. She was simply making space for Rowan to become the gardener, the guide, the steady presence for others who might find their way to this magical place. That evening, as Rowan sat beneath their special tree, watching the fireflies perform their luminous ballet, they noticed a young child standing at the garden gate, peering in with wide, uncertain eyes. The child moved with the same quiet hesitation that Rowan once had, their footsteps barely disturbing the dust on the path. Rowan smiled, their hearts swelling with a new kind of understanding. They stood and moved toward the gate, their wings of light and shadow unfolding just enough to catch the last rays of the setting sun. "Welcome," Rowan said, their voice now carrying the music of wind through leaves and water over stones. "I've been waiting for you. Would you like to see the garden?" The child nodded, their eyes filled with both trepidation and wonder. As Rowan led them along the winding paths, they began to share stories of seeds and cocoons, of patient growth and gentle transformations, of the beautiful truth that we are all constantly becoming, and that this ongoing change is not something to fear, but nature's most generous gift. And somewhere in the growing twilight, Hazel smiled, her form now one with the rustling leaves and the scent of blooming flowers, her work complete, her wisdom passed on, her presence forever part of the garden that had learned to celebrate every stage of becoming. The moon rose, the stars emerged, and in the quiet valley of Stillwater Meadows, a new story of gentle metamorphosis was just beginning. Story 12. The fire crackles softly before us, my dear listeners, its orange and gold light dancing across your sleepy faces. Breathe in that scent of cedar and applewood, feel the warmth that chases the evening's chill from your toes. Tonight, as the embers glow and the world outside grows quiet, I shall tell you a story about a different kind of warmth, the kind that is found not just in a hearth, but in the most unexpected of places. Our story begins with a boy named Leo, who lived in a village nestled in a valley where the sun set early behind the great mountains. Leo was a quiet boy, a listener and a watcher, with a mind that loved maps and the precise, predictable patterns of the stars. He found comfort in things he could understand, in lines and charts and facts. But his heart, though he did not always know it, longed for a different kind of knowledge, the kind that is felt rather than learned. Each evening after his studies, Leo would climb the small hill behind his cottage and look up at the sky. He knew the names of every constellation, the paths of the planets. But on this particular evening, as a crisp autumn breeze whispered secrets through the tall grass, he saw something new. Low on the horizon, nestled between the familiar shapes of the archer and the crown, was a faint, shimmering cluster of stars he had never noticed before. They did not form a known constellation. Instead, they pulsed with a soft, warm, reddish-gold light, like a handful of embers tossed into the deep velvet of the night. He fetched his star chart, a great scroll of parchment, but he could find no record of these gentle lights. Night after night he returned. The cluster, which he began to think of as the ember stars, remained, glowing a little more brightly each evening, as if beckoning to him. It was a gentle mystery, a puzzle of light that his books could not solve. One night, a strange thing happened. A single tiny point of light detached itself from the cluster and drifted down, not like a falling star that streaks and vanishes, but like a dandelion seed on a slow, deliberate current of air. Leo watched, his breath caught in his chest, as it floated down, 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 until it landed softly in the palm of his outstretched hand. It was not hot, but wonderfully warm, like a sun-washed pebble. It pulsed with that same reddish-gold light, and as he held it, a feeling of profound peace washed over him. He felt a sudden, inexplicable pull, a calling from the deep, dark expanse of the whispering woods that bordered the village, a place he had always been warned to avoid, for it was said to be tangled, confusing, and full of strange sounds. But the warm ember in his hand seemed to hum in harmony with the woods. It was an invitation. And so, with a courage he didn't know he possessed, Leo packed a small satchel with some bread and cheese, a flask of water, and his warmest woolen scarf. Tucking the glowing ember safely into a little leather pouch that hung around his neck, he stepped from the familiar, lamplit path of his village and into the silent, shadowed embrace of the trees. The first thing he noticed was the sound, or rather, the lack of it. The village sounds, the lowing of cows, the chatter of neighbors, vanished, replaced by a deep, resonant quiet. Then, slowly, his ears adjusted. He heard the soft crunch of his own boots on a carpet of moss and old leaves. He heard the sigh of the wind high in the pine boughs, and the occasional rustle of some small, unseen creature in the undergrowth. The air was cool and smelled of damp earth and pine resin. He walked for what felt like hours, the light from his chestnut-sized ember casting a small, warm pool of light around his feet. The woods were indeed a labyrinth. Twisted roots seemed to grab for his ankles, and thickets of thorny brambles blocked his way. He consulted his compass, but its needle spun lazily, useless. His maps were just paper here. Doubt began to creep into his heart, cold and sharp. What was he doing? He was a boy of charts and logic, lost in a place that defied both. Just as his fear was about to overwhelm him, he heard a new sound, a small, frantic scratching, followed by a whimper of distress. Pushing aside a curtain of hanging ivy, he saw a sight that melted his anxiety away. There, tangled in a thicket of wild briars, was a small, furry creature. It was about the size of a rabbit, with the soft, gray fur of a chinchilla and the delicate, winged ears of a bat. Its most striking feature was a bushy tail that currently fluffed out in alarm, tipped with a tuft of fur that glowed with a soft, blue-silver light, like a captured moonbeam. The creature's large, dark eyes were wide with fear, and it was shivering. Leo's logical mind told him to be cautious, but the warm ember against his chest pulsed gently, and a different feeling rose in him, compassion. "SHHH," Leo said softly, his voice a quiet ripple in the stillness. "It's all right, I won't hurt you." He knelt down, moving slowly and deliberately. The creature watched him, its panicked scratching ceasing. Leo saw that its glowing tail was painfully snared in the thorny vines. He reached into his satchel and pulled out the small, blunt knife he used for sharpening his drawing charcoal. With infinite care he began to slice through the tough stems, one by one, talking to the creature in a low, soothing murmur all the while. "There now," he said. "Just a little more, almost there, you're being so brave." Finally, the last thorny strand snapped. The creature pulled its tail free, shook it out, and then, to Leo's astonishment, it didn't scurry away. Instead, it hopped closer, its nose twitching. It nudged Leo's hand with its head, a gesture of pure gratitude. Its fur was impossibly soft. "You're lost too, aren't you?" Leo whispered. The creature let out a soft, chiming sound, like a tiny bell. It looked at the pouch around Leo's neck, where the ember glowed, and then back at Leo's face. It seemed to understand. It hopped a few paces away, then turned back, its moon-tipped tail waving like a lantern. It was an invitation. And so, an unexpected friendship was forged in the brambles of the Whispering Woods. Leo named his new companion Lumen for the light it carried. Lumen, it turned out, knew the woods. Not in the way of maps and compasses, but in the way of the heart. He led Leo along hidden game trails, under arches of gnarled roots, and across streams that chimed musically over smooth, colored stones. Leo's journey of logic had transformed into a journey of trust. As they traveled deeper, the woods began to change. The trees grew taller and grander, their bark shimmering with a faint, phosphorescent lichen. Giant bioluminescent mushrooms glowed in soft shades of green and purple, illuminating their path. The air grew warmer, carrying the scent of night-blooming jasmine and warm honey. It was a hidden world, nestled so perfectly within the embrace of nature that one could walk within a few feet of it and never know it was there. Lumen's cheerful chiming and his glowing tail were a constant, comforting presence. Leo shared his bread and cheese, and Lumen showed him which berries were safe and sweet, and where the clearest, coldest springs bubbled up from the earth. Leo learned to listen to the woods, to understand that the rustle of leaves could be a warning of a changing path, and that the direction of the moss on the trees was a more reliable guide than any compass. He was learning a new language, the language of the wild, and it was warming parts of his spirit he hadn't known were cold. After a long while, they came to a place where the trees opened up into a wide, circular clearing. In the center of the clearing stood the most magnificent tree Leo had ever seen. It was an ancient oak, so vast that a dozen men holding hands could not have encircled its trunk. Its branches spread out like a canopy over the entire clearing, and hanging from every branch, nestled in the crevices of its bark, and buried among its roots were thousands of glowing stones, each one pulsing with the same gentle, reddish-gold light as the ember in Leo's pouch. This was the heartwood, the source of the light. The air hummed with a deep, peaceful energy. But as they drew closer, Leo saw that something was wrong. The great tree looked weary. Many of its leaves were brown and brittle, and the light from the embedded stones flickered weakly, like a fire struggling for breath. A deep sadness seemed to hang over the clearing. From the base of the great tree, a figure emerged. It was an old badger, her fur grizzled with age, leaning on a gnarled root that served as a walking stick. Her eyes, however, were clear and sharp, and they held a deep, ancient wisdom. "Welcome, Starchild," she said, her voice like the rustle of dry leaves. "And welcome back, little Lumen," we felt the embers return. "I am Alara, the keeper of the Heartwood." Leo bowed his head respectfully. "My name is Lio, the ember it called to me. It led me here." Alara nodded slowly, her gaze falling on the flickering lights of the great tree. "The ember chose you because your heart understands constancy, the steady burn of devotion. The heartwood is fading. Its light, the warmth that sustains this hidden realm, is dimming. We do not know why." Lumen let out a series of worried chimes, nuzzling against the old badger's leg. "The light fades when the stories are forgotten," Alara explained, her voice heavy with sorrow. "This tree is woven from stories, stories of friendship, of kindness, of courage. Each glowing stone holds one. They are the embers of memory, but the world outside grows busy and loud. The quiet stories are being lost, and without them, the light cannot burn." Leo looked around the clearing. He saw other creatures now, peeking from behind trees and from burrows, shy, furry things with luminous eyes, elegant deer with antlers that seemed to be woven from starlight. They all looked to the great tree with hope and fear. He understood then the true nature of his journey. It was not just to find this place, but to help save it. "How can I help?" Leo asked, his voice firm. Alara pointed a claw to the top of the great tree. "There at the very crown is the first ember, the spark from which all other stories were born. It has grown dimmest of all. If its light goes out, the heartwood will fall silent forever, and this hidden world will fade into ordinary shadow. But the way up is no longer clear. The branches are frail, and the path is a mystery even to us." Leo looked up. The tree was immense, its highest branches lost in a soft, glowing haze. It was a climb that would defy all logic and reason. It was a task for a hero from a storybook, not for a quiet boy who loved star charts. The old, cold doubt returned. He was just Leo. What could he do? He felt a small, warm pressure on his hand. Lumen was there, looking up at him with unwavering faith. The little creature's blue-silver light seemed to brighten in the face of the fading gold. He chimed softly, a sound of pure encouragement. And in that moment, Leo understood. He didn't need to be a hero from a story. He just needed to be himself. His transformation was complete. He was no longer just a boy of logic, but a boy who had learned to trust, to be a friend, and to listen to the quiet wisdom of his own heart. He took a deep breath. "I will try," he said. The climb was the most difficult thing he had ever attempted. The branches were indeed brittle, and they creaked alarmingly under his weight. There were no clear handholds, no logical path upwards. He had to feel his way, trusting his instincts, listening to the subtle whispers of the wood. Sometimes a branch would seem strong but would splinter at his touch. Other times, a fragile-looking twig would hold him firm. Lumen fluttered around him, his bell-like chimes guiding Leo, his moonbeam tail lighting the next possible grip in the complex, dark lattice of the branches. Halfway up, Leo's foot slipped. He scrambled, his heart leaping into his throat, his fingers scraping against the rough bark. For a terrifying second, he was hanging by one hand. Below, the clearing was a dizzying swirl of faint light. He was about to fall. Then a strong, smooth branch, one he hadn't even seen, swung gently towards him. He grabbed it, his grip firm. It felt warm and steady. The tree itself was helping him. He was not climbing a thing, he was conversing with a being. He resumed his climb, his fear replaced by a steady, burning determination. Finally he reached the crown. There, nestled in a fork where three great branches met, was the first ember. It was larger than the one he carried, about the size of his fist, but its light was faint and guttering, a pale echo of what it must once have been. Leo didn't know any grand stories of kings and battles. He didn't have an epic tale to tell. So he did the only thing he could think of. He cupped his hands around the fading ember, and he began to speak. He spoke in a soft, steady voice, the voice he used when reading his star charts by candlelight. He told the story of his journey. He told the story of seeing the ember stars for the first time, of the wonder and the mystery. He described the feel of the warm light landing in his hand. He recounted his fear upon entering the woods and the sound of Lumen's distress in the brambles. He told the story of their friendship, of shared bread and cheese, of chiming guidance and a glowing, moonlit tale. He spoke of the hidden world of glowing mushrooms and musical streams, of the wise old badger Alara, and of all the gentle, hopeful creatures in the clearing below. He told the story of the climb, of his fear and his hope, of the way the tree had offered him a branch when he needed it most. He poured all of it into the ember, not as a grand adventure, but as a series of small, authentic moments. The moment of compassion in the thorns. The moment of trust when he decided to follow a strange, glowing creature. The moment of courage when he said, "I will try." As he spoke, something miraculous happened. The ember in his hands began to glow. It started as a faint pulse, then grew stronger, warmer. The reddish gold light swelled, flowing down from his hands, through the branches, like liquid sunlight. It touched every single stone embedded in the great tree. One by one they flared to life, burning steady and true, their light no longer flickering but shining with a brilliant, constant warmth. The light spread through the entire clearing, bathing everything in a golden, cozy radiance. The brown leaves on the heartwood shimmered and turned a vibrant, healthy green. A deep, resonant hum filled the air, a sound of pure, restored joy. From below, Leo heard a chorus of happy sounds, chimes, whistles, and soft calls. He looked down and saw Lumen, a tiny speck of blue-silver, jumping for joy, his chimes the happiest of all. Leo carefully made his way back down, the tree now feeling strong and supportive beneath his hands and feet. When he reached the ground, Alara was waiting for him, her old eyes shining with tears of gratitude. "You did not bring a story from the outside world, Star Child," she said. "You lived one, and in the living you reminded the heartwood of its own essence. You have saved us." Leo smiled, a true warm smile that started deep in his heart. He felt Lumen scramble up his leg and settle on his shoulder, nuzzling his cheek. The little ember in his pouch was now glowing with the same steady, strong light as the great tree. He stayed in the clearing for a little while longer, resting among his new friends. He knew it was time to return home. The journey back through the whispering woods was different. The path was clear and easy, as if the woods themselves were grateful and were guiding him out. The once frightening shadows were now just peaceful patches of darkness, comforted by the memory of the light he carried within him. When he finally stepped from the tree line and saw the familiar lights of his village twinkling below, he felt a profound sense of peace. He looked up at the sky. The ember stars were there, glowing more brightly than ever, a constant, warm presence in the night. From that day on, Leo was changed. He still loved his star charts and his maps, but his heart was larger. He was kinder, more patient, and he always had time to listen to the small, quiet stories of the people around him. And every night without fail he would climb his hill, the warm ember glowing softly against his chest. He would look up at the ember stars, and then over at the dark line of the whispering woods, and he would feel the warmth of a friendship that crossed the boundaries of worlds, a warmth that would burn in his heart for the rest of his days. And so, my dear listeners, as the fire before us settles into a bed of glowing coals, remember that the greatest warmth is often found not in the grandest blaze, but in the steady, enduring glow of a kind act, a loyal friend, or a story told from the heart. Let that warmth fill you now as you close your eyes. The adventure is over, the mystery is solved, and all is well. Let the gentle light of this story guide you into quiet, peaceful dreams. Sleep well. Story 13. The fire crackled softly in the great stone hearth, its warm orange light dancing across the room like a host of tiny, friendly spirits. Shadows waltzed upon the walls, and the scent of burning applewood filled the air with a sweet, smoky perfume. It is in this gentle, flickering light that our story begins, not in a grand castle or a bustling city, but in a quiet, forgotten corner of a vast and whispering forest. There lived a young boy named Rowan, whose heart was as quiet as the woods around him. He was a gentle soul, thoughtful and observant, but he often felt a loneliness as deep and dark as the forest at midnight. While other children in the distant village played games of chase and shouted with laughter, Rowan preferred the company of moss-covered stones and the silent, patient trees. His only true companions were the small, ordinary creatures of the woodland, the busy squirrels, the watchful deer, and the birds that sang their evening songs from the high branches. One evening, as a deep indigo twilight settled over the world and the first stars pricked the sky, Rowan sat on the stump outside his small cottage, feeling the weight of his solitude more keenly than ever. A soft, cool breeze rustled the leaves, carrying with it the scent of damp earth and night-blooming flowers. He hugged his knees to his chest and sighed a small, wistful cloud into the chill air. It was then that he saw it. A light. Not the familiar, cheerful twinkle of a firefly, but a different kind of glow altogether. It was a deep, pulsing amber, the color of a dying ember, and it came from deep within the heart of the oldest, grandest oak tree in the forest, a tree so vast its roots were like great, sleeping serpents, and its branches seemed to hold up the very sky. Curiosity, a feeling he had not felt so strongly in a long time, stirred within him. He slipped off the stump and, moving as quietly as a falling leaf, approached the ancient oak. The light pulsed again, a slow, warm beat that seemed to call to him. He pressed his hand against the rough, gnarled bark, and to his astonishment, his fingers found not solid wood, but a hidden opening, a passageway just large enough for him to squeeze through. Taking a deep breath that smelled of loam and mystery, Rowan stepped inside. The world within the tree was not a hollow, dark space, but an entire realm. He found himself standing at the edge of a vast, underground cavern. The air was warm and hummed with a soft, resonant energy. The ceiling was so high it was lost in shadow, but from it hung thousands upon thousands of tiny, glowing lanterns, each one pulsing with that same gentle, ember-like light. They cast a cozy, russet glow over everything, illuminating a landscape of soft, velvety mosses, tiny streams that chuckled over smooth, round stones, and fungi that spiraled upwards in fantastical shapes of ivory and gold. This was the Glimmer Hold, a secret kingdom of the Fire Keepers. And Rowan was not alone. From behind a large, luminous mushroom, a small creature peered out at him. It was no taller than his knee, with large, luminous eyes the color of honey and ears like a fox's, twitching with curiosity. Its fur was the deep brown of rich soil, and it held in its tiny paws a small, unlit lantern made of what looked like woven willow reeds and polished beetle wing. "Hello," Rowan whispered, his voice barely disturbing the warm, still air. The creature blinked its honey-colored eyes and took a hesitant step forward. "You are not a fire keeper," it said, its voice a soft, rustling sound, like leaves skittering across a forest path. "I'm Rowan," he said. "I live out there." The creature's eyes widened. The outer world, but the veil is only passable when a heart feels a true and deep loneliness. It has been many turnings of the seasons since one of your kind has come through. Rowan felt a strange mix of sadness and wonder. "My name is Pip," the creature said, offering a small, three-fingered hand. "I am a tender. It is my duty to care for the glimmer lights." He held up his empty lantern, "But my light, it has gone out, and I do not know how to rekindle it." Rowan looked at the little lantern. It was beautiful, but dark and cold. All around them the other lanterns pulsed with their warm, comforting glow, but Pip's was a small pocket of shadow. "What happens if a light goes out?" Rowan asked. Pip's ears drooped. "A little of the warmth leaves the Glimmer Hold, the streams run a little colder, the mosses grow a little thinner. If too many go out, the whole kingdom could grow dark and silent forever." He looked up at Rowan, his large eyes filled with a desperate hope. "The stories say that sometimes a heart from the outer world can help. You're kind, you understand fire in a different way, you live with it. Could you help me?" A journey, a mystery, an unexpected friend. Rowan's own lonely heart gave a little leap. He nodded. "I'll try." And so their quest began. Pip explained that the light for the lanterns was not a simple flame. It was a living ember, a spark of pure, gentle warmth that had to be found and nurtured. It could not be taken, it had to be given. Their first clue was an old rhyme, sung by the eldest of the Fire Keepers. "Where the silent stones do weep, and memories are buried deep, the first warm spark is yours to keep." Their path led them away from the cozy central cavern, and down a winding tunnel lined with roots that gleamed like silver thread in the lantern light. The air grew cooler, and the sound of dripping water echoed around them. Soon they came to a vast, underground grotto. In its center was a still, black pool, and surrounding it were great, smooth stones that seemed to weep with condensation. The place felt heavy with a deep, profound sadness. "What memories are buried here?" Rowan asked, his voice hushed. "This is the grotto of letting go," Pip whispered. "The Fire Keepers bring their faded joys and old sorrows here. They whisper them to the stones, and the stones weep for them, so their hearts can be light again." Rowan walked to the edge of the black pool and looked at his reflection. He saw his own lonely face staring back. He thought of all the days he had spent by himself, all the words he had wished to speak but never did. He knelt down and, following an instinct he didn't quite understand, he whispered his loneliness into the still air. He didn't speak to the stones, but simply let the feeling go, releasing it like a bird from a cage. As he did, one of the great weeping stones near him began to glow softly. A single warm tear of light rolled down its smooth surface and pooled on the ground before him. It was a tiny, perfect ember, no bigger than a pea, glowing with a soft, golden light. It pulsed with a warmth that was not of fire, but of comfort. Pip gasped in delight. You found it, the spark of solace. Carefully he unlatched his little lantern and with the utmost care guided the glowing ember inside. It settled at the bottom of the lantern and began to pulse with a slow, steady rhythm, casting a small, warm circle of light around them. Pip's whole small body seemed to relax, and he smiled a wide, grateful smile. Thank you, Rowan. The light from the new spark seemed to push back the grotto's sadness, and Rowan felt a little of his own loneliness dissipate, replaced by the warmth of having helped a friend. Their journey was not over, however. The light in Pip's lantern was weak. It needed more strength to burn true and bright. The second part of the rhyme came to Pip's mind as they walked back through the root-lined tunnel, their new light guiding their way. Then to the chime meadow fly, where laughter's echo does not die, and catch the light from a joyful sigh. The chime meadow was not a meadow of grass and flowers, but a vast field of crystalline flowers that grew from the cavern floor. Each flower was a different length and thickness, and when the warm, gentle winds of the Glimmerhold blew through them, they let out a soft, melodious chiming, 1,000 tiny, glassy notes that filled the air with a sound like happy tears. Firekeepers flitted between them, their movements causing the flowers to chime, and they themselves laughed, a sound like little bells. Laughter's echo, Rowan said, understanding. But how does one catch a joyful sigh? He and Pip stood at the edge of the chiming field, watching. The joy was all around them, a tangible thing in the music and the laughter, but it was as elusive as mist. Maybe we have to make our own, Pip suggested shyly. So they did. At first, it felt a little strange. Rowan told Pip a silly story about a squirrel who thought his own tail was a rival, and Pip giggled, his rustling laugh joining the chimes. Then Pip showed Rowan how to do a little jig that made his large feet look comical, and Rowan found himself laughing, a real, true laugh that bubbled up from his chest. Their shared laughter rose and mingled with the music of the crystals. And then something magical happened. Their combined laughter seemed to coalesce in the air before them, shimmering like a heat haze. It condensed into a second, brighter ember, this one sparkling with hints of silver and gold, the spark of joy. It danced in the air for a moment before Pip, with a delighted chirp, guided it into his lantern. The light within flared, growing stronger and more vibrant, its pulse quickening with a happy energy. With 2 sparks now glowing in his lantern, Pip was practically bouncing with excitement. But the light, while stronger, still flickered uncertainly. It needed one final component to burn steady and true. The final lines of the rhyme came to them then, carried on the chiming winds of the meadow. Last, find the heart that knows no fear, the quiet courage, strong and clear, and your glimmer light will hold all dear. Quiet courage, Rowan asked. What does that mean? Pip's face grew solemn. It is the hardest spark to find. It is not the courage of a great warrior, but the small, steady bravery of facing a fear every day. I think we must go to the Whispering Tunnels. The Whispering Tunnels were far from the warmth and light of the main caverns. As they traveled deeper, the comforting glow of the overhead lanterns grew sparse, and the darkness began to press in. The tunnels here were narrow and twisted, and from the shadows came soft, whispering voices that spoke of doubts and fears. "You are not one of us," a voice hissed from a crack in the wall. "You will be lost here forever, another side from the darkness ahead. Your help is not enough, the light will fail." Pip trembled, his lantern shaking in his hands. The light within flickered wildly, threatened by the oppressive fear of the place. Rowan felt his own heart hammering in his chest. The whispers spoke to his deepest insecurities, that he was an outsider, that he didn't belong, that he would fail his new friend. He wanted to turn back. He wanted to run to the safety of the glowing caverns. But then he looked at Pip, who was looking up at him with wide, terrified eyes, relying on him. Rowan was afraid, but his friendship for the small tender was stronger than his fear. This was his quiet courage. It wasn't about not being scared. It was about doing what was right even when he was terrified. He knelt down, placing a steadying hand on Pip's shoulder. "Don't listen to them," he said, his voice firm despite the tremor in it. "We are friends, we are helping each other. That light is real, our friendship is real, that is stronger than any shadow." He spoke the words as much for himself as for Pip. As he affirmed their bond and their purpose, a wonderful thing happened. From his own chest, from the very core of that quiet, steadfast courage, a third ember began to glow. It was a deep, steady blue at its heart, surrounded by a warm, white light, the spark of courage. It was not bright and flashy, but it burned with an unwavering, reliable intensity. With a final, determined gesture, Rowan guided this third and final spark into Pip's lantern. The transformation was immediate and breathtaking. The three sparks, solace, joy, and courage, swirled together inside the lantern, merging into one single, magnificent flame. It was no longer just an ember, but a true glimmer light, burning with a warm, golden-white radiance that was both powerful and profoundly peaceful. It pushed back the shadows of the whispering tunnels, and the fearful voices faded away into nothing, silenced by its pure, steady glow. Pip held the lantern aloft, his face filled with a joy so deep it was beyond words. The light did not just illuminate the path, it seemed to heal the very air around them, filling it with a sense of safety and profound peace. "You did it, Rowan," Pip said, his rustling voice thick with emotion. "You restored the light." Together they made their way back to the heart of the Glimmerhold. As Pip placed his now brilliant lantern back in its place among the thousands of others, a wave of renewed warmth and energy flowed through the entire cavern. The other lights seemed to burn a little brighter, the streams chuckled a little more merrily, and the mosses looked a richer, deeper green. The hidden world was safe, its heart rekindled. It was time for Rowan to go. He stood once more before the veil, the hidden doorway in the ancient oak. "Will I ever be able to come back?" he asked Pip, a hint of his old loneliness returning at the thought of leaving this magical place and his first true friend. Pip smiled, his honey-colored eyes glowing in the light of his lantern. "The veil opens for a lonely heart," he said. "But it also opens for a heart that has found its warmth and carries it within. You are a firekeeper now, too, Rowan. Your own heart holds the sparks. You will always be able to find your way back, and I will always be here." With a final warm hug that felt like being embraced by sunlight, Rowan stepped back through the veil and into the cool night air of the outer forest. He stood for a moment, the scent of applewood smoke from his cottage chimney greeting him. He looked up at the sky, at the countless stars, and he no longer felt small or alone. He felt the warmth of the three sparks glowing within his own chest, the solace of letting go, the joy of shared laughter, and the quiet courage of friendship. He walked back to his cottage, the fire in the hearth having burned down to a deep bed of glowing embers. They pulsed softly, mirroring the steady, warm rhythm he now felt in his own soul. He added a log, and as the flames caught and curled lovingly around the new wood, he knew he was not just tending a fire in the hearth, but the one in his heart. He had been on a journey that had transformed him, as surely as fire transforms wood. He had discovered a hidden world, forged an unexpected friendship, and solved a gentle mystery. He had grown from a lonely boy into someone who understood that the truest magic, the warmest light, is that which we kindle and share with others. And as he settled by the fireside, watching the flames dance their eternal, soothing dance, he felt a peace so deep and complete that it was like a lullaby for the soul. The story was over, the journey complete, the warmth secure. The crackling of the fire was a gentle promise that no night is too dark, and no heart is too lonely, that cannot be comforted by the light we carry within and the friends we find along the way. So now close your eyes and let that same warmth carry you into a land of soft shadows and sweet dreams, where all stories end in peace and all hearts are full of light. Story 14. In a quiet valley nestled between sleeping mountains, there lived a young person named Rowan whose skin shimmered with the faint, shifting colors of dawn and dusk. Rowan lived in a small cottage with windows that faced east and west, catching both the first and last light of day, and tended a garden that responded not to seasons or weather, but to the quiet movements of the heart. For as long as Rowan could remember, small changes had visited their body like gentle guests. When contentment settled in their chest, their fingertips would glow with soft gold light. When curiosity stirred, tiny silver patterns like fern frost would appear along their arms. And when sorrow touched them, as sorrow sometimes does, their skin would take on the deep blue of twilight with pinpricks of light that resembled distant stars. These changes had always frightened Rowan, who longed for the steady sameness they observed in others. One evening, as Rowan sat watching their garden, where the flowers had closed themselves into tight buds for many weeks, they noticed an unusual light dancing between the trees at the edge of their property. Following it, they discovered an old woman with hair the color of moonlight and eyes that held the warmth of countless summers. She was kneeling beside a patch of earth, her hands coaxing a single white blossom from soil that had appeared barren moments before. "Some seeds," the woman said without looking up, her voice like the rustle of leaves, "wait for the right moment to remember they contain life." Rowan hesitated, then asked, "Why does my garden refuse to bloom?" The woman, who introduced herself as Alara, smiled. "Gardens like this one mirror the gardener, what refuses to bloom within you, dear one." Over tea that tasted of honey and wild thyme, Rowan confessed their fear of the changes that visited their body. "I want to be steady, constant, like the old oak tree at the meadow's edge." Alara placed a warm, weathered hand over Rowan's. "Even the oak changes," she said gently. "It sheds leaves, grows new ones, expands its rings year by year. The most beautiful transformations are often the ones we cannot see immediately." The next morning, Rowan woke to find delicate green vines with heart-shaped leaves tracing patterns up their forearms. Panic fluttered in their chest, and the vines darkened slightly. Remembering Alara's words, Rowan took a deep breath and instead of resisting, simply observed the gentle growth. To their astonishment, small buds formed along the vines, and when Rowan whispered, "It's all right, you can stay," one bud unfurled into a perfect white flower that smelled of rain and earth. This small victory, this first acceptance, brought Alara to Rowan's door just as the sun was climbing over the mountains. She carried with her a small velvet pouch containing seeds that shimmered like captured moonlight. "These are understanding seeds," she explained. "They will only grow when planted with honesty." Rowan took the seeds to the garden, but hesitated. What truth did they have to offer this magical soil? Kneeling, they whispered, "I'm afraid of what I'm becoming." Nothing happened. Then, digging a little deeper, they added, "And I'm curious too." A faint silver glow emanated from the soil. Emboldened, Rowan continued, "I wonder if these changes might be beautiful rather than frightening." At these words, the seeds suddenly sprouted, pushing through the earth with determined green shoots that grew into plants with leaves like satin and flowers that changed color depending on how the light touched them. As days turned to weeks, Rowan noticed their relationship with change beginning to shift. When anxiety made their skin take on the texture of birch bark, they would breathe deeply and trace the patterns, discovering they could find calm in simply acknowledging the transformation. Each time they welcomed rather than resisted these changes, their garden responded. A new flower would bloom, a fruit would ripen, or a climbing plant would stretch further up the cottage walls. One afternoon, a particularly challenging emotion visited Rowan, a deep longing for something they couldn't name. This time, rather than the usual skin-deep changes, Rowan felt something different happening within. It was as if their entire being was folding inward, creating a quiet, protected space. They found themselves drawn to the window seat, wrapping a soft quilt around their shoulders as they watched the world outside. Alara appeared at the garden gate, as if summoned by this inward turning. "Ah," she said softly, "the cocoon time." Rowan looked at her with questioning eyes. "Cocoon." "Every living thing needs periods of turning inward," Alara explained, sitting beside them. "Caterpillars weave cocoons, seeds rest in darkness, bears sleep through winter. This is not emptiness, it is preparation." So Rowan allowed themselves this quiet time. They spent days reading, sketching, sipping tea, and simply being. Their skin took on a pearlescent quality, reflecting the soft light of their cottage. The garden, in response, grew protective plants around the perimeter, tall sunflowers that stood like gentle sentinels, and lavender bushes that released their calming scent when breezes passed through. During this cocoon time, Rowan began to notice subtle shifts in their perception. Colors appeared more vibrant, sounds more distinct, and they found beauty in ordinary moments, the way steam curled from a teacup, the pattern of shadows on the floor, the sound of rain against the window pane. These small awakenings felt like tiny cracks of light appearing in their protective shell. One morning, Rowan woke with a profound sense of something waiting to emerge. They went into the garden where Alara was already waiting, her presence as natural and expected as the sunrise. "Today," Alara said, "you remember what you've always been." Rowan stood in the center of the garden, now overflowing with blossoms in every color imaginable. Flowers that shimmered with dew-like crystals, plants with leaves that changed from emerald to sapphire as they moved, fruits that glowed with inner light. As Rowan breathed in the fragrant air, they felt the protective layer they'd built around themselves begin to soften and dissolve. What emerged wasn't a dramatic, sudden change, but a gentle unfolding. Rowan's skin settled into a soft luminescence, like moonlight on water, with the capacity to show shifting colors that moved in rhythm with their breathing. Their hair had taken on the appearance of woven light and shadow, and when they moved, small motes of light trailed behind them like benevolent fireflies. But the most beautiful transformation was one only Rowan could feel, a deep, abiding peace with the ever-changing nature of their being. They understood now that they weren't meant to be constant like the oak tree, but fluid like the stream that sang through the valley, always moving, always becoming. Alara approached, her eyes misty with what looked like both joy and farewell. "The student becomes the teacher," she said softly. "Not by replacing the old teacher, but by becoming a new one." Rowan understood. Alara's work was complete, and a new chapter was beginning. They embraced, and when Rowan pulled back, Alara was gone, though the garden seemed to hold the echo of her warmth. In the days that followed, Rowan's cottage became a place of quiet pilgrimage for others who experienced unusual changes. A child whose laughter made flowers bloom wherever they stepped. An elder whose wisdom caused crystals to form in geometric patterns along their walking path. A young artist whose paintings shifted with their moods. Rowan welcomed them all, offering tea and listening without judgment. They shared what they had learned, that changes which seem frightening often contain hidden beauty, that turning inward is not retreat but preparation, and that the most magical gardens grow from self-acceptance. One evening, as fireflies began their dance above the meadow, Rowan sat on the cottage porch watching a young visitor, a person whose hair changed color with each new thought, tentatively touch a plant that had responded to their presence by growing crystalline flowers. "Will I ever stop changing?" the young person asked, their voice filled with the same fear Rowan had once known. Rowan smiled, their skin shimmering with soft rose and gold hues. "I hope not," they said gently. "The changes are how we know we're alive. They are the universe's way of reminding us that we're always becoming, always growing." The young person considered this, and as they did, their hair shifted from anxious gray to curious blue. A night-blooming flower nearby began to open, releasing a scent like vanilla and starlight. Rowan looked out at their garden, now filled with plants that had grown in response to countless emotions, challenges, and triumphs. Each blossom, each leaf, each fruit told a story of transformation. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of orange and violet that mirrored the colors currently dancing across Rowan's skin. Somewhere in the gathering twilight, Rowan sensed rather than saw Alara's presence, a warmth at the edge of perception, a whisper of approval on the evening breeze. The story ends here, but only for now, as all good stories must pause before new chapters begin. And in the quiet of the valley, under a sky filling with stars, Rowan's garden continues to grow, each new blossom a testament to the beautiful, ongoing transformation of a heart learning to embrace its own unique becoming. Story 15. In a quiet valley cradled between two sleeping mountains, there lived a young person named Rowan, whose heart was as soft as morning dew, and whose footsteps fell as lightly as whispered secrets. Rowan's world was painted in gentle grays and muted blues, not from any lack of color in the world around them, but from a quiet uncertainty that lingered within, like a fog that refused to lift. Rowan lived in a small cottage with a garden that had once belonged to their grandmother. It was a place of tangled vines and sleeping earth, where memories grew wild and unchecked. Each day Rowan would walk among the dormant flower beds, their hands tucked deep into their pockets, feeling as though they too were waiting for something to wake. One cool autumn evening, as the last light bled from the sky and the first star pricked the twilight, Rowan noticed a small, silvery seed resting in the palm of their hand. They hadn't picked it up, it had simply appeared, smooth and cool, glowing with a faint, milky light. Puzzled but not afraid, Rowan tucked it into a tiny pouch and hung it by the window, where moonlight could kiss it goodnight. The next morning, as Rowan stepped into the garden, something had changed. Overnight, a single vine had sprouted near the old stone bench, a vine with leaves like silver satin and tiny buds that seemed to hold light within them. And when Rowan drew near, one of the buds unfurled into a flower the color of dawn, soft rose at its heart, bleeding into gold at the edges. It was a color Rowan had never seen before, and it filled them with a quiet wonder. That same day, an old woman appeared at the garden gate. Her hair was the white of winter's first snow, and her eyes held the deep, knowing calm of forest pools. She introduced herself as Alara, a traveler who had once known Rowan's grandmother. "I've come to help the garden remember," she said, her voice like the rustle of leaves. "And perhaps to help you remember, too." Under Alara's gentle guidance, Rowan began to tend the garden in earnest. At first their touch was hesitant, their movements uncertain. But Alara showed them how to listen, to the soil, to the plants, to the quiet rhythm of their own breath. "Every seed holds a dream," she would say, her hands cupping a handful of dark, fragrant earth. "And every dream needs patience to unfold." As days turned to weeks, Rowan began to notice small, peculiar changes. Whenever a moment of clarity or kindness bloomed in their heart, a memory of their grandmother's laugh, the simple joy of a sun-warmed stone, the garden responded. A cluster of bluebells would chime softly in the breeze, their color deepening from pale sky to rich sapphire. A patch of moss would spread, velvety and green, where Rowan had knelt to pull a weed with newfound determination. But the most wondrous change was the one Rowan discovered within themselves. One morning, as they stood before the small mirror in the cottage, they noticed a delicate, lace-like pattern tracing across their skin, like the veins of a leaf or the frost on a winter window. It was not startling or frightening, but beautiful, shimmering with a soft, inner light that shifted with their emotions. When they felt calm, it glowed like pearl. When they felt brave, it pulsed with the gold of afternoon sun. Elara smiled when Rowan showed her. "Ah," she said, her eyes crinkling at the corners. "The garden is not the only thing awakening." Rowan learned that the silvery seed they had found was a heart seed, a rare and magical thing that only appeared to those on the brink of transformation. It was tied to Rowan's own emotional landscape, and as Rowan grew, so too would the garden, and so too would the beautiful, gentle markings that now adorned their skin. There were days, of course, when the fog of uncertainty returned. On those days the garden seemed to still itself, the colors of the flowers softening to pastel hues, as if in sympathy. And Rowan's own markings would fade to a faint, shimmering outline, waiting. During one such gray afternoon, Rowan confessed to Elara a deep-seated fear, that they were not strong enough, not certain enough, to fully become whatever it was they were meant to be. That they were a seed afraid to break its shell. Elara led them to a quiet corner of the garden, where a large, milk-white pod hung from the bough of an ancient willow. It was a cocoon, she explained, woven by a creature of moonlight and longing. "It looks like a closed door, doesn't it?" she murmured. "But inside, a miracle is at work. It is not a place of hiding, but a place of becoming. There is no rushing it. The caterpillar does not fret that it is taking too long to grow its wings. It simply trusts the process." Her words settled in Rowan's heart like a soothing balm. That night Rowan sat in the garden as the moon rose, full and luminous, and made a decision. They would trust the process, too. The next morning they awoke with a new sense of purpose. They walked into the garden and began to work, not with haste, but with a steady, gentle rhythm. They cleared a patch of ground for a new bed, their hands sure and confident in the soil. They hummed an old tune their grandmother had loved, and as they did, a trail of tiny, star-like flowers sprang up in their footsteps, glowing with a soft, silver light. It was a small victory, but it felt immense. With each passing day, Rowan claimed another small piece of themselves. They planted a circle of lavender, and its soothing fragrance filled the air whenever they felt peaceful. They built a small fountain from river stones, and its gentle burble echoed the newfound flow of their thoughts. They even began to sketch in a journal, drawing the garden and the strange, beautiful patterns on their skin, and as they did, they found words beginning to flow, too, poems and stories that had been waiting deep inside. Elara was often there, appearing with a warm loaf of bread or a cup of spiced tea, just when Rowan needed a moment of rest. She never gave direct answers, but instead offered questions that were like keys. "What does the color of that flower tell you?" Or, "How does the soil feel between your fingers today?" The garden flourished in response to Rowan's inner growth. It became a tapestry of living color and light. Vines heavy with glowing fruit draped over arbors. Flowers in shades of understanding blue and courageous crimson bloomed in profusion. The air itself seemed to shimmer with a gentle magic, and creatures of myth and wonder began to visit. Shy, fox-like beings with coats of moss, and butterflies with wings that looked like stained glass. One evening, as the season turned and the air grew crisp with the promise of frost, Rowan stood in the center of the garden and knew, with a certainty that felt as deep and solid as the earth itself, that their transformation was complete. The patterns on their skin now glowed with a steady, warm light, like a lantern seen through frosted glass. They were no longer the uncertain soul who had walked with downcast eyes. They were a gardener, a dreamer, a weaver of light and growth. Alara joined them, her presence a comforting warmth in the twilight. "The heartseed has blossomed," she said softly, pointing to the vine by the stone bench. There, where the first dawn-colored flower had bloomed, now hung a single perfect fruit, shaped like a teardrop and glowing with a soft, inner radiance. "What happens now?" Rowan asked, their voice steady and clear. "Now," Alara said, her smile gentle, "you take the fruit and you plant its seeds. Not here, for this garden is fully awake, but elsewhere, in other sleeping places for other sleeping hearts." Rowan understood. This was not an ending. It was a beginning. The following morning, with the first light of dawn spilling over the mountains, Rowan harvested the glowing fruit. Inside, they found a handful of new heart seeds, each one shimmering with potential. They packed a small satchel filled with gifts from the garden, a vial of morning dew, a pouch of fragrant soil, a cutting from the silver vine. At the gate, they turned for one last look. The garden was a symphony of color and life, a testament to patience and self-discovery. It was their first masterpiece, but not their last. With a deep, calm breath, Rowan stepped onto the path that led out of the valley and into the wider world. Their footsteps were sure now, and with each step, tiny star-like flowers bloomed in the earth behind them, marking the trail with light. They were a gardener of souls now, a tender of dreams, and their own gentle metamorphosis was the first of many they would midwife into being. The journey was just beginning, and the world was full of sleeping gardens, waiting for a touch, a seed, a story to wake them. Story 16. The village of Stillwater was a place where the extraordinary was simply part of the everyday. It nestled in a gentle valley where the river ran slow and deep, and the air always smelled of damp earth, pine needles, and the sweet smoke from countless hearths. Its most famous feature was the clock tower that knits, a whimsical stone structure whose four faces didn't tell the time of day, but the time of year, one for the budding of spring leaves, one for the height of summer sun, one for the blush of autumn, and one for the depth of winter's sleep. And every hour, instead of a chime, it played a soft, clicking melody, like the sound of knitting needles at work. The keeper of the tower was a young woman, the village baker, whose hands were as deft with dough as they were with winding the tower's intricate, botanical gears. She was a quiet soul, with eyes the color of a twilight sky, and a heart that listened more than it spoke. The peculiar happening began on a Tuesday, with the gentle rain pattering a rhythm on the slate roofs. It was a small thing at first. The baker, pulling a tray of star anise cookies from her oven, noticed that the vibrant crimson of the geraniums on her windowsill had faded to a pale, dusty gray. She thought little of it, blaming the lack of sun. But later, as she delivered a basket of rosemary bread to the elderly mapmaker, she saw that his prize-winning roses, usually a bold, velvety purple, were now a washed-out lavender. By the next morning, the peculiarity had bloomed into a full-blown mystery. The entire village was losing its color. The emerald moss on the north side of the cottages became a dull olive. The brilliant yellow of the sunflowers in the community garden turned to a pale cream. The deep blue of the river seemed to thin, as if someone were stirring milk into it. The world was being washed in a watercolor of muted tones. There was no fear in Stillwater, only a profound and curious unease. The villagers gathered in the square, their usually vibrant clothes now looking like faded laundry. The rain had softened to a mist, and the only sounds were the plink-plink of water droplets from the oak leaves, and the gentle, rhythmic click-clack-click from the clock tower that knits. "It's as if the rainbow is tired," murmured the toymaker, looking at his once scarlet rocking horse, now the color of a faded rose. The baker listened, her empathetic nature tuning to the worry humming beneath their words. She noticed that the only things that seemed immune were the things not of nature, the painted signs, the dyed wool, the stained glass window in the library. It was the living color that was seeping away. Her first clue came from the oldest villager, a woman so ancient she remembered when the river changed its course. She sat on her porch, shelling peas that were now a pale green instead of a vibrant jade. She hummed an old nursery rhyme, one every child in Stillwater knew. When the world grows pale and wan, find the thread where it's begun. Not in sky nor in the stream, but in the heart of a silent dream. Follow the map the starlight drew, and mend the knit with morning's dew. The villagers had always thought it a nonsense rhyme, a bit of silly verse to sing while skipping rope. But the baker, with her observant eyes, felt the words settle in her mind like a key searching for a lock. A map drawn by starlight. She thought of the old map maker, who was now fretting over his own colorless garden. She found him in his study, surrounded by curling parchments. A star map, he mused, scratching his chin. I have many maps of the land, the river, even the underground springs, but the stars. His eyes lit up. Ah, but there is one, an antique, more art than navigation. He unrolled a large, brittle vellum scroll. It was a beautiful, intricate map of the night sky as seen from Stillwater Valley, but the constellations were not connected by lines. Instead, they were connected by a delicate, embroidered thread of silver that ran through each star, weaving them together in a complex pattern that looked strangely familiar to the baker. It's like a knitting pattern, she whispered. The click-clack-click from the tower seemed to answer her. This was their first red herring, though a delightful one. Believing the map was literal, the baker and a few others decided they must find the place in the woods that mirrored the constellation pattern. They followed the map to a small, hidden glen where fireflies danced even in the daytime. The glen was beautiful, filled with soft, phosphorescent moss and flowers that chimed softly in the breeze. They had discovered a new, magical corner of their world, a place of gentle music and light, but the colors did not return. The mystery deepened. Back in the village, the baker felt a tug of frustration, not at the failure, but at her own inability to see what was right in front of her. She sat on a bench near the tower, listening to its peaceful knitting melody and watching the misty rain. She closed her eyes and let her other senses take over. She heard the wind chimes on the tea shop porch tinkling a random, sweet tune. She smelled the wet stone of the tower. She felt the cool, damp air on her skin. And then she heard it. A slight dissonance. A tiny, almost imperceptible skip in the rhythm of the clock tower that knits. It wasn't playing its usual smooth, looping melody. It would click-clack, hesitate, and then click again. Her eyes flew open. Find the thread where it's begun, the rhyme said, and mend the knit. It wasn't a map of stars they needed. It was the tower itself. The clock tower that knits wasn't just telling the time of the seasons, it was knitting them. It was weaving the very fabric of their world, the growth, the decay, the light, and the color. And its rhythm was broken. She rushed to the base of the tower and began to carefully inspect the enormous, exposed gears. They were carved from ancient oak and inlaid with moonstones that glowed with a soft light. She traced the pathways where color should be flowing like liquid light through the mechanism, but it was faint, sluggish. Following the path backwards, her keen eyes finally found the source of the trouble. A single crucial gear, the one that governed the dye of autumn's palette, was jammed. A resilient, silvery spiderweb, glistening with rain, had woven itself into the teeth of the gear, and a small, stunned bumblebee, seeking shelter from the rain, was trapped within the web, its faint buzzing a cry of distress. The baker didn't simply brush the web away. She understood. This wasn't a malicious act, it was a simple accident of nature. The spider was only building its home, the bee was only seeking refuge. With infinite patience and empathy, she used a feather from her pocket to gently coax the dazed bee onto her finger. She carefully carried it to a nearby foxglove, its bells now a pale imitation of their usual purple, and set it down safely. Then with the same feather she delicately cleared the silken threads from the gear, admiring the spider's beautiful, doomed work even as she dismantled it. For a moment nothing happened. Then with a deep, resonant click that sounded through the entire valley, the gear shifted. The skipped beat in the melody vanished, and the tower's song returned to its perfect, harmonious rhythm. Click-clack, click-clack. And then the color returned. It did not come back in a flash, but as a slow, gentle tide. It started from the tower itself, the gray stone warming to a honey gold. The color flowed outwards, seeping into the moss on the cottages, restoring its deep emerald hue. It washed over the gardens, and the roses bloomed again in their royal purple, the sunflowers becoming brilliant gold once more. The river deepened to its proper sapphire blue. The world was repainted before their astonished and joyful eyes. The villagers who had gathered around erupted into cheers and laughter. The mystery was solved. But the resolution brought more than just the return of color. It brought a new understanding. They now knew their world was even more intimately connected than they had imagined. The gentle living clock that governed their lives needed their care and observation. The baker explained what had happened, and the community decided then and there to form a tower tender guild, a rotating group of villagers who would lovingly maintain the clock, ensuring its rhythm never faltered again. The old nursery rhyme was painted onto a plaque at the tower's base, no longer a nonsense verse, but a reminder of the day they learned to listen to the heart of their home. That evening, as a proper, colorful sunset painted the sky in strokes of orange, pink, and violet, the whole village shared a feast in the square. The baker had baked a magnificent cake, iced in all the colors of the rainbow. The sound of laughter mingled with the click-clack of the tower, the gentle ring of wind chimes, and the soft patter of a rain that now seemed to gleam with prismatic light. And as the velvet night drew in, the stars emerged, bright and clear. The baker looked up at the constellation map, now understanding its true meaning. It wasn't a map to a place, but a diagram of connection, a reminder that every star, every flower, every person in Stillwater was a thread in a beautifully knitted whole. And as she listened to the peaceful, rhythmic song of the mended tower, she knew that all was well, and that the village of Stillwater would slumber, wrapped in the cozy, colorful blanket of a mystery solved, and a community bound closer than ever before. Story 17. Story 18. Story 19. Story 20. Story 21. Story 22. Story 23. Story 24. Story 25. 26. Story 27. Story 28. Story 29. Story 30. Story 31. Story 32. Story 33. Story 34. Story 35. Story 36. 37. Story 38. Story 39. Story 40. Story 41. Story 42. Story 43. Story 44. Story 45. In a corner of the galaxy where stardust painted the skies with hues of lavender and gold, there existed a quaint little planet named Luminara. This planet was home to the lumens, gentle beings who glowed softly in the dark, their light a beacon of warmth and kindness. They thrived in harmony, living amidst forests of shimmering crystal trees and lakes that reflected the swirling galaxies above. One evening, as the lumens prepared for their nightly glow gathering, a time when they would sing and share stories, a peculiar event disrupted the gentle rhythm of their lives. A streak of fiery light tore through the velvet sky, crashing into the heart of their tranquil forest. The lumens, curious and concerned, gathered around the smoking crater that had formed amidst the crystal trees. From the crater emerged a creature unlike any they had ever seen. It was a mechanical being, a construct of metal and wires, with eyes that flickered like tiny screens. It was a Arzan, a species known across the cosmos for their technological prowess and analytical minds. Its name was Quarren, and it had crash-landed on Luminara due to a navigation error in its spaceship. The Lumens, despite their initial apprehension, approached Quarren with gentle curiosity. Their leader, a wise elder named Solara, extended a glowing hand in greeting. "Welcome, traveler," she said, her voice as soothing as a lullaby. "You are among friends here." Quarren, though grateful for the hospitality, felt out of place. The Arzan were a solitary species, and the concept of friendship was as foreign to it as the lush, vibrant world it now found itself in. It communicated through a series of beeps and mechanical whirs, which the Lumens found both fascinating and perplexing. Despite their differences, Solara invited Quarren to stay and recover. The Lumens, in their gentle way, offered their help in repairing its ship. Quarren, though hesitant, accepted, knowing it had little choice but to rely on these strange, glowing beings. Days turned into weeks, and as the Lumens worked to help Quarren rebuild its spaceship, they also shared their world with it. They showed Quarren the beauty of Luminara, the way the crystal leaves sang in the wind, the way the moonlight danced upon the lakes. In return, Quarren shared its knowledge of the stars and the stories of its travels through the cosmos. Yet misunderstandings were inevitable. The Lumens, who thrived on emotion and intuition, often found Quarren's logical nature perplexing. One day, as they gathered by the lakeside, a young Lumen named Lyra expressed her sadness over a wilting crystal tree. Quarren, in its analytical way, suggested cutting it down to make room for new growth. Lyra was taken aback, interpreting Quarren's suggestion as cold and unfeeling. Solara, sensing the tension, gently intervened. "Quarren did not mean to hurt you, Lyra," she soothed. "To the Arzan, logic is their language, just as light is ours. Let us listen with understanding, and we might learn something new." Quarren, realizing its mistake, attempted to explain. "In my world, we seek efficiency and order. I did not understand the emotional bond you share with the trees. I am sorry if I caused you distress." Lyra, with Solara's guidance, began to see beyond Quarren's mechanical exterior. "Perhaps," she said softly, "we can learn from each other. You teach us about the stars, and we will teach you about the heart." As time passed, Quarren began to understand the Lumens in ways it never expected. It learned to appreciate the beauty of emotion, the strength and vulnerability. In turn, the Lumens adopted some of Quarren's logical insights, finding ways to strengthen their homes and improve their community. Their bond deepened when a sudden storm threatened Luminara. Dark clouds loomed, and fierce winds howled through the crystal trees. The Lumens, unaccustomed to such violent weather, were frightened. Quarren, with its knowledge of technology, suggested constructing a temporary shelter using materials from its spaceship. Together, Lumens and Arzan worked side by side, their efforts a testament to their growing friendship. Quarren's careful calculations ensured the shelter was strong, while the Lumens infused it with their light, creating a space of warmth and safety. As the storm raged outside, they huddled together, sharing stories and laughter, their fears dissipating in the glow of their companionship. Quarren, feeling a strange warmth in its circuits, realized it had found something it never knew it was missing, a sense of belonging. When the storm finally passed, leaving the air crisp and clean, Quarren's ship was finally ready. The Lumens gathered to bid farewell, their hearts heavy yet full of gratitude for the lessons learned and the bonds forged. Before departing, Quarren addressed the Lumens, its voice filled with newfound emotion. "I came to your planet as a stranger, and I leave as a friend. You have taught me the beauty of connection, the power of understanding. For that, I am eternally grateful." Solara smiled, her light brighter than ever. "And you have shown us the stars, Quarren. May your journey be safe, and may you carry our light with you wherever you go." With that, Quarren's ship ascended into the azure skies, its path marked by the shimmering luminescence of its newfound friends. The Lumens watched until the ship was but a speck against the vast tapestry of the universe, their hearts aglow with the knowledge that true friendship transcends all boundaries, be they of stars, species, or worlds. And so, in the gentle embrace of Luminara's nights, the Lumens continued their glow gatherings with stories of a mechanical being who taught them to see the stars and themselves anew. Story 46. Story 47. Story 48. Story 49. Story 50. Story 51. Story 52. Story 53. Story 54. Story 55. Story 56. Story 50. Story 58. Story 59. The village of Bramble Hollow nestled in a valley where twilight lingered like a contented sigh. Every chimney puffed cinnamon-scented smoke, and lanterns shaped like dandelion seeds cast buttery light on cobblestone paths. Young Milo, with eyes like polished acorns and a patchwork satchel always at his side, first noticed the strangeness one dewy morning. Overnight, every front gate in the village had sprouted identical clusters of moon-pale mushrooms not harmful, but perfectly circular, glowing faintly as if storing starlight. Like tiny fairy tables. Mrs. Gable whispered, brushing flour from her apron as villagers gathered, murmuring in puzzlement. 2 nights later, the mystery deepened. All the copper wind chimes hanging from porches played the same 3-note lullaby at dawn, though no breeze stirred. Old Man Hemlock's prize-winning sunflowers now faced west instead of east, their golden heads bowed as if sharing a secret. A gentle unease settled over Bramble Hollow. "It's not mischief," declared Milo, tracing a glowing mushroom cap with his fingertip. "It feels thoughtful, like someone's trying to say hello but forgot how." Milo decided to solve the riddle. That evening he packed his satchel with a honey cake wrapped in wax paper, a woolen blanket, and his most important tool, grandfather's magnifying glass, its brass rim warm with memory. He nestled beneath the ancient whispering willow by the duck pond, its leaves sighing advice only patient ears could hear. As moonlight silvered the pond, ripples formed without wind, swirling into intricate spirals. Suddenly, a small creature emerged no taller than Milo's hand with skin like river-smooth pebbles and hair of woven reeds. It carried a hollowed acorn cup, dipping it delicately into the water. Milo held his breath. A water nymph. Grandfather's stories were true. The nymph froze, eyes wide as dewdrops. Milo slowly unwrapped the honey cake, breaking off a crumb and placing it on a lily pad. The nymph tilted its head, then skated across the water to claim it. With gestures as fluid as the current, it pointed toward the northern woods, then mimed, dropping tiny seeds. "You're planting the mushrooms," Milo whispered. The nymph nodded, then vanished beneath the surface, leaving only a shimmer. The next clue came from Orla, the moss-bearded tortoise who napped by the library's warmth vents. "Saw shimmer dust near the wind chimes," she rumbled, blinking slowly. "Not pixies, too quiet." Following her advice, Milo sprinkled fine oat flour around Widow Peony's porch that night. At dawn, delicate, webbed footprints glowed in the flour, leading straight to the hollow oak near the sunflower patch. Inside the oak's knotted trunk, Milo found his mentor, Thistle, an ancient hedgehog whose spines held fragments of quartz that caught the light. "Ah, young observer," Thistle rasped, brewing pine needle tea over a glowworm lamp. "You seek the pattern weaver. She's shy, that one. Came from the crystal caves after the great rumbling shifted her home." Thistle explained the nymph was only helping a lonely friend who adored Bramble Hollow's cozy order, but didn't understand human ways. She rearranges things to make them more beautiful, by her lights. Armed with understanding, Milo prepared. He left gifts where the footprints appeared, a smooth blue marble by the wind chimes, a spool of silver thread near the sunflowers. That night, under a plum-colored sky, he saw her. Perched on a sunflower, a tiny figure with moth-wing sleeves hummed softly. As her fingers brushed a wind chime, it chimed the same 3 notes a melody Milo suddenly recognized as the village's bedtime bell. She was copying what she loved. "Hello," Milo whispered, holding out a mushroom-capped plate with a single blueberry. The sprite, her skin like opal, eyes like liquid amber, gasped but didn't flee. "Your patterns are lovely," Milo said gently. "But our gardens, they're like stories we've written ourselves." He sketched Bramble Hollow's map in the soil, showing how each garden was cherished just as it was. The sprite, whom he learned was named Lumina, trembled. "I only wanted to help the pretty sounds and colors stay," she chimed in a voice like tinkling ice. The solution came at dawn's first blush. Milo gathered the villagers. "Lumina needs a place to weave her patterns," he announced. In the communal meadow, children offered smooth stones, gardeners donated seeds and misses, Gable baked seed cakes. Together they built Lumina a glittering mosaic courtyard, stones arranged in spiraling constellations, wind chimes tuned to her lullaby, and soil where moon mushrooms could glow freely. Lumina wept shimmering tears that sprouted into tiny, glowing flowers. "You made me a story," she whispered to Milo. Now, Bramble Hollow's twilight hums with new magic. Lumina's mosaics shift daily, telling tales of starlight and deep earth. The wind chimes sometimes play her lullaby just for sweet dreams, and sunflowers turn to watch children's laughter dance across the meadow. And every night, as Milo drifts to sleep, he sees a tiny opal hand placing a perfect, glowing mushroom cap on his windowsill, a silent thank you glowing in the dark, a secret shared between friends under the watchful, kind stars. All is calm, all is understood, and Bramble Hollow dreams on, cozier than ever before. Story 60. 61. Story 62. Story 63. Story 64. Story 65. Story 66. Story 67. Story 68. Story 69. Story 70. Story 71. Story 72. Story 73. Story 74. Story 75. Story 76. Story 77. Story 78. Story 79. Story 80. Story 81. Story 82. Story 83. Story 84. Story 85. Story 86. Story 87. Story 88. Story 89. Story 90. Story 91. Story 92. Story 93. Story 94. Story 95. Story 96. Story 97. Story 98. Story 99. The embers in the hearth glowed like sleepy fireflies as the chill of twilight settled over the village of Willowbrook. Young Finn, whose quiet footsteps barely disturbed the dew-kissed grass, paused at the edge of the whispering woods. His fingers traced the smooth surface of the pebble of embers nestled in his pocket, a curious stone passed down from his grandmother, cool to the touch by day, but pulsing with gentle warmth by night. Tonight it glowed faintly through the worn fabric, casting amber shadows on his palm. "Guide me," he whispered, though he knew not what he sought. Only that the woods called to him with a rustle like pages turning in an old book. Finn's journey began beneath a crescent moon, silver light filtering through ancient oaks whose leaves shimmered like fish scales. The air smelled of damp earth and pine resin, and the crunch of fallen acorns underfoot echoed in the stillness. He followed the pebble's soft pulse, a heartbeat against his thigh, leading him deeper where the trees grew gnarled and wise. Soon the path vanished, replaced by thick ferns that brushed his cheeks with velvet coolness. "Lost," murmured a voice like wind through reeds. Finn spun around to find nothing but shadows. Then a pair of luminous eyes blinked open, a fox with fur the color of burnt sienna, watching him from a mossy stump. "Not lost," Finn replied, surprising himself. "Just following the warmth." The fox tilted its head. "Warmth is a fine compass. Come, small traveler, the valley stirs." They wound through a tunnel of weeping willows, their tendrils parting like curtains to reveal a hidden world. Moonlight hollow lay before them, a sunken valley bathed in perpetual twilight, lit not by stars but by thousands of glowing mushrooms carpeting the ground like fallen constellations. Bioluminescent moths drifted lazily, trailing sparks of blue and gold. At the valley's heart stood a crystalline lake, its surface reflecting the shimmering fungi so perfectly it seemed a second sky lay beneath the water. "It's beautiful," Finn breathed, the pebbles' glow swelling in response. The fox nosed his hand. "Beautiful, yes, but listen." A discordant note hung in the air, a faint, sorrowful hum that made the moths flutter erratically. "The heartstone dims," the fox sighed. "Without its song, the hollow sleeps too deeply. Winter creeps where it shouldn't." Finn learned the heartstone was a pillar of living crystal at the lake's center, the source of the valley's gentle light and warmth. Lately its glow had waned, leaving patches of frost on the mushrooms. The fox, named Sorrel, explained that the stone's energy was sustained by harmony, by the laughter of streams, the chorus of crickets, the rustle of creatures sharing stories under the moon. But a shadow had settled over the hollow, a lonely, ice-coated creature named Rime, whose touch froze everything it loved, had retreated into silence, its despair choking the heartstone's song. "Rime hides in the frost caves," Sorrel said, whiskers drooping. "It believes its coldness is a curse, but cold is just warmth waiting to be found." For days, Finn and Sorrel explored the hollow. They gathered stories like treasures. The tale of the badger who knitted moonlight into scarves, the song the willow trees sang to the tadpoles, the recipe for starlight tea brewed by elderly hedgehogs. Each night Finn pressed the pebble of embers to the heartstone, sharing memories of his grandmother's kitchen, the scent of cinnamon rolls, the crackle of her fireplace, her voice humming lullabies. The stone's pulse strengthened, melting small circles of frost. Yet the sorrowful hum persisted, echoing from the northern cliffs. "Rime fears it will shatter everything it touches," murmured a badger, her paws deep in glowing moss. "Even kindness." Finn knew he must face the caves. Sorrel guided him up treacherous paths where ice flowers bloomed sharp and fragile. The air grew biting, and Finn's breath fogged before him. Deep within a cavern glittering with frozen tears, he found Rime, a creature like an overgrown snow hare, with fur like frosted glass and eyes like chips of Arctic sky. It huddled around a tiny, dying glowworm, its paws encased in ice. "Go away," Rime whispered, voice cracking like thin ice. "I'll only bring you frost." Finn knelt, ignoring the cold seeping through his trousers. He placed the pebble of embers between them. Its light spread in a pool of butterscotch warmth. "My grandmother gave me this," he said softly. "She said warmth isn't just for keeping, it's for sharing." He told Rime about the hollow's fading songs, about the badger's scarves, about the hedgehog's tea. "They miss you," he finished. "The cold isn't you, it's just what happens when warmth is locked away too long." Tentatively, Finn reached out. Rime flinched, but as Finn's fingertips brushed its icy paw, the pebble flared. A cascade of ember-bright sparks danced up Rime's arm, not melting the frost, but softening it into dewdrops. Rime gasped, a sound like icicles falling into water. I didn't know," it stammered. "I thought my touch harmed." Finn smiled. "Show me." Together, they stepped onto the frozen lake. Where Rime's paws touched, intricate frost patterns bloomed, ferns, snowflakes, constellations, not desolate but breathtakingly delicate. Finn placed the pebble on the ice. "Sing with me," he urged. And Rime sang, a trembling, crystalline note that soared over the water. The heartstone answered, blazing like a captured sunrise. The valley erupted in light. Moths spiraled in jubilant clouds, mushrooms pulsed in time to the song, and the very air shimmered with released warmth. In the days that followed, Rhyme learned to weave frost into art, not isolation. It traced shimmering murals on cave walls and crafted ice lenses that magnified the mushroom's glow. Finn and Sorrel often sat by the lake, sharing starlight tea with the hedgehogs, while Rhyme sculpted ephemeral castles on the water. The pebble of embers, now nestled in a niche of the heartstone, pulsed steadily, a testament that even the smallest warmth could thaw the deepest cold. Finn felt a quiet change within himself, too. The boy who'd entered the woods with hesitant steps now carried the Vala's harmony in his bones, understanding that courage wasn't the absence of fear, but the choice to offer kindness anyway. When it was time to leave, the willow curtains parted once more. Sorrel nuzzled Finn's hand. "Remember," she said, "warmth returns to those who carry it." Finn walked home under a dawn-streaked sky, the pebble's absence light in his pocket, replaced by a profound stillness. Back in Willowbrook, he knelt by his grandmother's rose bush, touched a frost-nipped bud, and breathed softly. A tiny, perfect ice crystal bloomed on the petal, a fragile, fleeting gift. That night, as he drifted to sleep, the hearth's embers winked like familiar eyes. In his dreams, he heard a fox's chuckle, the chime of ice melodies, and the deep, resonant hum of a stone singing the world awake. And in that warmth, woven from friendship and quiet courage, Finn slept, a boy forever changed, cradled by the gentle certainty that no heart is too cold to be reached, and no night too dark to hold a hidden glow. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, its warm, dancing light painting shifting shapes upon the walls of the quiet room. Outside, a chilly evening had settled, but in here, wrapped in the gentle glow, all was safe and still. It is on such an evening, when the world holds its breath and the stars begin to prick the velvet sky, that the best stories are found. They are not shouted from mountain tops, but whispered on the tendrils of wood smoke, stories of quiet courage and gentle magic. This is one such story, a tale that begins, as many good tales do, with a feeling of restlessness and a light in the dark. In a small stone cottage, much like one you might imagine nestled in the folds of these very hills, lived a young boy named Kalen. Kalen had a thoughtful heart and eyes that noticed things others often missed, the way dew clung to a spiderweb at dawn, or the particular sigh the old oak tree made when the wind blew from the east. But lately a quiet loneliness had settled over him, a feeling that the world was a vast and silent place. His parents were kind and his home was warm, yet he felt a pull toward something more, a secret he couldn't name. His greatest comfort was his grandfather, a man with hands like gnarled roots and a voice that rumbled like distant thunder. Grandfather was a storyteller, and his stories were not just words. They were living things that filled the cottage with the scent of pine forests and the sound of forgotten rivers. One evening, as Kalen sat staring into the flames, his grandfather settled into the chair beside him. "The fire speaks in many tongues tonight, Kalen," the old man said softly. "It crackles with news of the day, and it whispers with memories of ancient suns." Kalen sighed, drawing his knees to his chin. "I wish it would whisper a secret to me, a real one." Grandfather's eyes, deep and knowing, twinkled in the firelight. He reached into the pocket of his worn waistcoat and pulled out a small object. It was a locket no bigger than a walnut, carved from a dark, smooth wood. It was plain, unadorned, but as Grandfather held it in his palm, a faint, warm light pulsed from within its seams, a soft orange glow like the heart of a banked ember. "This," Grandfather said, his voice low and reverent, "was given to me by my own grandfather. It is called the Ember Heart. It does not hold a picture or a lock of hair. It holds a memory of warmth, an echo of the first fire ever kindled. It is said that its light grows brighter when one is on the verge of discovering something truly important, a friend, a truth, a hidden path." Kalen's breath caught. He reached out, and as his fingers brushed the wooden locket, a wave of profound comfort washed over him, as if he had been wrapped in a blanket fresh from the hearth. The light within pulsed gently against his skin. It feels alive, he whispered. In a way it is, grandfather nodded. It responds to the warmth in a heart, but its true magic is a guide. It is for you now, Kalen. I think you are ready for a journey. A journey where? Kalen asked, his eyes wide. Grandfather's gaze turned towards the window, towards the darkening woods that crowded against the edge of their valley. That the Emberheart will help you discover. Tomorrow at first light follow where its glow leads you. But remember, the most important journeys are not about the distance traveled, but the stillness found. Listen more than you speak, observe more than you do, and trust the warmth you carry. That night, Kalen slept with the Emberheart tucked safely under his pillow. His dreams were filled with flickering lights and the scent of damp earth and growing things. When he awoke, a pale, silvery light was filtering through his window. He dressed quickly, pulling on a warm tunic and sturdy boots, and placed the locket on a leather cord around his neck. Tucked under his shirt, it rested against his chest, a secret, warm weight. He crept downstairs, packed a small satchel with bread and cheese, and slipped out into the crisp morning. The world was hushed and pearled with dew. For a long moment he stood at the edge of the garden, unsure. Then he felt it, a subtle tug, a faint increase in the warmth against his skin. He turned towards the woods. The Emberheart's glow, visible even through his tunic, seemed to brighten just a little. And so Kalen's journey began. He stepped from the familiar turf of the garden into the deep shadows of the forest. The air changed instantly, becoming cooler and rich with the smell of moss and decaying leaves. Sunlight fell in dappled patches through the canopy, and the only sounds were the crunch of his own footsteps and the cheerful chatter of unseen birds. He walked for what felt like hours, his path guided by the gentle pulse of the locket. It was not a frantic pull, but a patient, persistent suggestion, leading him away from the well-trodden paths and deeper into the heart of the woods where the trees grew closer together and the light was a soft, green gloom. At first, the silence felt heavy, amplifying his loneliness. But as he walked, he began to truly listen, as his grandfather had advised. He heard the scuttling of a beetle under a leaf, the whisper of the wind through the pine needles, the gurgle of a hidden stream. The forest was not silent at all, it was a symphony of quiet sounds. He paused by a cluster of bright red mushrooms, marveling at their perfect, round caps, and felt the Emberheart warm slightly, as if approving of his attention. It was when he stopped to drink from a small, clear spring that he noticed the first hint of the mystery. Carved into a flat stone beside the water was a symbol, a spiral that ended in a small, 5-petaled flower. It was ancient and weathered, but unmistakably made by a careful hand. The Emberheart pulsed against his chest, a soft, steady beat. Kalen traced the symbol with his finger, feeling a connection to someone, something that had passed this way long before him. He continued on now with a new purpose, his eyes scanning the trees and rocks for more clues. He found another symbol minutes later, this one on the smooth bark of a silver birch, the same spiral, but this time ending in a leaf. The path the Emberheart was leading him on was not a random one, it was a trail of whispers left in stone and wood. The day wore on and the forest deepened. The gentle slopes gave way to steeper, rocky inclines. Just as a flicker of doubt began to stir in Kalen's mind, what if he was lost? What if this was all just a silly game? He came to a place where the trees formed a near-impenetrable wall of tangled branches and thorny bushes. The Emberheart's glow, however, did not dim. It grew warmer, its light a steady beacon pointing directly at the thicket. There seemed to be no way through. Kalen's shoulders slumped. This was the end of the path. But as he stood there, feeling the first chill of the approaching evening, he noticed something. A large, ancient yew tree grew at the center of the thicket, its trunk twisted and massive. And there, at its base, almost completely hidden by ivy, was a narrow, dark opening. It wasn't a cave, but a passage, so well concealed it was invisible unless you were standing right before it. The Emberheart was now glowing so brightly that its light spilled out from the neck of his tunic, casting a warm, orange circle on the ground. Taking a deep breath, Kalen pushed aside the curtain of ivy and stepped into the darkness. The air inside was cool and smelled of stone and old, dry earth. The passage was narrow, forcing him to walk sideways for a few paces, but it soon opened up. He wasn't in a cave, but in a tunnel, the walls smooth, as if worn by water or countless gentle hands over countless years. And the most remarkable thing was the light. It was not the bright, cheerful light of day, but a soft, phosphorescent glow that came from patches of moss clinging to the ceiling and walls. They pulsed with a gentle blue-green light, illuminating the way forward. He walked on, the only sound the soft scuff of his boots on the stone floor. The tunnel sloped gently downward, twisting and turning, and Kalen had the strange sensation that he was leaving the ordinary world far behind. The Emberheart at his chest glowed in harmony with the moss light, its warm orange a comforting contrast to the cool blue. After a time that felt both like an instant and an eternity, he saw a light ahead that was different, the golden, dappled light of late afternoon. He quickened his pace, and the tunnel ended, opening out into a sight that made him gasp and stop dead in his tracks. He stood at the edge of a hidden valley, a secret world nestled within the embrace of the towering hills. It was a wide, circular basin, filled with a forest of trees whose leaves were not green, but shades of silver, gold, and soft copper. A meandering stream, sparkling like liquid crystal, wound its way through the center. The air was warmer here, filled with the sweet, honeyed scent of unknown flowers. Butterflies with wings like stained glass flitted through the air, and the gentle chirping of crickets provided a soft, rhythmic music. This was a place out of time, a sanctuary of peace. And there, in the center of the valley, beside the stream, stood the most beautiful tree Kalen had ever seen. It was vast and ancient, its bark the color of moonlight, and its branches, which spread out like a protective canopy, were laden with blossoms that shimmered with their own soft, internal light, pale pink and white, like captured starlight. The Emberheart was no longer just warm, it was thrumming with a gentle energy, a vibration of pure joy. This was the destination. This was the secret. As he walked down the gentle slope into the valley, the grass under his feet was soft and thick. He felt a profound sense of peace settle over him, the loneliness that had clung to him for weeks melting away like mist in the sun. He made his way towards the great tree, drawn by an irresistible pull. It was then that he saw the fox. It was sitting on its haunches at the base of the tree, watching him with calm, intelligent eyes. It was not like any fox he had ever seen. Its fur was a remarkable shade of russet red, but tipped with silver, as if dusted with frost. Its eyes were not the sharp, cunning eyes of a wild creature, but held a deep, ancient wisdom. Kalen stopped a few paces away, unsure. The fox did not run. It simply tilted its head, and a voice, not heard with ears but felt directly in Kalen's mind, spoke. It was a voice like the rustling of leaves, soft and dry. You have followed the warmth. Welcome, Kalen. Kalen's heart hammered against his ribs. You know my name. The fox gave a slow, deliberate blink. The Emberheart speaks your name in its glow. I am Sela's. I am the keeper of this place, the Whispering Glen. It's beautiful, Kalen breathed, looking around in wonder. I've never seen anything like it. It is a place of remembrance, Sela's replied, his mental voice gentle. A memory of the world when it was younger and quieter. Few find their way here. Only those whose hearts carry a true warmth and a need for stillness. My grandfather sent me, Kalen said, touching the locket. He said I was ready for a journey. And so you are, Sela's agreed. He stood up and padded softly towards the stream. Come, sit with me. The day is waning, and the best stories are told as the light fades. Kalen followed, sitting on a smooth, sun-warmed stone beside the water. Silas curled up nearby, his silver-tipped tail wrapped around his feet. For a long time they sat in a comfortable silence, watching the water dance over the stones. Kalen found that he didn't need to fill the silence with words. The companionship of the fox was enough. It was a quiet understanding that flowed between them, as real and tangible as the stream itself. The loneliness you feel, Silas began, his voice a soft murmur in Kalen's mind, is not because you are alone. It is because you have not yet learned to listen to the world's own heart. You search for a grand noise when the truth is whispered. How do I learn? Kalen asked softly. You have already begun, Silas said. You noticed the symbols. You listened to the forest. You trusted the quiet pull of the ember heart. That is the first lesson. The second is to understand that all things are connected. The tree to the sun, the stream to the rain, the fox to the boy. The warmth you carry in that locket is the same warmth that slumbers in the heart of this tree, the same warmth that gives life to the whole world. You are a part of it, not separate from it. That is the friendship you were seeking, not with one person, but with everything. As Silas spoke, Kalen looked around the glen with new eyes. He saw how the light from the glowing blossoms fell upon the silver leaves, how the water reflected the sky, how the very air seemed to hum with a quiet, vibrant life. He wasn't an outsider looking in, he was a part of the tapestry. The loneliness lifted completely, replaced by a feeling of deep, belonging peace. As twilight began to paint the sky in shades of lavender and rose, the blossoms on the great tree brightened, casting a soft, radiant light over the glen. It was then that Kalen noticed the carvings on the tree's trunk. They were the same symbols he had seen on the trail, the spiral ending in a flower, the spiral ending in a leaf, and many others. A spiral ending in a star, a wave, a flame. They are the stories of this place, Silas explained, seeing his gaze. Each symbol marks a moment of understanding, a spark of connection left by those who have visited through the ages. Your grandfather's mark is here. See, the spiral and the flame. Kalen reached out and touched the carving his grandfather had made so long ago. He felt a surge of love and connection that spanned generations. He understood now. The journey wasn't about finding a place, but about finding a truth. The hidden world was not just this physical glen, but the hidden world of connection that existed all around him, always, if he only knew how to look. Can I make a mark? He asked shyly. Silas nodded. What have you learned, Kalen? What truth will you leave behind? Kalen thought for a long moment. He thought of the quiet walk through the forest, the guidance of the ember heart, the peaceful silence with the fox, and the feeling of belonging that now filled his heart. He picked up a sharp-edged stone and, with careful concentration, carved a new symbol into the soft, luminous bark of the great tree. It was a spiral, but this one did not end in a single shape. It branched out into many tiny, interconnected lines, like a network of roots or a map of stars. The spiral of connection, Silas murmured, approval warming his mental voice. A fine story to tell. Full night had fallen, but the glen was far from dark. The tree's blossoms and the glowing moss cast a soft, dreamlike light. Kalen knew it was time to return home. The thought no longer brought a pang of sadness. He carried the glen within him now. The path will guide you back, Silas said, as if reading his thoughts. Then Berhart will remember the way. And you may return whenever your heart needs to remember its connection. Thank you, Silas, Kalen said, his voice thick with emotion. For everything. The fox dipped his head. The thanks are mutual, Kalen. you have brought a new warmth to the glen. Go in peace. Remember the stillness." With a final, long look at the magical valley, Kalen turned and entered the tunnel. The journey back felt different, shorter. He was no longer a seeker, but a knower. The ember heart glowed steadily against his chest, no longer a guide to a destination, but a reminder of the one he had found. When he finally stepped out of the thicket and back into the familiar woods near his home, the moon was high and bright. He walked the last stretch with a light heart, the night sounds of the forest a friendly chorus now, not a lonely one. He slipped back into the quiet cottage. The fire in the hearth had burned down to a bed of glowing coals, but the room was still warm. His grandfather was asleep in his chair, a blanket over his knees. Kalen knelt by the fire, adding a small log. As the flames licked at the new wood, catching light, he felt his grandfather's hand on his shoulder. "You found it," the old man said, his voice soft with sleep and certainty. Kalen looked up and smiled, a true, peaceful smile that reached his eyes. "I did, grandfather, and I found so much more." He didn't need to explain. The change in him was plain to see, the quiet confidence, the absence of the restless loneliness. The ember heart, now cool and dark against his chest, had done its work. He sat on the rug by the fire, and his grandfather began to tell a story, not of great battles or far-off lands, but of a boy who learned to listen to the world's heartbeat. As Kalen listened, the crackle of the fire and the rumble of his grandfather's voice wove together, and the line between the story and the memory blurred into a single, warm, comforting truth. Outside, the stars shone down on the quiet hills. Inside, by the fireside, a boy who had journeyed far and found his way home, closed his eyes. And as he drifted into sleep, his dreams were not of lonely paths, but of a silver-furred fox, a tree of glowing blossoms, and the gentle, unbreakable connection of all things, a warmth that would burn steady and true within him forever. The old house had a way of settling around Leo as he climbed the creaking stairs to the attic, each step releasing the scent of cedar and forgotten summers. Outside, rain whispered against the window panes like a gentle secret, and the distant chime of the town clock tower drifted through the air, marking the hour with a soft, bronze hum. Leo held a flickering lantern before him, its warm light pushing back the shadows that clung to the eaves and corners of the spacious attic. It was his grandmother's house, full of memories tucked into drawers and stacked in dusty boxes. Leo had always been a quiet boy, thoughtful and observant, with a heart that noticed things others often overlooked. Tonight, while searching for a book of pressed flowers his grandmother had mentioned, his fingers brushed against something unexpected nestled beneath a stack of embroidered linens, a small wooden compass. But it was unlike any compass he had ever seen. Its face was carved from pale birch, and instead of north, south, east, and west, its points were marked with symbols, a heart, a key, a feather, and a star. At its center, the needle was not of magnetized metal, but of delicate, darkened silver, shaped like an arrowhead. It lay perfectly still, as if waiting. Curious, Leo lifted it into the lamplight. As he did, the needle gave a soft shiver and began to turn, not toward any earthly direction, but pointing insistently toward a large, shrouded shape in the farthest corner of the attic. With careful steps, Leo approached and drew away the dusty cloth to reveal an ancient grandfather clock, its wood dark with age, its face etched with intricate patterns of vines and moons. It was silent and still, as if holding its breath. Tick. The sound was so faint Leo thought he might have imagined it. But then it came again, a little stronger. Tick-tock. A slow, deep rhythm began to emanate from within the clock, like a heartbeat returning to life. Then a voice, rich and resonant as a cello note, spoke from the clock's interior. "It has been a long time since the compass of clarity has awakened," the clock said. "You must be the one it has chosen." Leo, though startled, felt more wonder than fear. "Who are you?" he asked softly. I am Horologius, the keeper of moments, the clock replied. And you, child, have been called because something in this house is out of balance. A sorrow has settled in the walls, a quiet sadness that slows the flow of joy. The compass will guide you, but the journey is one of heart, not feet. Just then, a fluffy orange cat emerged from behind a stack of hat boxes, yawning widely before fixing Leo with wise, golden eyes. About time someone showed up, the cat said in a voice like rustling silk. I'm Marigold, I nap, I observe, and occasionally I offer advice. Usually I nap, though. Leo blinked. You can talk. Only to those who listen properly, Marigold replied, licking a paw. Now the compass is pointing toward the heart symbol. That means we follow the thread of feeling. Lead on, little hero. The compass needle glowed with a soft, golden light, pulling Leo not toward the attic door, but toward a faded tapestry on the wall depicting a garden in full bloom. As he approached, the woven flowers seemed to shimmer, and the needle pulsed warmly in his hand. A hidden door, murmured Horologius. Press the embroidered forget-me-not in the corner. Leo did so, and a section of the wall swung inward with a gentle sigh, revealing a narrow, descending staircase lined with glowing crystals that cast a soft, blue light. The air smelled of old paper and lavender. Down we go, said Marigold, trotting ahead with her tail held high. Try not to trip. I'd hate to have to explain that to your grandmother. The stairs spiraled down into a cozy, circular room that Leo had never seen before. It was a library, but unlike any other. Books lined the walls not by title or author, but by color and feeling, warm hues of joy, cool tones of solace, bright sparks of inspiration. In the center of the room sat a small, nervous-looking candle, its flame flickering uncertainly. Oh dear, the candle wisped, its light trembling. Visitors, I'm Lumina. I'm supposed to illuminate the stories, but lately, I can't seem to keep them bright. Leo knelt down. What's wrong? A draft of doubt has been blowing through, Lumina explained. It makes the stories fade, words lose their meaning, memories grow dim. The compass in Leo's hand now pointed toward the key symbol. He looked around, thinking. Maybe we need to find the source of the draft. Marigold leaped gracefully onto a shelf. There's a loose stone near the ceiling, she announced. I've seen a faint shimmer of cold air slipping through. But the stone was too high for any of them to reach. Leo bit his lip, thinking. Then he remembered the patience his grandmother always showed him when he struggled with his lessons. Kindness, not force. Lumina, he said gently, if we work together, maybe we can help. Marigold, if you climb onto my shoulders, you might be able to nudge the stone back into place. Lumina, can you light our way? The candle's flame steadied slightly. I can try. With careful movements, Leo lifted Marigold onto his shoulders. The cat stretched upward, her paws delicately probing the loose stone. A little to the left, she directed, and Leo shifted accordingly. Lumina glowed brighter, casting a warm, steady light that pushed back the shadows. With a soft click, the stone settled back into place. The draft ceased immediately. The room seemed to sigh in relief, and the books on the shelves glowed with renewed warmth. Well done, Lumina whispered, her flame now burning bright and clear. The stories are safe. But the compass needle had shifted again, now pointing toward the feather. It tugged Leo toward a large, leather-bound journal resting on a reading stand. The pages were blank. The Journal of Whispers, Horologius's voice echoed down the staircase, gentle and approving. It records what the heart needs to remember, but it only reveals its words to one who listens with compassion. Leo placed his hand on the open page. He thought of his grandmother, her gentle hands, her stories, the way her eyes sometimes grew distant with memories she seldom shared. He thought of the quiet sadness that had seeped into the house since his grandfather had passed away. "She misses him," Leo said softly. "She doesn't say it, but she does." As he spoke, words began to appear on the page, written in shimmering ink, not sad words, but joyful ones. Stories of laughter in the garden, of dances in the kitchen, of secrets shared under the stars. The journal was filling with light. The compass needle now turned one last time, settling on the star. It glowed so brightly that the entire room was bathed in soft, starlit radiance. And in that light Leo saw not just a library, but a pathway of connection, between past and present, memory and hope, loss and love. He understood then. The journey was not about fixing something broken, but about remembering what was always whole. The courage was not in braving dangers, but in tending gently to the quiet places of the heart. When Leo emerged from the hidden staircase, the compass was still in his hand, but its needle was now still and peaceful. Marigold curled at his feet, purring like a little engine of contentment. From the grandfather clock came a deep, soothing chime, not marking the hour, but celebrating the moment. Leo returned to his grandmother's sitting room, where she dozed by the fire. He didn't show her the compass or speak of talking cats or hidden libraries. Instead, he opened the Journal of Whispers and began to read one of the stories aloud. His grandmother's eyes opened and she smiled, a real, full smile that reached her eyes and lit the room more brightly than any flame. And outside, the rain continued to fall softly. The wind hummed a lullaby through the trees, and the world felt, for a little while, perfectly at peace. Once upon a time, nestled in the quiet village of Willowbrook, there was a little cottage with a thatched roof and ivy-covered walls. The cottage belonged to an elderly woman named Granny Willow, who was known for her kindness and the twinkle in her eye that suggested she knew more than the average person. But the real secret of Granny Willow's cottage was not the woman herself, but a simple, unassuming object that lay amidst her collection of trinkets, a silver spoon. This spoon was unlike any other. It had been passed down through generations, and its handle was etched with intricate patterns that seemed to shimmer when touched by the light of the moon. Many who visited Granny Willow would admire the spoon for its beauty, but only a few knew of its true magic. When held with a heart full of wonder, the spoon revealed a hidden world, a place where dreams could be tasted and where the impossible seemed possible. One brisk autumn evening, a young girl named Clara visited Granny Willow. Clara was a curious child, with eyes the color of the clearest morning sky and a heart eager for adventure. As she warmed her hands by Granny's crackling fireplace, the elderly woman offered Clara a cup of hot cocoa, stirring it gently with the silver spoon. Clara watched, mesmerized by the way the spoon caught the firelight, and she could not help but reach out to touch it. As her fingers brushed the cool metal, Clara felt a gentle tingling sensation spread through her hand and up her arm. Suddenly, the room around her seemed to blur, and she found herself standing in a forest unlike any she had ever seen. Towering trees with leaves of gold and silver swayed gently in a breeze that carried the scent of wildflowers and honey. It was a place both foreign and familiar, a place where magic felt as real as the earth beneath her feet. "Welcome, dear Clara," a melodious voice greeted her. Turning, Clara saw a small creature perched on a branch, a tiny bird with feathers of the deepest blue and eyes that sparkled with intelligence. "I am Leora, your guide in this enchanted place." Clara marveled at the bird, her heart swelling with excitement and curiosity. "Where am I?" she asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "You are in the land of whimsy, where the imagination knows no bounds," Leora replied, fluttering down to Clara's shoulder. "Here, you will find answers to questions you haven't yet asked, and perhaps discover things you didn't know you were seeking." Intrigued and a little daunted, Clara set off through the forest with Leora by her side. Along the way, they encountered a variety of creatures. A wise old tortoise named Humphrey, who spoke in riddles and had a shell that shimmered like the night sky. A playful fox named Finn, whose laughter was as infectious as a summer breeze. And a gentle deer named Seraphina, who moved with such grace that she seemed to float above the ground. Each new friend shared with Clara a piece of wisdom wrapped in a tale, teaching her about the importance of patience, the value of laughter, and the beauty of gentle strength. Clara listened intently, her mind and heart open to the lessons of this magical realm. Their journey through the land of whimsy was not without its challenges. At the heart of the forest lay a glade where time stood still, guarded by an ancient riddle that had puzzled even the wisest of creatures. It was said that the answer to the riddle would unlock the path to one's deepest desires and truths, but only those pure of heart could solve it. Clara approached the glade, her mind swirling with thoughts. The riddle echoed in her ears, a melody of words that seemed to dance just out of reach. What is that which, without being seen, guides us through the darkest of nights and the brightest of days? She pondered the question, her thoughts drifting to the friends she had made, the lessons she had learned, and the feeling of wonder that had filled her since she first touched the magical spoon. Then, with a dawning realization, she whispered, "Hope." As the word left her lips, the glade transformed, the trees shimmered with a golden light, and a pathway opened before her, leading to a clearing bathed in the soft glow of moonlight. In that moment, Clara understood that hope was the thread that wove through every story, every lesson, and every heart. With a sense of peace and fulfillment, Clara bid farewell to her new friends, promising to carry their wisdom back to her world. As she stepped onto the path, the forest began to dissolve, and she found herself once again in Granny Willow's cozy cottage, the silver spoon warm in her hand. Granny Willow, her eyes twinkling with understanding, smiled gently at Clara. "Did you find what you were looking for, my dear?" she asked. Clara nodded, her heart full of gratitude and newfound perspective. "I found more than I ever imagined," she replied, her voice filled with wonder. And so, Clara's journey through the land of whimsy came to an end, but the lessons she learned stayed with her, guiding her through the days and nights to come. She cherished the silver spoon and the magic it held, knowing that its true power lay not in the enchantment of a distant land, but in the hope and friendship it had awakened within her own heart. As the fire crackled softly and the shadows danced on the walls, Clara drifted into a peaceful sleep, her dreams filled with golden forests and the laughter of newfound friends. And somewhere in the quiet village of Willowbrook, a wise old tortoise, a playful fox, and a graceful deer watched over her, their spirits forever part of her story. And thus, the magic of ordinary things continued to weave its gentle spell, reminding all who listened that true wonder lies within the simplest of moments, waiting to be discovered by those who dare to dream. The village of Willowbrook was a place where the ordinary and extraordinary danced together like fireflies on a summer evening. Nestled in a gentle valley where the river hummed lullabies and the clock tower chimed with the softness of a mother's whisper, it was known for two things: the kindest hearts in all the land and the most curious little mysteries. Our story begins on an autumn evening, just as the last rays of sun dipped behind the purple hills. A soft, misty rain had begun to fall, tapping gently on rooftops and leaves like tiny, invisible fingers. In her cottage at the edge of the village, a young baker was just closing her shutters when she noticed something peculiar. The stars above Willowbrook, usually so bright and plentiful, seemed fewer than usual. As she looked closer, she realized with a soft gasp that the constellation of the Silver Swan, which always watched over the village, was missing entirely. Now this baker, let us call her Cora, was known for her patience and her keen eye. Where others might have panicked, she simply pulled her woolen shawl tighter and pondered. She remembered an old rhyme her grandmother used to sing. When the swan takes flight from sight, seek the map drawn in starlight. Follow where the rainbows sleep, secrets that the glen will keep. Cora hummed the tune softly, the words weaving through her thoughts like the scent of cinnamon through her warm kitchen. She decided she would look into the matter at first light. The next morning, the whole village was abuzz. Old Finn, the clockmaker, declared that his finest pendulum clock was now ticking backwards. Miss Alara, the florist, rushed into the town square exclaiming that her entire patch of moon petals, flowers that normally glowed silver, had turned a deep, Dreamy blew overnight. And young Leo, the shepherd boy, reported that the stream near the elderberry grove now flowed uphill. Cora listened to everyone with a gentle, attentive smile. She brought baskets of still warm hazelnut buns to share, and as the villagers nibbled and murmured, she noticed something. Each strange occurrence seemed tied to a place, mentioned in her grandmother's rhyme. She found Finn polishing his spectacles by the fountain. "The clock only turned backwards after you wound it with the silver key, didn't it?" she asked softly. Finn nodded, and Cora noticed the key had a tiny, almost invisible swan engraved on its bow. Next, she visited Miss Alara's garden. The moon petals were indeed a stunning sapphire blue, and they shimmered as if dusted with frost. "Did you use water from the western well to tend them yesterday?" Cora inquired. Miss Alara blinked in surprise. "Why, yes, how did you know?" Cora simply smiled and patted her hand. Her wanderings led her next to the elderberry grove, where the stream gurgled merrily upwards. Leo was sitting on a mossy stone, looking puzzled but delighted. "It's warmer this way," he told Cora. "And it smells like honey." Cora dipped her fingers in the water and brought them to her lips. It did taste faintly of honey and something else. Something like starlight. That evening, Cora spread an old map of Willowbrook on her oak table. The map was dotted with faded constellations, each marking a special place in the village. With a candle flickering beside her and the distant chime of the clock tower drifting through her window, she began to connect the points. The silver swan's wingtip touched the old well. Its beak pointed toward the elderberry grove. Its tail feathers brushed against Finn's clock tower, and its heart rested right over the village square. Just then, a thought struck her like a soft chime. What if the missing stars weren't lost, but hidden? What if they were waiting to be found? The next day, Cora gathered the villagers. "I believe," she said in her calm, clear voice, "that our village is not in danger, but on the verge of a wonderful discovery. The rhyme says to seek the map drawn in starlight. I think we must follow the path of the swan." And so, hand in hand, they did. First, they went to the western well. As they peered inside, they didn't see water, but a reflection of the night sky, complete with the missing swan constellation shimmering up at them. Finn, in his excitement, dropped his silver key into the well. Instead of a splash, they heard a sound like wind chimes. Next, they followed the sound to the elderberry grove. The upside-down stream now glimmered with a soft, silvery light. Miss Alara dipped a watering can into it and sprinkled the water on her blue moon petals. Instantly they turned not back to silver, but began to glow in shifting colors, rose, gold, violet, as if holding rainbows within their petals. Lastly, they arrived at the clock tower. Finn's backward-sticking clock now chimed in reverse, each tone unlocking a memory, the laughter of children, the scent of baking bread, the warmth of shared stories. And with the final chime, the silver swan constellation reappeared in the sky, brighter and closer than ever before. But the greatest surprise awaited them in the village square. There in the very center, a new flower had bloomed overnight. It had petals like liquid starlight and a center that shimmered like a tiny galaxy. Around it the cobblestones now glowed with soft, swirling patterns, the same constellations from Cora's map etched in light. They realized then what had happened. The peculiar happenings were not troubles but invitations, to look closer, to remember, to come together. The missing stars had hidden themselves so the villagers would seek them out and rediscover the magic in their own hearts and history. That night, as the gentle rain returned and the wind chimes sang their glassy songs, the people of Willowbrook gathered around the new starlight flower. They shared stories and sweets, and Cora passed around one last batch of hazelnut buns, now sprinkled with edible silver dust that glittered like captured starlight. And as they looked up at the silver swan, now shining more brightly than ever, They understood that some mysteries are not meant to frighten or confuse, but to remind us that wonder is always near, waiting for curious hearts and kind eyes to find it. The clock tower chimed softly, the stream hummed its upside-down lullaby, and one by one the villagers drifted to their homes, wrapped in the cozy certainty that their world was even more magical than they had dreamed. And high above, the stars twinkled in agreement, keeping their gentle watch over the little village where mysteries were solved with empathy, and every ending felt like a warm, welcoming beginning. In the heart of the whispering woods, where sunlight fell in dappled coins through ancient oaks, there existed a village unseen by human eyes. Mossy cottages with roofs of woven ferns clustered around a clearing, where moonflowers bloomed by day and fireflies scribbled stories in the dusk. Here lived Marlowe, a hedgehog with quills like frosted cinnamon sticks, who tended the library of roots, a labyrinth of tunnels where stories grew as living vines, their blossoms releasing tales when touched. One crisp autumn morning, Marlowe noticed the amber leaves falling too fast, piling knee-high before their time. The forest's breath, a breeze that usually carried the scent of pine and petrichor, now tasted metallic like a storm with no rain. High in the cedar spire, an old badger named Thistle stirred from her slumber, her silvered muzzle twitching. "The season threads are fraying," she murmured, recalling legends whispered by her grandmother. Long ago, elemental sprites had woven the fabric of the seasons on looms of starlight, but now their magic waned, neglected by creatures who'd forgotten the old songs. Marlowe approached Thistle, acorn cap clutched in his paws. "The maple saplings are shivering," he said, "and the river's song has gone flat." Thistle nodded, her claws tracing a map in the soil, a path to the sylvan glade where the last weavers of seasons dwelled. "We must mend the threads before the solstice," she declared, "but the way is perilous. The bramble wastes guard the glade, and shadows have teeth there." Their journey began at the hour of dewfall, when spiderwebs glimmered like constellations. Fireflies lit their path through valleys, where mushrooms glowed with bioluminescent sighs. Marlowe marveled at ice-blue lichen that chimed when brushed, while Thistle taught him to read the stories written in bark grooves and birdsong cadences. "Every creature holds a verse in the forest's poem," she said, her voice blending with the creak of ancient trees. In the hollow of echoes they met Juniper, a fox whose fur held the russet hues of sunset. She'd been stranded when the autumn winds stalled, leaving her without the zephyrs that usually guided her home. "The air's gone still as a held breath," Juniper fretted, her tail stirring eddies of crimson leaves. Together they devised a plan. Juniper would use her knowledge of hidden trails, Thistle would navigate by star moss patterns, and Marlowe would coax directions from the library's story vines, now twined through his satchel. The bramble wastes rose before them, a snarled sea of thorns that hissed like angry serpents. Marlowe spied pale blossoms among the spikes, moonclery flowers whose nectar could soften even the cruelest bramble. But the blooms shriveled at touch, their healing essence lost unless harvested with perfect care. Like stories, Marlowe realized, they need gentle hands. Holding his breath, he plucked a petal, singing the lullaby his mother had hummed when he was a kit, a tune older than the oldest oak. The thorns stilled. As twilight painted the sky in lavender washes, they reached the sylvan glade. There, beneath a cathedral of interlocked branches, 3 sprites hovered over a crumbling loom. Spring's sprite flickered weakly, her hair a wilted cascade of cherry blossoms. Summer's flames dimmed to ember glow, autumn's crown of wheat had unraveled into straw. "We've forgotten the rhythm," sighed the autumn sprite, her voice like rustling parchment. "The dance requires 4. Thistle's eyes widened with understanding. From her pouch she produced a vial of hoarfrost collected from the first winter morning, a memory preserved for generations. Marlowe added a story vine blooming with tales of snowfall, while Juniper offered a tuft of her fur, imprinted with the scent of crisp air. The sprites wove these into the loom alongside fallen leaves, sunbeam fragments, and raindrop pearls. Suddenly, the glade shimmered. Winter's sprite emerged from the frost vial, a being of crystalline breath and snowflake lace. The loom hummed as seasons flowed anew. Spring buds pushed through thawing soil, summer rains danced in prismatic arcs, autumn's harvest swelled golden, and winter's quiet wrapped the world in reflective peace. The sprite's laughter tinkled like icicles in sunlight, weaving harmony into every thread. Returning home, the forest greeted them with restored balance. Maple leaves drifted lazily, each descent a waltz. The river's song bubbled with renewed vigor, carrying echoes of the sprite's loom. Juniper found her zephyrs waiting, playful gusts that tousled her fur like old friends. Thistle retired to her cedar spire, content that the old wisdom had taken root in Marlowe's heart. That winter, when the first snow blanketed the whispering woods, creatures gathered in the moonflower clearing. Marlowe unspooled a new story vine, this one glittering with frost patterns, and shared the tale of how fragile threads hold the world together. Fireflies traced the words in the air as he spoke, their light reflecting in countless dewdrop lenses. And high above, unseen but deeply felt, the seasons turned in their eternal dance, not as rulers but as partners, each giving way to the next with grace. The lesson of the loom became hearthside lore, that balance is not stillness but the art of harmonious surrender, and that even the smallest creature, with gentle paws and a listening heart, could mend the frayed edges of the world. As the final words settled like snowflakes, the forest sighed contentedly. Somewhere a sprig of moonclory bloomed through the frost, its petals holding the soft glow of stories yet to be told. In a quiet little house at the end of a cobblestone lane, where the scent of old books and cinnamon always lingered in the air, there lived a young girl who often felt that her world was just a little too small. Her name was Lily, and though she loved her home dearly, she sometimes wished for something extraordinary. One rainy afternoon, when the sky was the color of a well-loved gray blanket, and the sound of droplets played a soft, rhythmic melody against the window panes, Lily found herself wandering up to the attic. The stairs creaked gently beneath her feet, a familiar, comforting sound, like an old friend greeting her. The attic was a treasure trove of forgotten things, dusty trunks, stacks of yellowed letters, and boxes filled with memories waiting to be rediscovered. As she brushed a cobweb from an old wooden chest, her fingers traced the carvings on its lid, swirls and stars that seemed to tell a story of their own. With a soft click, the latch gave way, and the lid creaked open. Inside, nestled among faded linens and bundles of dried lavender, was a small, tarnished compass. But this was no ordinary compass. Instead of pointing north, its needle quivered and spun as if alive, and around its edge were inscribed the words, "Follow where the heart leads." Lily's breath caught. She lifted the compass, its metal cool against her palm, and as she did, the needle stilled, pointing not toward any window or door, but toward the far corner of the attic, where an old, moth-eaten tapestry hung. Curious, she approached, and as she drew nearer, the needle began to glow with a soft, golden light. With a gentle push, the tapestry swung aside, revealing a small, hidden door she had never noticed before. It was just large enough for her to slip through. Heart-pounding not with fear, but with wonder, she turned the brass knob and stepped into a space that shouldn't have existed. Instead of the musty darkness of the attic's eaves, she found herself in a cozy, circular room lined with bookshelves that reached toward a domed ceiling painted with constellations. A fireplace crackled merrily in one corner, though no firewood lay within it, and the flames seemed to dance to some silent, joyful tune. And there, curled in a plush armchair by the fire, was a large, ginger cat. It blinked slowly at her, its eyes the color of amber, and a rumbling purr filled the room like the sound of a tiny, contented thunderstorm. "Welcome, traveler," the cat said, its voice a warm, velvety murmur. "I am Ember. You found the heart's compass, I see." Lily stared, too astonished to speak. Don't be alarmed, Ember purred, stretching lazily. This is the Chamber of Whispers. It appears to those who are ready to listen, to themselves and to others. The compass in Lily's hand glowed brighter, and its needle now pointed toward a large, leather-bound book on a nearby table. Ember nudged it with his paw. That, he said, is the Book of Lost Courage. It has been waiting for you. Lily opened the book. Its pages were blank. It won't show you anything until you're ready to face what holds you back, Ember explained. The compass has brought you here because you seek something, not out there, but in here. He tapped a paw gently over his heart. Just then a soft, tinkling sound filled the air, like distant wind chimes. From behind a bookshelf stepped a small, round woman with spectacles perched on the tip of her nose, and a smile that seemed to light up the room. She carried a tray with a steaming teapot and 2 cups. "Our visitor, I am Alara, the keeper of this chamber," she said, her voice like the rustle of pages turning. "I thought you might like some peppermint tea. It's excellent for calming nerves and stirring courage." As Lily sipped the warm, fragrant tea, she found herself telling them about her quiet fears, how she longed to speak up in class, to make new friends, to explore beyond her garden gate, but something always held her back, a whisper of doubt that grew louder in the silence. Alara listened intently, her eyes kind. "Courage, my dear, is not the absence of fear," she said. "It is the choice to take one small step forward even when you are afraid, and you have already taken the first step by coming here." The compass glowed again, and its needle shifted, pointing now toward a small, ornate key hanging on a hook beside the fireplace. "Ah," said Ember, leaping down from his chair. "That key unlocks the next part of your journey, but be warned, the path ahead may feel dark and you must face it alone. We cannot go with you." Lily's heart fluttered, but she took the key. As she did, a door she hadn't noticed before appeared in the wall, a door of dark, polished wood with a keyhole shaped like a star. With a deep breath, she inserted the key. It turned with a satisfying click, and the door swung open to reveal not another room, but a pathway through a forest under a twilight sky. The trees were tall and ancient, their leaves whispering secrets in the breeze. Somewhere in the distance, an owl hooted softly. "Remember," Alara said gently, "the greatest journeys are measured not in miles, but in moments of bravery. Listen to your heart, it will guide you." Lily stepped through the door, and it closed behind her. The forest was dim, but not frightening. The path was soft with moss, and fireflies drifted like living stars among the trees. She walked for what felt like both moments and ages, the compass warm in her hand, its needle glowing steadily ahead. Soon she came to a clearing where a small stone well stood, its rim worn smooth by time. From within the well came a sound, a soft, hesitant crying. Peering over the edge, Lily saw not water, but shadows shifting and swirling. And there, trapped within them, was a faint, shimmering light that pulsed like a heartbeat. She knew without knowing how that this was the source of the fear that sometimes gripped her, the doubt that kept her voice small and her world narrow. "Hello," she called softly. The crying stopped. "Who's there?" a small voice echoed from below. "It's me," Lily said. I think I'm here to help." The light flickered. "I'm afraid," it whispered. "It's so dark down here." Lily's own fear rose in her throat, but she pushed it down. Kindness, she remembered, not force. "Would you like me to keep you company?" she asked. For a long moment there was silence. Then, "Yes, please." So Lily sat by the well, and she began to talk. She talked about her home, her books, the way rain sounded on the roof, the taste of warm bread with honey. She talked about the friends she wished she had, the stories she longed to tell. And as she spoke, the light in the well grew brighter, and the shadows seemed to retreat. When she paused, the voice from below said, "Tell me about the stars." So Lily looked up at the emerging stars in the twilight sky and described them. How they glittered like diamonds scattered on velvet, how some seemed to wink as if sharing a secret. "You make it sound beautiful," the voice said, and now it sounded closer, warmer. "It is beautiful," Lily replied. "And so are you. You don't have to be afraid." There was a soft, sighing sound, and then the light rose from the well, not bursting forth, but drifting up like a dandelion seed on the breeze. It hovered before her, a gentle golden radiance that felt familiar and dear. "Thank you," it whispered. "I was so lonely." Then it floated toward her and settled over her heart, filling her with a warmth that spread through her entire being. She felt lighter, braver. The path back through the forest seemed shorter this time, and when she reached the door, it opened easily. Ember and Alara were waiting, their faces lit with smiles. "You did it," Alara said, her eyes sparkling. "You faced the darkness with kindness, and you brought your courage home." The Book of Lost Courage now lay open on the table, and on its pages were written, in glowing ink, the story of what had just happened. The tale of a girl who learned that courage is found not by avoiding fear, but by meeting it with an open heart. Lily picked up the compass. Its needle now pointed steadily toward the door leading back to her attic. She knew it was time to return. "Will I see you again?" she asked. Ember purred. "Whenever you need to remember your courage, just listen. We are always here, in the whispers of your heart." With a final, grateful smile, Lily stepped back through the hidden door into the attic. The tapestry swung shut behind her, and when she turned to look, it appeared just as ordinary as before. But the compass remained in her hand, its glow fading to a soft, warm hum. That night, as she lay in bed, the sound of rain gentle against the window, she felt different. The world outside might still be large and sometimes intimidating, but her heart felt wider, brighter. She knew now that adventure wasn't about how far she traveled, but how deeply she listened, to others and to herself. And somewhere in the quiet of the night, she thought she heard the distant chime of bells, the rustle of pages turning, and the contented purr of a ginger cat, all blending into a lullaby of courage and comfort, reminding her that even the smallest heart could hold the greatest bravery. In the quiet village of Evenfall, nestled between the Whispering Woods and the Starfall River, there was a peculiar sort of magic that settled over the cobblestone streets every evening. It wasn't the kind of magic that roared or flashed, but rather the sort that hummed softly in the background. The gentle chime of the clock tower marking each hour with silver bells, the rustle of leaves sharing secrets with the wind, and the way the fireflies seemed to dance in time with some unheard melody. The villagers of Evenfall were accustomed to small wonders. Their flowers sometimes changed color overnight, their cats could understand 3 languages, and their bread always rose perfectly no matter the weather. But lately something unusual had been happening, something that even the oldest residents found peculiar. It began with the stars. Not all of them, mind you. Just one particular constellation, known as the Silver Harp, which normally shone directly above the village square every night at 8 o'clock. Over the past week, the stars forming the harp had begun disappearing, one by one, until only 3 remained where there should have been 7. This would have been concerning enough, but another strange occurrence accompanied the vanishing stars. Every evening precisely at 7, the hands on the village clock tower would pause for exactly 7 minutes, then slowly begin turning backwards until they reached 6:45, before resuming their normal forward motion. During these 15 minutes, the rain, which fell gently every evening in Evenfall, would appear to rise back up into the clouds, and the scent of freshly baked cinnamon bread from the village bakery would reverse its path through the streets, returning to the ovens from which it came. Most villagers simply accepted these happenings with the same calm acceptance they afforded all of Evenfall's quirks. But a young woman named Alara, who tended the village's moonflower garden, found herself particularly intrigued. She had always been observant, noticing which flowers bloomed first after winter, which birds built their nests where, and how the sunlight fell differently through the stained glass windows of the library each season. One evening, as Alara watered her moonflowers, which had begun glowing a faint lavender instead of their usual silver, she heard the clock tower chime 7 times. The last note hung in the air longer than it should have, shimmering like visible sound. Then, as had become customary, the clock hands paused. Alara watched as Mrs. Higgins, the baker's wife, walked backwards out of her shop, the delicious scent of cinnamon retreating with her. Mr. Abernathy, the postmaster, slowly reversed his steps from the mailbox to his front door. And high above, Alara noticed with a soft gasp, one of the remaining stars in the Silver Harp constellation winked out entirely. She decided then that she would solve this gentle mystery. The next morning, Alara visited the village library, a circular building with a domed ceiling painted to mirror the night sky. The librarian, an elderly man named Finnegan with spectacles that magnified his kind eyes, was rearranging books that had apparently reshelved themselves overnight. "Good morning, Alara," he said without looking up. "The astronomy section is particularly restless today. The books keep migrating to the poetry aisle." "Mr. Finnegan," Alara began, "have you noticed the stars disappearing?" Finnegan peered at her over his spectacles. "I have indeed, and the clock and the rain and the cinnamon scent. Not to mention my tea has been cooling rather than warming itself lately. Most peculiar. Do you think there might be something in the old village records, some explanation for what's happening?" Finnegan gestured toward a dusty corner where scrolls and leather-bound journals were kept. "You're welcome to look, though I should warn you. Those records have a tendency to show you what you need rather than what you're looking for." Alara spent the morning poring over the ancient documents. She found birth records, weather journals, and accounts of particularly spectacular sunsets, but nothing about disappearing stars or backwards time. Just as she was about to give up, a small, unbound piece of parchment slipped from between the pages of a gardening manual. On it was written a nursery rhyme in faded ink. "When the harp loses its silver strings, and backwards the clock tower rings. When colors shift and scents retreat, follow the path where light and shadow meet. Seek what was lost in memories deep, where the silent forest secrets keep." Alara read the rhyme 3 times, committing it to memory. "Follow the path where light and shadow meet," she murmured. That sounded like something to do with twilight, that magical hour when day and night embraced. That evening, as the clock struck 7 and the world began its gentle reversal, Alara stood in the village square watching carefully. She noticed something she hadn't before. A path of shimmering light appeared between the clock tower and the edge of the whispering woods, visible only during those 15 minutes when time flowed backwards. The path seemed to be made of starlight and shadow intertwined. The next day, Alara followed her first clue. She visited the clock tower first, climbing the spiraling staircase to the mechanism room where giant gears turned with quiet precision. The clock-keeper, a woman named Beatrice with hair the color of moonlight, was polishing the brass gears with a soft cloth. "Hello, dear," Beatrice said without turning around. "Come about the backwards ticking, I presume." "Yes," Alara said. "Has this ever happened before?" Beatrice shook her head. "Not in my lifetime, but my grandmother used to tell stories about the Great Remembering, a time when the village had to recover something precious it had forgotten. She said the stars would dim and time would stutter until what was lost was found again." "What was lost?" Alara asked eagerly. Beatrice smiled gently. "That, my dear, is the question, isn't it? My grandmother never said, only that the answer would be different each time." Alara thought about the nursery rhymes line, "Seek what was lost in memories deep." Perhaps she needed to talk to the oldest residents of Evenfall. Her next visit was to the Starfall River, where an ancient turtle named Orion, who was rumored to be as old as the village itself, sunbathed on a smooth stone. The water of the river flowed with tiny, sparkling lights that resembled fallen stars. "Orion," Alara said respectfully, "have you noticed the stars disappearing from the silver harp?" The turtle slowly opened one eye. "I have," he said in a voice like stones rubbing together underwater. "But stars cannot truly disappear, they can only be forgotten." Forgotten. Alara knelt by the riverbank. "How does one forget a star?" "Not the star itself," Orion explained, "but what it represents. Every star in our sky holds a memory, a story, a promise, a moment of kindness. When the memory fades, so does the star." Alara thought about this. "So if the silver harp is disappearing, it means we're forgetting something important." Orion dipped his head in a slow nod. "Something the village needs to remember." This gave Alara an idea. She spent the next 2 days visiting every villager, asking them about their memories, particularly any connected to the number 7, since 7 stars were missing, and the strange happenings lasted 7 minutes. Mrs. Higgins remembered that 7 years ago, her cinnamon bread had won first prize at the Harvest Festival. Mr. Abernathy recalled that exactly 7 generations of his family had served as postmasters. The children at the schoolhouse proudly informed Alara that 7 of them had lost their first teeth this month. These were delightful discoveries, but none seemed connected to the disappearing stars. Then Alara had another thought. What if the memories weren't personal but collective? What if the village had forgotten something they once shared? She returned to the library and asked Finnegan if there were any community events that had happened exactly 7 years ago. Finnegan's magnified eyes blinked slowly. 7 years ago, let me think. That was the year we stopped holding the Starlight Festival. It used to be our most beloved tradition. Everyone would gather in the square, share stories under the stars, and the children would play harps while the adults sang songs of gratitude. Why did we stop? Alara asked. Finnegan adjusted his spectacles. If I recall correctly, it was because of a particularly rainy season. The festival was canceled for 3 years in a row, and somehow we never started it up again. People found other ways to spend their evenings, I suppose. Alara felt a tingle of excitement. The silver harp constellation, the backwards time, the retreating rain, it all seemed connected to this forgotten festival. That evening, as the clock began its backwards dance, Alara stood in the village square with a new understanding. She watched as the rain lifted back into the clouds, as the cinnamon scent retreated to the bakery, as the villagers moved in reverse, and she realized they weren't just moving randomly. They were retracing their steps from 7 years ago, from the last Starlight Festival. The path of light and shadow appeared again, and this time Alara followed it, not to the edge of the woods, but to the center of the village square, where it formed a perfect circle. In the center of that circle, barely visible, shimmered the faint outline of a harp made of starlight. Alara reached out, and though her hand passed through the image, she felt a warmth spread through her fingers. And in that moment she understood. The village hadn't just forgotten a festival. They had forgotten to be grateful for their shared moments, for coming together under the stars, for the simple magic of community. The next day, Alara went from house to house again, but this time she wasn't asking questions. She was inviting everyone to a new Starlight Festival that evening. It's been 7 years, she told each villager. The stars miss our songs. At first, people were hesitant. They had evening routines, chores to finish, books to read. But something in Alara's conviction, and perhaps the peculiar happenings, convinced them to come. As twilight settled over Evenfall, something remarkable happened. The villagers began gathering in the square, carrying lanterns and blankets and musical instruments. Children brought their small harps, just as they had 7 years before. Mrs. Higgins distributed fresh cinnamon bread that steamed in the cool evening air. And Mr. Abernathy brought his grandfather's star charts to share. Then, as the clock struck 7, instead of pausing and turning backwards, it chimed 7 times with particular brilliance, and the hands continued forward. The gentle rain held off, as if waiting. And high above, one by one, the stars of the silver harp began reappearing, burning brighter with each new voice that joined the singing. Alara stood watching as the constellation completed itself, shining more brilliantly than anyone could remember. The moonflowers in her garden glowed their proper silver again, and the scent of cinnamon bread wafted properly through the streets, forward in time like it should. Finnegan approached her, his spectacles gleaming in the starlight. "You solved the mystery," he said softly. Alara smiled. "The village solved it together. We just needed to remember what was important." As the singing continued under the restored stars, Alara noticed something else. New stars had appeared in the sky, forming patterns no one had seen before. A baker's hat near Mrs. Higgins' favorite constellation, a book near Finnegan's usual stargazing spot, a turtle shape swimming beside Orion's river. The great remembering had not just brought back what was lost, it had added new memories to the sky, new stories to tell. And from that night on, the Starlight Festival was held every month, regardless of weather. The clock tower never turned backwards again, though it did sometimes chime in harmony with the children's harps. The rain fell gently forward, and the scents of the village drifted properly through the streets. But sometimes, if you listened very carefully as the clock struck 7, you could hear the faint echo of silver bells from a time that almost was, and see the ghost of a path where light and shadow met. A reminder that some mysteries aren't meant to frighten, but to bring us back to what we've forgotten to cherish. And in the village of Evenfall, under a sky now filled with remembered and new stars, everyone slept a little more peacefully, knowing that their stories were written in the heavens, and their community was held together by the gentle magic of shared gratitude. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where mist clung to the meadows like cobwebs at dawn. It was a quiet place where days unfolded with the gentle rhythm of rain on rooftops and the scent of baking bread. Young Theo, with eyes the color of storm clouds and a quiet disposition, often felt like a misplaced stitch in its comfortable tapestry. While others chased butterflies or built forts, Theo found solace in the dusty corners of his grandmother's attic, drawn to forgotten things. One rainy afternoon, while seeking shelter from a sudden downpour, Theo unearthed a small, unassuming wooden box tucked beneath a pile of yellowed lace. Inside, cushioned by velvet as soft as a moth's wing, lay a teacup. It wasn't grand porcelain or gleaming silver. It was simple earthenware, the color of warm honey, with a single hairline crack running from its rim. But as Theo's fingers brushed its surface, a shiver ran through him, not cold, but a hum, like the low note of a distant bell. He felt a warmth spread up his arm, carrying with it the faint scent of cinnamon and sunshine. Curiosity, a quiet but insistent friend, tugged at him. Theo filled the cup with rainwater dripping from the eaves. As the first drop touched the crack, something extraordinary happened. The water didn't leak. Instead, the crack shimmered faintly like trapped starlight, and the water inside changed. It wasn't just water anymore. Looking into the cup, Theo saw not his reflection, but a miniature scene. A sun-drenched meadow he'd never seen, filled with flowers that pulsed with soft, internal light. A wave of profound peace washed over him, settling into his bones like warm honey. This was the cup of whispers, his grandmother later murmured, her voice hushed with reverence. It showed not just places, but the hidden heart of things, their truest, calmest essence. Theo felt a shift within himself, a connection to the cup's quiet magic. But the village began to change subtly. Flowers in Widow Hemsley's garden wilted overnight, their colors leaching away. The cheerful babble of the brook behind the mill became a fretful murmur. The comforting warmth of freshly baked bread seemed to vanish too quickly. The cup of whispers, Theo discovered, showed him the lack of peace as well. When he peered into it near the wilting flowers, he saw only gray mist and heard a faint, discordant sigh. The heart of Willowbrook was fading. The journey began not with footsteps on a road, but with a growing conviction in Theo's own heart. He needed to understand why the village's quiet magic was unraveling. His first helper arrived unexpectedly. Bartholomew, a portly badger with spectacles perched precariously on his snout, emerged from the roots of the ancient oak by the brook one twilight. Bartholomew was the keeper of deep roots, possessing an encyclopedic, if somewhat slow and methodical, knowledge of the valley's hidden history and natural rhythms. He spoke in measured tones, punctuated by thoughtful snuffles. "Disturbance," Bartholomew rumbled, adjusting his spectacles as he peered at the wilting flowers. "The balance is askew, the ley lines beneath us, they hum a troubled tune." He explained that the valley's magic, woven from the land's natural peace, and the villagers' quiet contentment, was like a tapestry. A thread had snapped. The second helper was Pip, a skittish finch with feathers the color of spun gold and a voice like tinkling bells. Pip was the messenger of sunbeams, flitting everywhere, seeing everything in bright, fleeting glimpses. The old stone. Pip chirruped one morning, landing on Theo's windowsill. By the north field it looks sad, dark moss grows where sunlight used to kiss it. Pip's perspective was fragmented, but vital. She noticed the small things others missed. Theo, Bartholomew, and Pip became an unlikely trio. Bartholomew provided the slow, deep understanding, the history of the standing stones that anchored the ley lines, the way the brook's song reflected the village spirit. Pip brought bright flashes of insight, a patch of unnaturally dark earth near the mill, the way the wind soughed mournfully around the old well. Theo, guided by the cup of whispers, learned to interpret its visions. Near the standing stone Pip mentioned, the cup showed only jagged shards of darkness where once there had been a warm, amber glow. The heart of the stone was wounded. The challenge wasn't a dragon or a dark wizard. It was a fracture, a deep, unseen crack in the ancient foundation stone of the northern boundary, likely caused by a recent, unnoticed tremor. This fracture was draining the valley's inherent peace, its quiet magic seeping away like water from a broken vessel. Force was useless. Trying to mend the stone physically would be like trying to glue back a shattered dream. Wisdom was needed. Theo gathered his friends under the gnarled branches of the oak. Bartholomew snuffled thoughtfully. "The magic is the land's breath, the village's calm heart. The fracture is a wound in that calm." Pip flitted nervously. "Can we sing to it, make it happy again?" Theo looked into the cup of whispers. He saw the valley not as it was, but as it could be, vibrant, peaceful, whole. He saw the fracture not as a jagged scar, but as a line waiting to be filled with light. "Not force," Theo murmured, understanding dawning. "Connection, we need to remind the valley of its own peace, its own wholeness. We need to weave the calm back together." It wasn't about fixing the stone. It was about healing the feeling the stone represented. Bartholomew nodded slowly, a deep rumble of approval in his chest. Pip chirped excitedly. Their plan was gentle, woven from the very essence of Willowbrook. On the night of the full moon, when the hidden currents of the world flowed strongest, they gathered at the fractured stone. Theo placed the cup of whispers carefully on the ground before it. Bartholomew, connecting his paws to the earth, began a low, resonant hum, a sound like roots growing deep into bedrock, steady and grounding. Pip, fluttering above, sang a melody pure and bright as sunlight on dew, weaving threads of joy and hope into the air. Theo closed his eyes, holding the image of the valley's heart from the cup, the peaceful meadows, the singing brook, the warm kitchens. He poured his own quiet wish for wholeness into the cup. As he focused, the hairline crack on the cup of whispers began to glow, not with the trapped starlight of before, but with a soft, golden radiance. This light spilled out not as a beam, but as a gentle mist, flowing towards the fracture in the standing stone. It wasn't an explosion, but a sigh of relief. The golden mist seeped into the dark crack in the ancient stone. Where it touched, the jagged darkness softened, filled with a warm, honey-colored light that pulsed gently, like a heartbeat. Bartholomew's hum deepened, resonating with the stone. Pip's song soared, clear and sweet. Theo felt the cup of whispers grow warm in his hands, a conduit for their combined intention not to force, but to remind, to reconnect. Slowly, steadily, the light filled the fracture completely. It didn't vanish, it became a luminous seam, a beautiful scar of mended magic. As the last tendril of mist settled, a wave of profound peace washed outwards, silent but immense. It flowed through the grass, rustled the leaves, and settled over Willowbrook like a warm blanket. Theo opened his eyes. The standing stone stood whole, the luminous seam fading to a soft, warm glow that matched the earthenware cup. In the cup of whispers, the water now showed the meadow bathed in moonlight, flowers glowing softly, utterly serene. The heart of the valley was whole again. The next morning, Widow Hemsley's flowers bloomed with impossible brilliance. The brook sang its cheerful song. The scent of baking bread seemed richer, warmer, lingering longer. Willowbrook hadn't changed drastically, it was simply more itself. More peaceful, more content, more deeply woven with quiet magic. Theo understood now. His journey hadn't taken him far in miles, but deep within himself and his connection to the world. He learned that the greatest magic wasn't in grand displays, but in quiet attention, in gentle connection, and in the courage to mend what was broken with understanding rather than force. He learned that even a crack like the one in the cup or the stone could hold light and become a thing of beauty, a testament to healing. Bartholomew returned to his roots, his spectacles glinting with quiet satisfaction. Pip continued her sunbeam messages, her song a little brighter. And Theo. He still visited the attic, but now he often sat by his window, the simple honey-colored cup in his hands. He'd fill it with water or tea and gaze into its depths, not always seeing visions, but always feeling the deep, resonant peace of his mended home, a gentle hum in his heart. The cup of whispers rested beside his bed, a quiet guardian, its hairline crack a luminous thread in the moonlight, a reminder that even the smallest things and the quietest hearts can hold extraordinary secrets and the power to heal. And with that comforting warmth settling around him like the softest quilt, Theo drifted into a peaceful sleep, the scent of cinnamon and sunshine a gentle lullaby in the quiet night. The salt-kissed wind whispered secrets through Finn's unruly brown hair as he shuffled along the damp sand. Dusk painted the sky in bruised purples and fiery oranges, reflecting on the retreating tide that left behind a glistening tapestry of treasures. Finn, a quiet boy with eyes the color of storm clouds, preferred the company of the sea's leavings to the boisterous games of the other village children. His pockets were always heavy with smooth stones, fragments of pearlescent shell, and the occasional piece of sea glass worn soft by the ocean's embrace. Today, however, felt different. An unusual stillness hung in the air, thick with the scent of kelp and distant rain. He paused, drawn by a faint, rhythmic humming that seemed to vibrate up through the soles of his worn boots. It wasn't the wind, nor the distant gulls. Kneeling, he brushed aside damp sand near a cluster of barnacle-crusted rocks. There, half-buried, pulsed a shell unlike any he'd ever seen. It was no larger than his palm, a spiral of deepest midnight blue, swirling with veins of shimmering silver that seemed to shift and dance like captured moonlight. As his fingers brushed its cool, impossibly smooth surface, the humming intensified, resonating deep within his chest. It felt warm, alive. He carefully pried it free, cradling it in his hands. The silver veins flared brightly for a moment, then settled into a soft, steady glow. Finn felt a strange pull, a magnetic yearning towards the vast, whispering expanse of the ocean. That night, tucked beneath his patchwork quilt with the shell resting on his bedside table, its soft glow painted shifting constellations on the ceiling. The rhythmic humming filled his small room, a lullaby sung by the sea itself. Sleep claimed him, deep and profound. He dreamed not of flying, but of sinking gently into cool, welcoming water. He could breathe easily, the salt tang fresh and clean. Around him the ocean bloomed with impossible colors, corals like frozen fireworks, fish darting like living jewels, forests of kelp swaying in unseen currents. He felt weightless, peaceful, utterly at home. When he awoke at dawn, the dream clung to him like seawater, vivid and real. The shell lay silent and dark on the table. The pull intensified over the next few days. The shell remained inert during daylight hours, but its presence was a constant, quiet hum in the back of Finn's mind. He found himself drawn back to the shore each twilight, the shell tucked safely in his pocket. One evening, as the last sliver of sun dipped below the horizon, painting the waves in molten gold, Finn stood at the water's edge, the shell held tightly. The humming crescendoed, vibrating through his bones. The silver veins blazed with light. Tentatively, heart pounding like a trapped bird, he waded into the cool surf, holding the shell before him. As the water reached his waist, the light from the shell enveloped him in a shimmering bubble. He took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and stepped forward into deeper water. Instead of the expected chill and resistance, he felt only a gentle pressure, like stepping through a curtain of cool silk. He opened his eyes. He was suspended in a world of liquid light. Sunbeams, refracted through the surface far above, painted dancing patterns on the sandy floor below. Schools of tiny, iridescent fish parted around him like a living river. Gigantic ancient sea turtles glided past with slow, deliberate grace. The humming wasn't just in the shell now. It was the ocean itself, the sigh of currents, the crackle of distant reefs, the song of whales echoing from the deep. The shell pulsed warmly in his hand, its light a soft beacon. He was in the meridian depths. He drifted, awestruck, until a gentle bump against his shimmering bubble startled him. A large sea turtle, her shell patterned with intricate swirls of mossy green and gold, peered at him with ancient, intelligent eyes. Her gaze held a deep, calm wisdom. She nudged the bubble again, then turned, swimming slowly towards a towering forest of kelp that swayed like emerald giants. The shell hummed encouragingly. Finn understood. He willed himself to follow, finding that within the bubble he could move with surprising ease, propelled by thought alone. The turtle led him through the kelp forest, where shafts of light pierced the gloom, illuminating fish that looked like shards of stained glass and anemones that pulsed with soft, internal light. They emerged near a cluster of colossal coral structures, forming arches and caverns that pulsed with their own bioluminescent glow. Creatures Finn had only seen in faded book illustrations darted amongst the formations. Seahorses like tiny, armored knights, octopuses changing color like living rainbows, and schools of fish that moved as one glittering entity. The turtle guided him towards a vast, open amphitheater formed by coral, its floor covered in smooth, multicolored pebbles. Here, nestled amongst giant clams that opened to reveal pearls glowing like captured moons, were the merfolk. They weren't the humans with fishtails of legend, but beings sculpted from the sea itself. Their skin shimmered with scales in every conceivable hue, deep abyssal blues, vibrant reef oranges, pearly whites. Their lower bodies flowed into powerful, elegant tails, while their upper bodies were more humanoid, adorned with intricate patterns of living coral and trailing strands of glowing seaweed. Large, luminous eyes, adapted to the dim light, regarded Finn with open curiosity and a hint of wariness. One merfolk larger than the others, with scales the deep indigo of the midnight ocean and a crown woven from phosphorescent kelp, swam forward. Her presence radiated calm authority. She placed a webbed hand against Finn's bubble. A warmth spread from the contact, and Finn felt a strange sense of understanding bloom in his mind, not words, but feelings and images. Welcome, shell-bearer. I am Queen Thalassa. We felt the deep stars awakening. Her thoughts flowed into his mind, clear and resonant like bells heard underwater. She gestured to the shell in his hand, the deep star. Finn, overwhelmed, tried to project his own jumble of thoughts. I found it on the shore. It brought me here. It's beautiful. Thalassa smiled, a gentle ripple of light across her face. The deep star chooses its keeper. It has slept for many tides. Its return signals a need. She projected an image, a section of the vibrant coral reef Finn had seen earlier, but now gray, brittle, lifeless. A creeping shadow seemed to cling to it. The gloom spreads. It silences the songs, dims the lights. We know not its source, only that it weakens the meridian depths. Finn felt a pang of sorrow for the dying coral. Can I help? The question formed instinctively, fueled by the deep star's warm pulse against his palm and the profound peace he felt in this hidden world. The queen's luminous eyes held his. The deep star sensed a kindred spirit, one who listens to the quiet things. Perhaps your eyes, unused to our depths, can see what ours cannot. But the gloom is perilous. You would need a guide. She turned her gaze towards the large sea turtle who had brought Finn. Cora has watched over these reefs longer than memory. She will swim with you. Cora nudged Finn's bubble gently with her beak, her ancient eyes conveying steadfastness. Finn felt a surge of determination mixed with trepidation. He was just a quiet boy who collected shells. How could he help save an entire hidden world? But the image of the dying coral, the fading light, and the deep star's unwavering warmth in his hand steeled his resolve. He nodded. I'll try. Their journey began the next tide cycle. Guided by Cora's steady presence and the deep star's soft light, Finn ventured deeper into the meridian depths towards the afflicted area. The vibrancy gradually faded. The water grew colder, the light dimmer. Fish were scarce, and those they saw moved sluggishly. The coral structures, once bursting with color and life, stood like skeletal ghosts, coated in a slimy, dark gray film that seemed to absorb light the gloom. The constant, soothing hum of the ocean was replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the mournful creak of dying coral. Cora swam close, projecting images of the reef as it once was, teeming with life. Finn concentrated, trying to see beyond the decay. He noticed things the merfolk, accustomed to the reef's normal rhythms, might overlook. Strange, faintly glowing tendrils, almost invisible against the gray slime, snaked from the dying coral towards cracks in the seabed below. They pulsed with a sickly, greenish light. He pointed them out to Cora, projecting the image. The turtle's eyes widened slightly. She nudged him towards a particularly large fissure, hidden beneath an overhang of dead coral. The fissure exhaled a plume of unnaturally cold water. The gloom seemed thickest here, clinging like tar. As Finn peered closer, the deep star in his hand flared brighter, its silver veins blazing. The light cut through the murk, revealing the source of the tendrils. Nestled deep within the fissure was a cluster of dark, spiny urchins, unlike any Finn had ever seen. They were the size of his head, their spines oozing the viscous gray slime. The sickly green light pulsed from within their bodies. They weren't feeding on the coral, they were poisoning it, draining its life and light, spreading the gloom. The stone-sick urchins, Cora projected, a deep sorrow in her mental voice. Thought lost to the deep trenches. Their poison brings silence and cold. Finn felt a chill that wasn't from the water. How do we stop them? He remembered something his grandmother, a healer in the village, once said about ailments. Sometimes the strongest poison needs the gentlest cure. Cora projected an image of a specific luminous plant, a kelp with fronds that glowed a soft, healing blue. Moonlace. Its light purifies. But it grows only in the sunken gardens, guarded by the razorback clams. They snap shut at the slightest tremor. The sunken gardens lay on the far side of the gloom-ridden reef. Getting there meant navigating treacherous currents and the suffocating silence. Cora led the way, her powerful flippers moving with silent grace. Finn concentrated, using the deep star's light to illuminate safe paths through fields of sharp, dead coral and around hidden crevices where more stone-sick urchins lurked. The silence pressed in, heavy and unnerving. Once a massive razorback clam, disturbed by their passage, snapped its jagged shell shut with a sound like thunder, mere inches from Finn's bubble. He gasped, heart hammering, but Cora nudged him onwards, her calm presence a steady anchor. Reaching the sunken gardens was like stepping into a forgotten dream. Here, untouched by the gloom, giant anemones bloomed like underwater flowers in neon hues. Fish shimmered like scattered gems, and growing in sheltered grottos were clusters of moonlace. Its long, ribbon-like fronds emitted a soft, ethereal blue light that seemed to hum with gentle energy. But true to Cora's warning, each cluster grew within the reach of enormous razorback clams, their shells partially open like hungry jaws, revealing pearlescent interiors and sensitive, frilled edges. They feel vibrations, Cora cautioned. One wrong move. Finn watched the clams. He noticed tiny, glowing shrimp cleaning their shells, moving with exquisite slowness and care. The clams remained open for them. Gentleness, Finn thought, remembering his grandmother's words. Not force. He projected the image of the cleaning shrimp to Cora, then an idea formed. He needed to move like the shrimp, slowly, deliberately, radiating calm. Holding the deep star close, he focused all his will on projecting a feeling of peace, of harmless intent, just as the shell seemed to radiate warmth and safety. He imagined himself not as an intruder, but as part of the gentle rhythm of the garden. Slowly, inch by painstaking inch, he drifted towards a cluster of moonlace, keeping his movements fluid and minimal. He felt the deep star amplify his intent, its light softening, becoming less a beacon and more like the dappled sunlight filtering through the surface. Cora watched utterly still, her ancient eyes filled with hope. A large razorback clam loomed beside the moonlace. Its frilled mantle rippled, sensing his presence. Finn held his breath, pouring every ounce of calm he possessed through the deep star. The clam's shell tensed slightly, then relaxed. It remained open. Heart pounding with quiet triumph, Finn carefully reached out and gently harvested several fronds of the glowing moonlace. They felt cool and resilient in his hand, pulsing with soft blue light. He retreated as slowly as he had approached. Back at the poisoned fissure, the task was even more delicate. They had to get close enough to the stone-sick urchins without triggering a defensive spray of their toxic slime. Finn again relied on the deep star, projecting feelings of calm and harmlessness, while Cora used her immense patience and knowledge of currents to position them. Finn held a frond of moonlace towards one of the urchins. As the soft blue light touched the oozing gray spines, a remarkable thing happened. The sickly green glow within the urchin flickered. The gray slime seemed to recoil, sizzling faintly as the moonlace's light washed over it. Slowly, agonizingly slowly, the darkness receded from the spines, replaced by their natural, dull purple. The urchin stopped pulsing its toxic light and became still and dormant. Working with painstaking care, Finn and Cora treated each stone-sick urchin in the cluster. The deep star warmed in Finn's hand, its light blending with the moonlace's blue glow, amplifying the cleansing effect. They worked until the fissure was clear, the cold plume ceased, and the last traces of the sickly green light vanished. Exhaustion washed over Finn, deep and profound, but it was mixed with a soaring sense of accomplishment. They returned to the coral amphitheater. Queen Thalassa and her people awaited them anxiously. As Finn presented the remaining moonlace and projected images of their mission, the discovery of the urchins, the perilous journey, the gentle application of the cure, a wave of profound gratitude washed over him from the gathered merfolk. Their luminous eyes shone with renewed hope. Work began immediately. Guided by Finn's descriptions and Cora's wisdom, teams of merfolk carefully harvested more moonlace, using Finn's method of stillness and projected calm, and applied its light to the afflicted areas of the reef. Where the gloom had been thickest, the moonlace's gentle blue glow spread, pushing back the gray slime. Color began to seep back into the bleached coral, first faint pastels, then vibrant reds, oranges, and yellows. Tiny polyps tentatively extended their delicate arms. Fish, drawn by the returning life, darted back into the recovering areas. The oppressive silence lifted, replaced by the tentative clicks, pops, and chirps of returning reef life, gradually swelling back into the familiar, comforting hum of the meridian depths. Finn watched, tears mingling with the seawater inside his bubble. He had helped heal this wondrous place. The quiet boy who listened to shells had found his voice in stillness and observation. His bond with Cora, forged in shared purpose and silent understanding, felt deeper than any surface friendship. The queen approached, placing a webbed hand against his bubble once more. Her gratitude flowed into him, warm and profound. The deep star chose wisely, Finn. You saw with new eyes and acted with a gentle heart. You have reminded us that true strength often lies not in force, but in quiet understanding and the courage to act with kindness. The meridian depths will remember the shell-bearer. The time came for Finn to return. The deep star pulsed softly, its journey complete for now. Queen Thalassa presented him with a small, woven pouch made of iridescent seaweed, containing a single, perfect pearl that glowed with its own soft, inner light, a token of their gratitude and a reminder of the light within the depths. Cora nudged him gently one last time, her ancient eyes conveying a farewell that needed no words. Holding the deep star, Finn swam towards the surface, guided by the fading light above. He breached the waves just as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky. He stood on the familiar shore, dripping, the shell cool in his hand, the glowing pearl pouch tucked safely in his pocket. The world above seemed both the same and utterly changed. The rustle of the wind in the dune grass, the cry of a distant gull, the sigh of the waves, they all held a deeper resonance, a secret melody he now understood. Back in his small room, the deep star sat on his bedside table, dark and silent once more. But Finn knew its secret. He held the glowing pearl, its soft light, a comforting echo of the meridian depths. He was no longer just the quiet boy who collected shells. He was the shell-bearer, the boy who had befriended an ancient turtle, helped heal a hidden world, and learned that the greatest magic often lies in listening, observing, and acting with gentle courage. He knew the deep star would sleep, but its connection, like his bond with Cora and the memory of the shimmering depths, would remain, a warm, secret light within him. As he drifted off to sleep, the rhythmic sigh of the ocean outside his window sounded like a lullaby sung just for him, a promise of hidden wonders and the enduring strength found in quiet friendship and a kind heart. The world was vast, filled with mysteries both above and below, and Finn, holding the glowing pearl, felt a profound sense of peace and belonging, cradled in the gentle embrace of the known and the wonderfully unknown. The soft hum of their emergency pod's engines faded into the twilight as Kip, a lanky human botanist with perpetually dirt-smudged glasses, stumbled onto the mossy surface of an uncharted planet. The air smelled of lavender and ozone, and the sky rippled with curtains of emerald light that made his wrist computer flicker uselessly. He'd been collecting atmospheric samples near their Andromeda belt when his shuttle malfunctioned, and now his only company was the chirping of unseen creatures and the uneasy knowledge that his oxygen reserves would last precisely 72 hours. 3 valleys away, a small amphibious being named Tull pressed all 6 of her suction-cupped hands against the cracked windshield of her own crashed vessel. Her people communicated through bioluminescent patterns that danced across their skin, but the swirling colors beneath her opalescent scales had dimmed to a worried gray. The Gretharians had warned her about solo missions to primitive worlds, yet how could she resist studying the rumpled green planet that local traders called the world where time naps? Now her translation pendant was shattered, her hydration tanks were leaking, and the strange pink sun made her gills itch. Their meeting happened at dawn near a crystalline stream, where Kip was testing edible fungi and Tull was seeking biocompatible water. When the human tripped over a half-buried rock and sent his specimen jar clattering into the shallows, Tull's frilled head emerged from behind a waterfall, her neck spines flaring cobalt blue with alarm. Kip froze, one hand hovering near his rusted multi-tool. Back on Earth, first contact protocols had been a mandatory seminar, but nothing had prepared him for the reality of a 4-foot-tall alien resembling a cross between a seahorse and a living watercolor painting. Hello," Kip ventured, palms raised. Tull blinked her lidless eyes, the patterns on her skin stuttering between cerulean curiosity and sunflower yellow caution. She trilled a series of notes that shimmered in the air like liquid glass, then gestured emphatically at the stream. When Kip didn't respond, she huffed a bubble of iridescent mist and pointed at his spilled jar, then at a cluster of violet mushrooms growing nearby. "You know about fungi." Kip adjusted his glasses, heart racing. Slowly he reached into his pack and withdrew his prized possession, a terraforming manual with pictographic diagrams. The pages fluttered open to an illustration of symbiotic root systems. Tull's scales bloomed peach pink. She waded ashore, water cascading off her translucent robes, and tapped a 3-fingered hand against the diagram. With the other 5 limbs, she began sculpting the damp soil into a miniature landscape, her touch making the dirt sparkle faintly. Kip watched in awe as mushrooms sprouted from her sculptures, releasing spores that glowed in time with her skin patterns. Their first misunderstanding came at sunset, as Kip attempted to share his protein rations. Tull recoiled from the offered meal bar, her scales flushing deep indigo, a color Kip would later learn signaled profound disgust. In her haste to retreat, she knocked over their collaborative soil model, destroying hours of work. That night, as twin moons rose, they sat on opposite sides of the stream, Kip nibbling his rejected snack and Tull sulking in a self-made bubble of briny mist. The breakthrough arrived via rainstorm. When fat, warm droplets began pelting the valley, Kip scrambled to waterproof his oxygen recycler, only to notice Tull standing perfectly still, her frills spread wide to catch the downpour. Where water touched her, the gray streaks in her scales revived into peacock hues. Emboldened, Kip placed his water collection tarp beneath her, multiplying the rainfall's effect. Tull's resulting chromatic display, swirls of gratitude in gold and silver, made his chest ache with unexpected joy. Over the next 2 days, their survival dance became a language. Tull taught Kip which lichens could purify air, her 6 hands demonstrating filtration techniques with ballet-like precision. Kip rigged a solar still from his shuttle's wreckage, grinning when Tull used the distilled water to grow an edible coral garden. They developed inside jokes. Tull would mimic the beeping of Kip's failing oxygen sensor, scales flashing crimson alarm, while Kip invented silly names for the planet's odd creatures, fluffle snoots for the fuzzy marsh dwellers, glow rumps for the bioluminescent tree climbers. The crisis struck on the third morning. While exploring a cave system, Kip's foot plunged through what appeared to be solid ground. Tull lunged, gripping his wrist with 3 hands, while anchoring herself to a stalagmite with the others. As the human dangled over a bottomless crevasse, he noticed the cave walls were breathing, pulsing gently like a colossal lung. "Let go," Kip gasped. "You'll fall too." Tull's scales blazed ultramarine determination. With a sound like wind chimes made of ice, she hauled him upward inch by inch, her muscles quivering. When they finally collapsed onto safe ground, Kip's glasses sat crookedly on his nose, revealing tears he'd never admit to. Tull's normally iridescent skin had dulled to the color of weathered stone. That afternoon, as they limped back to camp, Kip noticed Tull's gills flaring irregularly. Her steps left faint scorch marks in the moss. Remembering his botany training, he gathered armfuls of the jelly-like lichen she'd shown him, pressing it against her overheating skin. Tull responded by sculpting an emergency oxygen extractor from clay and glowing spores, her movements sluggish but precise. As the planet's green auroras danced overhead that final night, their inventions hummed in harmony, Tull's bioreactor cleaning the air while Kip's jury-rigged cooling system regulated her temperature. They sat shoulder to frill, passing Kip's sketchbook back and forth. He drew the constellations as seen from Earth. She painted their patterns in bioluminescent algae. When Tull began sketching a star map with trembling fingers, Kip finally understood. Her people navigated by scent trails in the solar winds, and she'd been trying to chart a path home. The rescue came at dawn's first light, though neither expected it to arrive simultaneously. A Grotharian scout ship descended in a whirl of perfumed mist, just as a human salvage cruiser broke through the atmosphere. The companions stood between their respective rescuers, the ground beneath them carpeted with flowers that had bloomed overnight in response to Tull's restored health. Kip pressed the lichen-purified water capsule into Tull's primary hand. "For your next adventure," he said, knowing she couldn't understand the words but hoping she'd catch the meaning. Tull responded by plucking a scale from her wrist, a Grotharian gesture of kinship, and embedding it in the cover of his sketchbook. Where it touched the paper, tiny star maps bloomed like silver ink. Years later, when Kip's students asked about the framed scale in his laboratory, or Tull's crew inquired about the odd Earth book in her navigation suite, neither could fully explain the bond forged in those 3 days. But every harvest moon, when Earth's atmosphere rippled with auroras and the Grotharian scent trails aligned, they'd meet on that repaired planet, now officially named Silentung's Bridge, to replenish the lichen gardens and add another page to their shared sketchbook beneath the naps of time. Milo had always found comfort in the sameness of things. Each morning he'd rise with the first blush of dawn, pull on his worn green tunic, and pad quietly across the dew-kissed grass to the ancient oak tree at the edge of Whispering Woods. Its bark felt like a familiar friend beneath his small hands, rough, warm, and deeply grooved. He'd climb to his favorite branch, wide as a bench, and watch the village wake, smoke curling from chimneys like sleepy thoughts, the baker's son whistling as he swept his step, the distant chime of the blacksmith's hammer. This routine was his anchor, a shield against the swirling currents of a world that felt too big, too loud, too eager for change. Especially now, as his 10th birthday neared, whispers of growing up made his stomach flutter like trapped moths. Lately, though, his oak seemed restless. Its leaves, usually a vibrant tapestry of emerald through summer, were turning brittle and gold far too early, drifting to the mossy carpet below like fallen stars. A strange chill clung to its trunk, even on warm afternoons. Milo pressed his palm against the wood one misty morning, frowning. "What's wrong?" he whispered. The wind sighed through the canopy, carrying the scent of damp earth and distant wood smoke, but no answer came. Only a single perfect acorn dropped into his lap, cold as river stone. He tucked it into his pocket, a knot of worry tightening in his chest. That afternoon, seeking solace, Milo wandered deeper into whispering woods than usual. Sunlight filtered through the high canopy in dusty gold shafts, illuminating fluttering moths and painting patterns on the fern-covered floor. The air hummed with the drowsy song of crickets and the soft gurgle of a hidden stream. It was here he met Pip, a plump squirrel with fur the color of toasted hazelnuts and eyes like polished obsidian. Pip was chattering excitedly, trying to dislodge a particularly stubborn walnut wedged in the crook of a birch tree. Blasted thing. Pip squeaked, tugging with all his might. Stuck tighter than old man Hemlock's frown. Milo, without thinking, reached up and gently wiggled the walnut free. It tumbled into Pip's waiting paws. Oh. Pip blinked, startled. Well, aren't you a useful sort, thank you, little sapling. He tilted his head, studying Milo's troubled face. You look like you've lost your favorite acorn. What's nibbling at you? Milo sighed, sinking onto a mossy log. He told Pip about his oak tree, the early fading, the unnatural chill, his own unease about birthdays and growing taller and the world shifting around him. It feels like everything's slipping away, Milo confessed, tracing the whorls in the bark beside him. My tree shouldn't be changing like this. It's always been strong. Pip nibbled thoughtfully on the walnut. Change, tricky business. My great-aunt Twitchdale used to say change is just life stretching its roots. He hopped onto Milo's knee. Your oak, it's a whispering oak, you know, special. They listen, they feel. Maybe it's feeling what you're feeling, all tangled up inside. Milo's eyes widened. He'd heard stories, of course, tales whispered by elders about the woods reflecting the hearts of those who truly loved them. But he'd never quite believed them. What do I do? He asked, his voice small. Find Hazel, Pip declared, whiskers twitching. She lives in the cottage where the moonflowers bloom. She knows the language of roots and rainbows. Come on. And with a flick of his bushy tail, Pip scampered off, leading Milo along a path dappled with sunlight and the scent of wild thyme. Hazel's cottage was nestled in a clearing carpeted with velvety moss and luminous blue moonflowers that glowed softly even in daylight. Smoke curled merrily from a crooked chimney shaped like a toadstool. Hazel herself answered the door, her face as wrinkled and kind as a well-loved apple, her eyes the clear green of forest pools. She wore a shawl woven with threads that shimmered like spider silk catching the sun. Ah, she smiled, seeing Pip perched on Milo's shoulder and the worry etched on the boy's face. The oak keeper and his acorn heart, come in, the kettle's just singing. Inside, the cottage was pure comfort, shelves overflowing with jars of luminous berries and dried herbs, a fat ginger cat purring by the hearth, and the rich aroma of chamomile and honey filling the air. Hazel settled them by the crackling fire, its warmth seeping into Milo's chilled bones. Milo poured out his fears again, the tree, the dread of change, the acorn in his pocket that felt like a heavy secret. Hazel listened, her gaze gentle and unwavering. She took the cold acorn from him, holding it up to the firelight. It seemed to pulse faintly with a dim, inner light. Whispering oaks, Hazel explained softly, her voice like rustling leaves, are mirrors, dear boy, not of our faces, but of our spirits. They grow strong with courage, blossom with joy, and yes, they fade when fear wraps too tightly around the heart. She placed the acorn back in Milo's palm. Its chill had lessened slightly. This acorn is a promise, a seed of what could be, but it needs the right soil to grow. Your fear of change, Milo, it's like a frost settling on your oak's roots. It makes the leaves think winter has come too soon. Milo stared at the acorn. But how do I stop being afraid? Change feels scary, like falling. Hazel chuckled, a sound like pebbles in a brook. Change is a kind of falling, but think of a seed falling into the earth. Is it the end, or is it the beginning of something new, something strong enough to reach the sun? She leaned forward. Instead of fearing the fall, Milo learned to trust the ground that catches you, trust the friends who walk beside you, trust the strength growing inside you, even if you can't see it yet. Over the next days and weeks, guided by Hazel's gentle wisdom and Pip's cheerful encouragement, Milo began a quiet journey of discovery. He still visited his oak every morning, but instead of just sitting, he tended. He cleared fallen twigs from its base, singing simple songs Pip taught him, songs about brave little acorns and patient roots. He talked to the tree not just about his worries, but about small new things. The vibrant orange of a sunset he'd never really noticed before, the funny way the blacksmith's daughter could whistle like a bird, the exciting flutter in his chest when he learned to whittle a simple bird from a piece of driftwood Hazel gave him. He helped Pip gather nuts, marveling at the squirrel's fearless leaps between branches. He helped Hazel in her moonlit garden, learning how delicate seedlings needed both shelter and space to stretch towards the light. He noticed the woods changing around him, the shift from summer's lush green to autumn's fiery gold and crimson, and instead of dread, he began to see a breathtaking kind of magic in the transformation. The air grew crisper, smelling of wood smoke and ripe apples, and the rustle of leaves sounded less like a sigh of loss and more like a contented whisper. One blustery evening, a storm swept in from the mountains. Wind howled like a lost wolf, and rain lashed the village. Milo lay in his bed, heart pounding, thinking of his oak standing alone in the fury. The fear surged back, cold and sharp. It's changing too fast. It might break. But then he remembered Hazel's words, trust the ground that catches you. He remembered Pip's fearless leaps. He remembered the warmth of the fire in Hazel's cottage, a symbol of constant comfort amidst change. Driven by a newfound courage, Milo pulled on his boots and cloak and ran out into the storm. Rain stung his face, and the wind tried to push him back. He stumbled through the muddy path to the oak. In the flashes of lightning it looked terrifying, branches whipping like angry arms, leaves ripped away. He pressed himself against its massive trunk, feeling the ancient wood vibrate with the storm's power. It wasn't the same sturdy anchor. It was alive, wrestling with the wind, bending but not breaking. "It's okay," Milo shouted over the roar, his voice thin but steady. He poured all his newfound understanding into his words. "It's just a storm, it's just change. You're strong, we can bend together, just like Pip leaps, just like seeds grow." He held the acorn, now warm in his hand, tight against the rough bark. As suddenly as it began, the wind lessened. The rain softened to a gentle patter. The clouds parted, revealing a sky dusted with stars, impossibly bright after the tempest. Exhausted, Milo slid down the trunk, sitting on the sodden moss. He looked up. Where storm-tossed branches had been, the moonlight now revealed something astonishing. Tiny buds, glowing with a soft, silvery light, were unfurling along every branch. Not ordinary leaves, but luminous, shimmering silver foliage that caught the starlight and reflected it like liquid mercury. The air filled with a sweet, clean scent, like rain-washed air and blooming jasmine. The unnatural chill was gone, replaced by a gentle, comforting warmth radiating from the tree itself. Pip scampered down from a higher branch, his fur plastered down but his eyes shining. "See, told you, it just needed to remember it could shine." Hazel appeared at the edge of the clearing, her shawl shimmering in the moonlight. She didn't speak, just smiled, her eyes reflecting the silver glow of Milo's transformed oak. Milo touched one of the radiant leaves. It felt smooth and cool, humming with a quiet energy. He looked at the acorn in his palm. It was no longer cold stone, but warm wood, and a tiny, determined silver shoot had cracked its shell and was reaching upwards, fragile but unafraid. A deep sense of peace washed over him, warm as the hearth fire, steady as the ancient roots beneath him. He wasn't afraid of growing taller, of the world changing around him. He understood now. Change wasn't an ending, it was the soil where new wonders took root. It was the storm that revealed hidden strength. It was the quiet unfurling of a silver leaf in the moonlight. He was changing just like his beloved oak, and instead of a cold dread, he felt only a gentle, awe-filled curiosity for the person and the magic he was becoming. He nestled the sprouting acorn carefully into the soft earth at the base of the glowing tree, a promise to the future, and leaned back against the warm, radiant trunk, listening to the peaceful whisper of silver leaves in the starlit night. The world was changing, and he was ready to grow with it, one shimmering leaf at a time. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows on the worn rug. Outside, a gentle rain pattered against the window pane, a lullaby for the night. Settle in now, close your eyes, and let the warmth carry you away to the edge of a sleepy village, where the ordinary world brushed against something extraordinary. Young Finn lived in a cottage nestled where the cobbled streets of Meadowbrook met the ancient, sprawling expanse known as the Whispering Woods. Finn was a quiet child, thoughtful beyond his years, with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a heart that often felt too big for the bustling village life. He found solace not in the marketplace games, but in the quiet corners of his garden, tending to his grandmother's cherished moonpetal flowers, whose silvery blooms only unfurled fully under the starlight. Yet even that quiet joy was dimming. The moonpetals had begun to droop, their luminescence fading, and a strange, grayish mist had started to creep from the edges of the Whispering Woods towards the village, carrying with it an unnerving silence where birdsong used to be. One crisp autumn afternoon, while digging near the old oak stump at the very boundary of the woods, Finn's spade struck something hard and smooth. Brushing away the damp earth, he unearthed a curious object. It wasn't metal nor stone, but seemed carved from a single piece of dark, polished wood, warm to the touch. It was shaped like a compass, but instead of cardinal points, its face held intricate, swirling carvings that seemed to shift subtly when looked at directly. At its center, nestled in a small depression, was a smooth, milky white stone that pulsed with a faint, internal light. As Finn held it, a low hum vibrated through his palm, and a single word echoed softly in his mind, clear as a bell: Whisperwood. That night, under a sky thick with stars, the compass glowed more brightly, the stone pulsing like a captured heartbeat. It tugged gently in Finn's hand, its wooden needle pointing insistently towards the dark line of the Whispering Woods. The fading moonpetals seemed to sigh towards the woods, their remaining light flickering weakly. Finn felt a pull deeper than curiosity, a sense of responsibility, a whisper that he needed to go. Tucking the warm compass into his pocket, its hum a comforting presence, he slipped quietly out of the cottage, the damp grass cool beneath his bare feet. Crossing the boundary felt like stepping through an invisible curtain. The air changed instantly, becoming richer, cooler, and laden with the scent of damp earth, decaying leaves, and something ancient and green. The mist was thicker here, swirling around the gnarled roots of immense trees whose branches wove a dense canopy overhead, blocking out most of the starlight. Yet the compass glowed steadily, casting a soft, pearly radiance that pushed back the gloom, illuminating moss-covered boulders and intricate spiderwebs beaded with moisture. The silence was profound, broken only by the drip of water from leaves and the occasional rustle in the undergrowth that made Finn's heart skip. He followed the compass's pull deeper into the woods. The path, if it could be called that, was overgrown and treacherous. Roots snaked across the forest floor, rocks lurked beneath carpets of moss, and the mist coiled around his ankles like cold fingers. The compass guided him unerringly, its needle shifting minutely, leading him around impassable thickets and treacherous sinkholes masked by ferns. It felt less like an object and more like a patient, silent companion. After what felt like hours, the compass suddenly grew warmer. its light flared, illuminating a small clearing. In the center stood a creature unlike anything Finn had ever imagined, let alone seen. It was roughly the size of a large badger, but covered in short, dense fur, the color of storm clouds shot through with streaks of iridescent blue. It had large, round eyes like polished amber, currently wide with surprise and suspicion, and long, tufted ears that twitched nervously. Its most striking feature was a pair of large, delicate wings, like those of a dragonfly but shimmering with the same iridescent blue as its fur, currently folded tightly against its back. It was perched on a toadstool, nibbling mournfully on a gray, withered mushroom. The creature froze, its amber eyes locking onto Finn and the glowing compass. A low growl rumbled in its chest. "HSSSD, what are you doing here, soft skin, trespassing, thieving?" Its voice was surprisingly deep and gravelly for its size, like stones tumbling in a brook. Finn stopped, holding up his hands slowly, the compass pulsing warmly in one palm. I didn't mean to trespass. My name is Finn. I found this compass. It led me here." He gestured with the glowing object. "The woods, they feel sick, and the mist is spreading to my village. My moon petals are dying." The creature's ears flattened against its head. "Sick HMPH, the woods are grieving, and why shouldn't they? Forgotten, abandoned, choked by silence and shadow." It puffed out its chest. "I am Thistle, keeper of the glimmering glade, or I was." Its defiance faltered, replaced by a profound weariness. It looked down at the withered mushroom. "The glade, the heart, it fades, the weave unravels, and I cannot mend it." A tremor ran through its small frame. Finn took a tentative step closer. "The heart, what's the weave? Maybe I can help, the compass brought me." Thistle eyed the compass warily. "The Whisperwood compass, lost for generations. It senses the weave, the living magic that binds the woods. The heart is the source, the glimmering glade, but it is hidden, protected, and now weakened." It looked at Finn, suspicion warring with a desperate hope. "Why would it lead you? Soft skins bring noise and axes, not healing." "Not me," Finn said softly, thinking of his quiet garden, his drooping moon petals. "I just want to understand, to help if I can. My grandmother said the woods and the village used to be friends. Maybe they can be again." Thistle studied Finn for a long moment, the silence stretching. Finally it gave a curt nod, a flicker of reluctant acceptance in its amber eyes. "The compass leads, Thistle follows for the glade, but no tricks, soft skin." It fluttered down from the toadstool, landing lightly on the moss beside Finn. "Call me Thistle, keeper titles seem hollow now." Thus began an unlikely partnership. Finn, guided by the warm pulse of the Whisperwood compass, and Thistle, navigating the deeper, older paths with an innate knowledge of the forest, moved deeper into the whispering woods. The journey was a revelation. The compass didn't just point the way, it reacted to the forest's ailment. When they passed a cluster of trees whose leaves were turning brittle and gray, the milky stone dimmed, and a faint, discordant chime echoed from it. Near a sluggish, murky stream choked with slime, the compass grew cold, its light flickering erratically. Thistle explained in his gruff way. "The weave is the song of the woods, the rustle of leaves, the chatter of streamlets, the buzz of insects, the memories held in ancient roots all woven together. The glimmering glade is the loom, the heart where the song is strongest, but the song is fading. Silence grows, shadows deepen, the mist is the wood's sorrow made visible." They encountered wonders, groves where luminescent fungi painted the ground in soft blues and greens, trees whose bark shimmered with veins of silver light, clear pools reflecting star patterns unseen in the sky above. But each wonder was marred by the encroaching grayness patches of dead, silent ground, streams running sluggish and dark, trees groaning as if in pain. The discordant chimes from the compass became more frequent. One evening, as they sheltered under a giant, hollowed-out willow, its once vibrant leaves now hanging limp, Finn shared his own quiet sorrow, the fading moon petals, the feeling of not quite belonging in the village, his grandmother's stories about the wood's old magic. Thistle, nibbling a slightly less withered mushroom Finn had found, listened intently. Then, hesitantly, Thistle spoke of his own burden. The glimmering glade wasn't just a place. It was sustained by joy, by connection, by the shared memories of all who lived within the woods and those who respected it. As the village grew distant, forgetting the old ways, and as fear replaced wonder, the connection frayed. Thistle felt every fraying thread as a physical ache. He tried everything ancient chants, tending the oldest trees, even attempting to sing the weave back into strength, but his own heart was heavy with loneliness and failure. "The song needs many voices," Thistle murmured, his voice softer than Finn had ever heard it. "One keeper's voice is not enough." The compass pulsed warmly against Finn's chest. He looked at Thistle, truly seeing the weariness beneath the bristly exterior, the deep love for the woods masked by grumpiness. Maybe it led me because I can hear the silence too, and maybe we can find more voices together." He offered Thistle a small, slightly squashed berry he'd saved. Thistle took the berry, a flicker of something like surprise crossing his face. He gave a small, almost imperceptible nod. Perhaps Finn, perhaps. Days blurred into nights. They forded streams turned sluggish and cold, climbed moss-slicked ridges where the mist clung thickest, and navigated valleys choked with gray, brittle ferns. The compass guided them through illusions paths that doubled back, walls of thorn that seemed solid until the compass light touched them, revealing an opening. Thistle's knowledge saved them from hidden sinkholes and patches of quicksand, disguised as ordinary moss. They shared meager rations, Finn's dried bread and cheese, Thistle's knowledge of which forest grubs were surprisingly edible and which berries wouldn't make you see dancing badgers. Slowly, a grudging respect, then a tentative friendship, bloomed between the quiet boy and the gruff keeper. Finn learned to move with the forest's rhythm, to listen beyond the silence. Thistle, in turn, found himself sharing stories of the woods past glory of great gatherings under the moon, of trees that sang, of starlight distilled in dewdrops. Finally, after a particularly arduous climb up a sheer rock face guided by the compass's insistent light, they emerged onto a high plateau. Before them lay the glimmering glade. It was a sight that stole Finn's breath, even in its faded state. A vast natural amphitheater ringed by ancient, towering trees whose bark shimmered with embedded crystals that caught the weak sunlight filtering through the mist. At the very center stood an enormous, ancient oak, its gnarled trunk wider than Finn's cottage, its branches spreading like a protective canopy. But the crystals were dull, their light feeble. The great oak's leaves were sparse and tinged with gray. Moss that should have been emerald green was patchy and brown. A shallow pool at the oak's base, which Thistle called the memory pool, was murky and still, reflecting only the oppressive gray sky. The air hummed not with vibrant life, but with a low, discordant thrum that vibrated in Finn's bones, the sound of the weave unraveling. The mist here was thickest, swirling like smoke. "The heart," Thistle whispered, his voice thick with despair. He fluttered weakly to the base of the great oak, landing on a root. "See, the loom tree weakens, the pool remembers only sorrow, the song, it's almost gone." He slumped, his iridescent wings drooping. "The compass led you, Finn, but what can we do? The silence is too deep." Finn stood at the edge of the glade, the whisperwood compass burning warmly against his palm, its light a defiant beacon in the gloom. He felt the immense sadness of the place, the weight of forgotten connections. He thought of his drooping moon petals, of the village elders dismissing the mist as just weather, of Thistle's loneliness. He thought of his grandmother's stories filled with laughter shared under these very trees, of offerings of song and gratitude, of the woods and village woven together. Suddenly, the compass pulsed intensely. Its light flared not outwards but inwards, bathing Finn in its pearly radiance. An image filled his mind, not a spell or a chant, but a feeling. A memory. The pure, simple joy he felt when his moon petals bloomed under the stars, the connection he felt to the tiny plants. He remembered Thistle's face when he'd accepted the berry, the flicker of surprise and connection. The answer wasn't force. It wasn't just Thistle's duty. It was connection. It was sharing the light inside, the small joys, the memories. Taking a deep breath, Finn walked slowly towards the murky memory pool. He knelt beside it, ignoring the cold dampness seeping through his trousers. He placed his hands on the compass, its warmth flowing into him. Closing his eyes, he didn't try to sing a grand song. Instead, he focused on a single, quiet memory. He pictured his grandmother's face, kind and lined, as she showed him how to plant the first moonpetal seed. He felt the cool earth under his small fingers, the anticipation, the shared wonder when the first silver shoot emerged. He poured that feeling, the warmth, the love, the simple joy of growth and connection into the compass. The milky stone blazed. A beam of pure, soft light, warm like starlight, shot from the compass and touched the surface of the murky memory pool. Where the light touched, the murkiness cleared, like ink dispersing in clean water. For a moment, the image of Finn's grandmother smiling, holding the tiny seedling, shimmered on the pool's surface. A soft gasp came from Thistle. Finn opened his eyes. The cleared patch of water glowed faintly. The discordant thrumming lessened just a fraction. Hope, fragile but real, flickered in Thistle's amber eyes. Thistle, Finn called softly. Your turn, think of something good, something joyful you remember here. Thistle hesitated, then fluttered closer to the pool. He looked uncertain, then closed his eyes. He thought Finn imagined of sunbeams dappling the glade, of the crystal trees ablaze with light, perhaps of a time when other voices filled the air. A low, hesitant hum started in Thistle's chest, rough at first, then smoothing into a deep, resonant tone. It wasn't a song with words, but a pure note of remembrance and belonging. As he hummed, a tiny spark of iridescent blue light, like a captured firefly, drifted from him and touched the pool beside Finn's clearing patch. The water there cleared too, showing a fleeting image of the glade bathed in golden sunlight. Encouraged, Finn focused again. He thought of the first time he saw a shooting star, the awe that filled him. Another beam of light, another patch of the pool cleared, shimmering with starry reflections. Thistle, gaining confidence, hummed louder, recalling the scent of rain on hot earth in the glade, releasing another spark of blue light. Finn remembered the taste of wild strawberries Thistle had shown him, the burst of sweetness. Light. Thistle remembered the feeling of the wind under his wings on a clear day. Light. They worked together, boy and keeper, kneeling by the pool. Finn shared quiet human joys, the comfort of a warm hearth on a rainy night, the smell of baking bread, the sound of his grandmother's laughter. Thistle poured in the deep, ancient joys of the forest, the unfurling of a fern, the chatter of squirrels at dawn, the silent strength of the oldest trees. Each memory, each spark of joy, each moment of connection, channeled through the whisperwood compass, became a beam of light or a spark of blue energy that touched the memory pool, clearing the murkiness patch by patch. The discordant thrumming faded, replaced by a soft, harmonious hum that rose from the pool itself, weaving together their disparate melodies. As the pool cleared, reflecting not sorrow but the shared tapestry of their memories and joys, the change rippled outward. The crystals embedded in the surrounding trees began to glow brighter, their light pulsing in time with the hum. The gray tinge receded from the loom tree's leaves, replaced by a vibrant, healthy green. The moss at its base turned emerald and plush. The mist within the glade didn't vanish, but it thinned dramatically, becoming a soft, luminous haze that diffused the growing light beautifully. The air itself felt lighter, warmer, alive with the returning song of the weave, a complex, beautiful melody woven from rustling leaves, trickling water, insect buzz, bird calls tentatively starting again in the distance, and the deep, resonant hum of the loom tree itself, strengthened by their offering. Finn and Thistle sat back, exhausted but filled with a profound, quiet awe. The glimmering glade was still regaining its strength, but the heart was beating again, strong and steady. The whisperwood compass in Finn's hand was warm but calm, its light soft and constant, the milky stone glowing with a serene inner light. The needle pointed steadily towards the great oak. "We did it," Finn breathed, his voice barely a whisper. Thistle looked around, his amber eyes wide, reflecting the burgeoning light. He looked at Finn, the suspicion gone, replaced by a depth of gratitude and newfound respect. "We did," he rumbled, his voice thick with emotion. "The song, it remembers, the connection, it lives." He fluttered up and landed gently on Finn's shoulder, a surprising but comforting weight. "You brought the lost voice, Finn, the voice of remembering, the voice of the heart." The journey back felt different. The whispering woods were still healing, but the oppressive silence was gone. Birds tentatively sang melodies. Streams chuckled over stones, clearer now. The mist had receded to the deepest hollows, no longer threatening the village boundary. The gray, dead patches were smaller, showing signs of green shoots pushing through. The compass guided them, but its pull was gentle, content. Finn carried it not just as a guide, but as a symbol of the bond forged. When they finally emerged from the tree line near Finn's cottage, dawn was painting the sky in streaks of pink and gold. Finn's grandmother stood in the garden, her face lined with worry that melted into disbelief, and then radiant joy. For there in Finn's moonpetal patch, every single flower had unfurled fully, their silvery petals glowing with an ethereal light even in the dawn, healthier and more luminous than they had been in years. The creeping gray mist was gone from the village edge. Finn ran to her, Thistle fluttering discreetly to perch on the garden fence, watching. Finn poured out the tale, the compass, the sick woods, Thistle, the fading glade, the journey, the memory pool, the sharing of memories and light. His grandmother listened, tears glistening in her eyes. She nodded slowly. "The old bond," she whispered. "We forgot to listen, we forgot to share our song." News spread through Meadow Brook, not with alarm, but with wonder. Finn, once the quiet boy, became a bridge. He showed the elders the whisperwood compass, though it only glowed warmly for him and his grandmother, and he spoke of Thistle and the glimmering glade. Hesitantly at first, then with growing enthusiasm, villagers began to visit the edge of the whispering woods. Not to take, but to listen. To leave simple offerings of song or stories, or well wishes whispered to the wind. Children left drawings of the woods. The blacksmith, inspired, forged a small wind chime with leaves and acorns, and hung it where the breeze caught it, adding its gentle melody to the forest's edge. Finn visited Thistle often. Sometimes Thistle would grumble about soft-skin noise, but he always met Finn by the old oak stump, and sometimes he'd even venture closer to the village, hidden in the twilight, listening to the laughter and songs drifting out. The keeper was no longer alone. The weave grew stronger, fed by the renewed connection. Finn kept the whisperwood compass on his windowsill. It no longer tugged him into the deep woods, but it often glowed softly, especially on nights when the moon petals bloomed, or when he sat quietly, remembering his journey. It was a reminder that the greatest magic wasn't in grand spells or hidden powers, but in the quiet courage to listen, the willingness to reach out to the unexpected, and the simple, profound power of sharing joy and memory. It reminded him that even the smallest voice, when woven together with others in kindness and understanding, could mend a broken song and light the way home. The mist never returned to Meadowbrook's edge. The whispering woods thrived, a symphony of life once more, its song a gentle counterpoint to the village sounds. And on quiet nights, if you listened very carefully near the old oak stump, you might hear the deep, contented hum of a keeper, and the soft, answering laughter of a boy who had discovered that friendship and understanding could bloom in the most unexpected places, and that every heart, no matter how small or seemingly different, holds a light that can help heal the world. Sleep now, little one, wrapped in the warmth of that knowing. The fire crackles low, the rain whispers on the roof, and the world is full of quiet, interconnected magic. Dream well. Leo always believed the woods behind his cottage held secrets. Not the ordinary kind, like where squirrels hid their acorns, but deeper, older mysteries. Every evening he'd sit by his window, watching fireflies blink like fallen stars above the ferns. But lately the lights had dimmed, leaving the forest cloaked in an unsettling gloom. On his 10th birthday, Leo's grandmother pressed a smooth, milky white stone into his palm. "This," she whispered, her eyes crinkling like dried apple peels, "is a moonstone. It belonged to your great-great-grandmother, who could see what others couldn't. Keep it close when the world feels too dark." That night, unable to sleep, Leo crept into the woods, the moonstone warm against his skin. As moonlight filtered through the oaks, the stone began to glow, softly at first, then brighter, painting silver veins across the moss. Suddenly a path shimmered into view, woven from cobwebs and starlight, winding toward the ancient willow-heart tree. Its trunk, wider than Leo's cottage, pulsed with a faint, golden light. Heart pounding, Leo touched the bark. It rippled like water, and he tumbled through into a world drenched in twilight hues. Here, the air smelled of crushed mint and damp earth. Giant mushrooms glowed violet, and rivers of liquid amber flowed between roots. But the fireflies, now enormous, with wings like stained glass, drifted listlessly, their light sputtering. A small creature darted from behind a toadstool. No taller than Leo's knee, it had velvety fur the color of moss, ears like fern fronds, and anxious, lantern-yellow eyes. "You're human," it gasped, voice like rustling leaves. "I'm Pip, and you shouldn't be here. The glimmer is fading." Pip explained that this realm, the Valewood, thrived on light, especially the firefly's glow, which fueled the magic keeping the Valewood hidden. But a creeping chill was devouring the light, withering flowers and silencing the crystal crickets. "It started when the Shadowkin arrived," Pip murmured, pointing to Inkai smudges staining the tree trunks. "They're not evil, just lost, and terribly cold." Leo held up the moonstone. Its light flared, pushing back the nearest shadow. Pip's eyes widened. "The Heartstone, legends say it can mend broken light." Together they devised a plan: follow the Amber River to the Crystal Peaks, where the oldest fireflies nested. Perhaps there they'd find answers. Their journey was a tapestry of wonders and perils. They crossed the Bridge of Whispers, made of singing reeds that hummed warnings when shadows neared. In the moss grove they met elderly tortoises whose shells glittered with embedded quartz, who spoke in riddles. "To warm what's cold, seek not the blaze, but the spark within the haze." Deeper in the Valewood they faced the Shiverwind, a gust that stole warmth from bones. Leo shared his woolen scarf with Pip, wrapping them both tight, while the moonstone glowed like a tiny hearth. "Friendship," Pip chirped through chattering teeth, "is a good shield against the cold." One evening, as they sheltered in a hollow log, Leo noticed Pip shivering, wings drooping. "Your light's dimming too," Leo realized, horrified. Pip nodded. "The Shadowkin drain warmth just by being near. They're lonely, I think. Loneliness can make you cold." Leo remembered winters by his grandmother's fire, how stories and hot cocoa thawed his own solitude. An idea sparked. What if we helped them? At the Crystal Peaks they found the firefly nests, great geodes pulsing with frail light. But curled beside them was a Shadowkin. Unlike the smudges in the trees, this one had a shape, a wispy, wolf-like creature made of swirling smoke, with eyes like frozen ponds. It whimpered, reaching toward the fireflies, but recoiling as their light guttered. It's hurting them by accident, Leo breathed. Stepping forward, Leo raised the moonstone. Instead of driving the shadowkin away, he focused on the warmth Pip had kindled in his chest, the warmth of trust, of shared laughs under glowing mushrooms, of Pip braiding starflowers into his hair. The stone blazed not with harsh light, but with a gentle, golden radiance. The shadowkin flinched, then stilled as the glow washed over it. Slowly its smoky form softened, revealing fur as white as birch bark, and eyes thawing into warm amber. "You see me," it rasped. Its name was Frost, and it had wandered into the Valewood through a crack in the mountains, drawn by the firefly's glow but cursed with a chill that extinguished light. "I only wanted to be near something warm," Frost whispered. "But my touch brings frost." Leo understood then. Frost wasn't a thief, but a prisoner of its own nature. The trio huddled together, Leo's arms around Pip and Frost. Frost trembled. "I'm so tired of being cold." Pip placed a tiny paw on Frost's muzzle. "Let's share our warmth." Leo pressed the moonstone to Frost's chest. He poured every memory of kindness into it, grandmother's stories, Pip's laughter, the tortoise's wisdom. The stone pulsed, and Frost's fur began to shimmer. Not with borrowed light, but with a soft internal glow, like dawn breaking through mist. As Frost's new warmth spread, the fireflies stirred. One by one their wings brightened, casting prismatic rays across the peaks. The shadowkin smudges on the trees dissolved, revealing woodpeckers with emerald feathers and squirrels that glowed like coals. The Valewood itself sighed, roots uncurling, rivers running clear and bright. "You mended the glimmer," Pip breathed. But the moonstone's light was fading. Leo knew his time here was ending. At the willowheart tree, Frost nuzzled his hand. "Thank you for seeing me." Pip pressed a luminous flower into Leo's palm. "Whenever you feel lost, this will glow, so you remember." Leo stepped through the rippling bark, emerging into his own woods just as dawn pinked the sky. Back home, the fireflies danced brighter than ever. Leo kept the moonstone on his windowsill. Some nights when the moon was full, he'd glimpse a moss-eared silhouette waving from the ferns, or feel a warm breeze that smelled of amber and mint. He'd smile, touching the now dull stone. It had taught him that light wasn't just to banish darkness, it was to welcome what lingered there, to offer warmth instead of fear. And in the quiet moments before sleep, Leo would whisper stories into the dark, knowing somewhere in the Valewood, a creature with birch bark fur and gentle amber eyes was listening, finally warm at last. The fire crackled softly in the hearth, casting dancing shadows upon the walls as the evening settled into a deep, velvety blue outside the window. The warmth reached out like a gentle embrace, and in this cozy circle of light, a story begins. A story not of grand adventures or fearsome dragons, but of quiet magic and the gentle transformation of a lonely heart. In a small cottage at the edge of a whispering wood lived a boy named Kalen. He was a thoughtful child, with eyes the color of moss after rain, and a quietness about him that often made him seem older than his years. His days were spent tending to his grandmother's garden, mending fences, and watching the world from his window, a world he rarely felt a part of. You see, Kalen often felt a hollow sort of loneliness, a chill that not even the warmest blanket or brightest fire could quite dispel. He longed for connection, for a friend who understood the language of rustling leaves and the secret songs of streams. One evening, as the first stars began to prick the twilight sky, Kalen noticed something unusual. A soft, pulsing glow, like a captured ember, flickered deep within the forest. It was a light he had never seen before, not the cold silver of moonlight, nor the cheerful gold of a lantern, but something in between, warm and alive. Curiosity, a feeling he hadn't entertained in some time, stirred within him. Pulling on his worn boots and a thick woolen cloak, he stepped out into the crisp air, following the gentle beacon. The forest at night was a different world. Familiar paths became mysterious tunnels, and the sounds were amplified. The crunch of his footsteps on fallen leaves, the distant hoot of an owl, the sigh of the wind through the pine needles. But he was not afraid. The strange, warm light drew him forward, a silent guide. He walked until the trees grew thick and the cottage lights vanished behind him, until he stood before an ancient, gnarled oak tree, its trunk wide enough to hide 3 children behind. And there, nestled within a hollow in the oak's great trunk, was the source of the light. It was a small, perfectly smooth stone, no larger than his thumb, glowing with a soft, internal radiance. It pulsed gently like a sleeping heartbeat, washing the surrounding moss and bark in shades of amber and gold. It was warm to the touch, not hot, but holding the comforting warmth of a sun-warmed pebble at the end of a summer day. Kalen carefully cupped it in his hands. As he did, a profound sense of calm washed over him. The lonely chill in his chest receded, replaced by the stone's gentle heat. He knew with a certainty he couldn't explain that this was no ordinary stone. He had found a glimmer heart. He carried the glimmer heart home, its light a small sun in his pocket. That night, for the first time in a long time, he slept deeply and without dreams of emptiness. The next morning he placed the stone on his windowsill, where it continued to glow with its soft, persistent light. But the magic of the glimmer heart was only beginning. Later that day, as Kalen was chopping wood, he saw a flash of red out of the corner of his eye. A fox with a coat the color of autumn leaves and one white-tipped paw was sitting at the edge of the clearing, watching him. It wasn't wary or skittish, as foxes usually were. It simply sat, its intelligent eyes fixed not on Kalen, but on the cottage window, on the soft glow of the stone. Kalen moved slowly, sitting on the chopping block so as not to startle the creature. For a long time, boy and fox regarded each other in the quiet afternoon. Then, Kalen did something on impulse. He went inside, fetched the glimmer heart, and placed it on the ground halfway between them. The fox did not approach the stone. Instead, it looked at Kalen, tilted its head, and then turned and trotted a few paces into the wood before stopping and looking back. It was an unmistakable invitation. And so began an unexpected friendship. Kalen, with the warm stone in his pocket, followed the fox. His new companion, whom he silently named Ember for her color and for the light that had brought them together, led him on paths he never knew existed. She showed him a hidden spring where the water was so clear it reflected the sky like a second heaven, and a meadow filled with flowers that chimed softly when the breeze passed through them. They did not speak, of course, but a deep understanding grew between them. Kalen learned to read the flick of Ember's ear, the swish of her tail, the quiet pauses where she would simply sit and enjoy the sun with him. The glimmer heart was their silent companion on these journeys. Kalen noticed that its glow seemed to brighten when they discovered something beautiful, a patch of luminous fungi, a bird's nest woven with iridescent feathers, a waterfall that fell into a misty pool. It was as if the stone was not just a source of warmth, but a recorder of wonder, fueled by the joy of discovery and the warmth of friendship. One evening, as the autumn air grew sharper, Ember led him to a part of the forest that felt older. The trees were immense, their branches forming a canopy so thick the moonlight only dripped through in silver specks. In the center of this ancient grove stood a willow tree, but unlike any willow Kalen had ever seen. Its leaves, even in the dim light, shimmered with a faint silver glow, and its long, trailing branches seemed to weep not with sadness, but with a quiet, profound knowledge. At its base was a small pool, its surface as still and perfect as dark glass. Ember sat by the pool and looked at Kalen, then at the water. Kalen understood. He knelt and, drawn by a force he didn't comprehend, held the glimmer heart over the water. As its warm light touched the surface, the pool did not reflect the trees or the sky above. Instead, images swirled within its depths. He saw his own hands planting seeds in the garden with his grandmother, a moment of simple contentment he had forgotten. He saw himself sharing his lunch with a lost baby bird years ago. He saw the lonely boy at the window, and he felt a pang of sympathy for him, a feeling that was new and strange. The pool showed him that his life, though quiet, had been woven with small threads of kindness and patience. The glimmer heart pulsed in his hand, warmer than ever, and he realized its magic wasn't just about showing him the hidden world outside, but also the hidden world within himself. It illuminated the goodness that was already there, buried under layers of loneliness. The mystery of the stone was unfolding. It was a mirror for the heart. Its light grew in the presence of beauty, friendship, and self-discovery. His journey through the wood had transformed him, not by making him a hero, but by helping him see that he was already whole. The cold hollow in his chest was gone, filled now with the warmth of Ember's friendship and the quiet confidence the glimmer heart had helped him find. As the nights grew longer and colder, Kalen no longer needed to carry the stone with him everywhere. Its warmth was inside him now. He often left it on the windowsill where it glowed like a faithful star, a beacon of the friendship it had kindled. Ember became a regular visitor, sometimes curling up by the hearth while Kalen read, or accompanying him on his chores. They were a quiet pair, a boy and a fox, bound by a magic that asked for nothing but shared silence and mutual respect. Then one night, under a full moon that turned the world to silver and shadow, something changed. The glimmer heart on the windowsill began to pulse more rapidly, its light flaring brighter than ever before. Kalen and Ember, who was dozing by the fire, both looked up. The light was not just contained within the stone anymore. It streamed out the window, a beam of gentle gold pointing back toward the ancient grove. They followed it, the familiar path now illuminated by this magical guide. When they reached the silver willow, the scene was breathtaking. The pool was shimmering, and the weeping branches of the tree were swaying, though there was no wind. And there, on the far side of the pool, was another light. Another glimmer heart, this one pulsing with a soft blue-silver light, lay nestled in the roots of the tree. A badger, old and gray-muzzled, with kind, deep-set eyes, was nudging it gently with its nose. It looked up as Kalen and Ember approached, not with fear, but with a sense of weary recognition. It was clear the badger was the guardian of this place, and the second stone was its charge. The two lights, the gold and the silver, began to pulse in rhythm, and as they did, the entire grove was filled with a soft, harmonious hum. The silver leaves of the willow glowed brighter, and for a moment Kalen felt he could understand the ancient language of the forest, the slow thoughts of the trees, the quick, bright chatter of the streams, the patient wisdom of the stones. The badger looked from its stone to Kalen's, and then to the two friends. It gave a slow, deliberate nod, as if a long-awaited meeting had finally come to pass. Then it gently picked up the silver glimmer heart in its mouth, turned, and ambled slowly into the deeper shadows of the grove, its form soon swallowed by the darkness. The beam of light from Kalen's stone faded, and its pulse returned to its normal, gentle rhythm. Kalen understood. The stones were part of a pair, perhaps needing to be brought together to renew the magic of this sacred place. His journey of personal growth, guided by the gold stone, had led him here to complete a quiet, cosmic balance. He had not been chosen for a grand task, but for a gentle one, to be a friend, to be curious, to be kind, and in doing so, to play his small part in the great, turning world. He and Ember walked home in comfortable silence, the gold stone now warm and content in his pocket. He knew the badger and the silver stone were where they needed to be, just as he and Ember were where they belonged. The mystery was solved not with a shout, but with a sigh of contentment. Now, as the fire in the hearth settles into a bed of glowing coals and the night holds the world in its deep, soft embrace, Kalen is asleep in his bed. The glimmer heart rests on his bedside table, its light now a constant, soft thrum, a testament to a heart that is no longer lonely. Outside, curled in a cozy nest of dry leaves under the porch, Ember dreams Fox dreams. Their friendship, forged in the gentle light of a magical stone, burns steady and true, a quiet flame in the vastness of the world. And so the story ends where all good stories should, with warmth, with peace, and with the promise of a new day. The embers in the hearth crackle their final, sleepy goodnight. The room is filled with a soft, orange glow, and the only sound is the gentle rhythm of quiet breathing. The journey is over, the heart is warm, and the world is exactly as it should be. It is time to close your eyes, let the warmth of the story settle around you like a soft blanket, and drift into dreams as peaceful in content as a boy and his fox friend, safe and loved under a starlit sky. Sleep well. In the quiet village of Meadowshire, where cobblestone lanes wound like sleepy serpents between thatched cottages, lived a boy named Silas. His world was one of ordinary wonders, the scent of baking bread drifting from Mrs. Bramble's oven, the way sunlight turned the mill pond into liquid gold each dawn. Yet Silas often felt a quiet longing, as if the world held secrets just beyond his reach. That longing led him to the dusty attic of his grandmother's cottage one misty afternoon, where he discovered an old wooden music box tucked beneath a quilt of faded stars. Its surface was carved with spiraling patterns that seemed to shift like smoke when touched, and when Silas wound its tiny key, it played no melody at all. Instead, it released a soft, shimmering light that painted pictures in the air, memories not his own. The first vision showed a locket shaped like a teardrop, lost deep within the whispering woods on the edge of the village. Silas recognized it at once. It belonged to his grandmother, who'd spoken of it with wistful sighs, calling it her heart's compass. The music box hummed, and Silas understood this was no ordinary trinket. It could reveal the hidden stories of lost things, but only if he followed where it led. With the box cradled in his hands, its light pulsing like a gentle heartbeat, Silas stepped into the woods. Shadows draped the path like velvet curtains, and the air smelled of damp moss and secrets. His journey began with uncertainty, but soon helpers emerged from the greenery. First came Thistle, a badger with fur like twilight and eyes that held the patience of ancient stones. He moved with a slow, deliberate grace, teaching Silas to read the language of roots and rivulets. Every bend in the path has a tale, Thistle rumbled, his voice a soothing rasp. Listen with your feet, not just your ears. Next fluttered Pip, a sparrow with feathers the color of storm clouds, and a habit of reciting rhymes. Left at the crooked oak, right where the ferns sigh low, she'd chirp, her wings tracing maps in the dappled light. Last was Bramble, a hedgehog whose quills glittered with dewdrops and whose laughter was a soft, rustling sound. She carried a tiny satchel of courage, a thimble-sized cup of honeysuckle nectar that warmed the spirit when sipped. Together they ventured deeper, guided by the music box's glow. It showed them fragments of the locket's past, grandmother as a girl, laughing as she hung it from a branch while chasing fireflies, the day a storm swept it into a burbling creek. The woods grew stranger, trees whispered in riddles, and streams flowed uphill. Silas's heart ached with every step, not from weariness, but from the weight of the stories he carried. He realized this was no mere quest for an object. It was a journey into the tender, tangled heart of memory itself. The challenge arose when they reached the Grove of Echoes, a clearing where the air shimmered like heat haze. There the locket lay cradled in the roots of an ancient willow, but guarding it was the keeper of whispers, a being woven from starlight and sorrow, with eyes like frozen ponds. She had no form, only a voice that echoed with 1,000 lost sighs. "Take this locket," she murmured, "and you steal a piece of someone's soul. Memories are not trinkets to be reclaimed." Silas felt fear tighten his throat. Thistle nudged his hand. "Wisdom, little traveler," the badger whispered. "Not force." Pip landed on Silas's shoulder, humming a rhyme about letting go. Bramble pressed the honeysuckle cup into his palm, its sweetness a balm. Silas closed his eyes, recalling the music box's visions, not just the locket's loss, but the joy it once held. He understood then what the keeper truly guarded, not the object, but the right of memories to breathe, to change, to be more than frozen moments. Memories aren't meant to be kept locked away, Silas said softly, his voice steady as a stream. They're like seeds. If you hold them too tight, they never grow. My grandmother's sorrow isn't in losing this locket, it's in forgetting how it felt to laugh when it swung from that branch. He held up the music box, its light swirled, showing the keeper her own memories, of being a sapling kissed by rain, of sheltering fledglings, of seasons turning without regret. Sometimes, Silas added, letting go is how we keep things alive. The keeper's form softened, melting into a shower of silver mist that rained down like tears. Where it touched the earth, forget-me-nots bloomed in a blue circle around the willow. You carry old wisdom in young bones, the keeper sighed, her voice now warm as hearth smoke. Take the locket, but leave a memory in its place. Silas placed his hand on the willow's bark. He thought of this journey, Thistle's steady presence, Pip's guiding rhymes, Bramble's brave giggle. The tree absorbed it, its leaves shivering with contentment. The locket slipped into Silas's palm, cool and light. The return to Meadowshire was lit by a buttery sunset. Grandmother's eyes welled when Silas pressed the locket into her hands, but he quickly opened the music box. Its light wove a new vision, not the past, but the present, the four friends walking home, the willow grove blooming behind them, the village glowing ahead like a promise. The memory isn't in the locket, Grandma, Silas whispered. It's in us, and now we have a new one to share. That night, as crickets sang outside and the cottage breathed with the scent of chamomile tea, Silas wound the music box one last time. Its light danced across the ceiling, painting not just lost things but found joys, the gleam in grandmother's eyes, the badger's wise nod from the garden fence, the sparrow's evening song. And as Silas drifted to sleep, he knew the greatest magic wasn't in objects or visions. It was in the quiet courage to listen, the warmth of companions, and the gentle truth that some journeys don't end, they bloom inside you forever. In a quiet corner of the spiraling galaxy, where stardust gathered like snowflakes in the cosmic winds, there drifted a small, forgotten space station known as the Starlight Haven. It was here that two unlikely souls found one another, drawn by the gentle pull of curiosity and the universal longing for companionship. The first was a being from the crystalline world of Lumina, whose body shimmered with soft, shifting colors that mirrored her emotions. Her name was Lyra, and she communicated not with words, but with hues that flowed across her skin like liquid light. When she was joyful, she glowed in warm golds and sunny yellows. When thoughtful, she deepened into tranquil blues and purples. She had come to the Starlight Haven to tend its neglected garden dome, where bioluminescent plants whispered secrets in the language of light. The second was a creature from the harmonic planet of Sonara, a place where thoughts were expressed through gentle, melodic hums. His name was Kale, and his form was slender and graceful, with delicate frills that vibrated to produce soothing frequencies. His eyes, large and dark, reflected the stars he so loved to observe. He had arrived at the station to repair its ancient nebula observatory, hoping to listen to the music of the cosmos. Their first meeting was a symphony of confusion. Lyra, upon seeing Kale, flushed a nervous silver, her light pulsing rapidly. Kale, startled, emitted a high-pitched chime that made the nearby glass panels tremble. For days they moved cautiously around one another, each trying to decipher the other's strange ways. Lyra would tend her glowing plants, her colors shifting in patterns Kale could not understand. Kale would hum softly to himself while adjusting the observatory's crystalline arrays, creating vibrations that Lyra felt as tingles along her skin. One afternoon, as Lyra was watering a cluster of star blossoms, flowers that bloomed only in the presence of kindness. She noticed Kale struggling with a tangled web of glowing vines that had overgrown a control panel. Without thinking, she reached out, her hand glowing a gentle, helpful green. But Kale, seeing the sudden movement and unfamiliar color, flinched and let out a sharp, discordant note that made Lyra step back, her light dimming to a sad gray. It was their first misunderstanding, but it would not be their last. Another time, Kale tried to share his joy at fixing the observatory by humming a bright, ascending scale. To him, it was a song of triumph. To Lyra, it felt like an overwhelming burst of energy that made her plants droop. She responded by flashing a concerned amber, which Kale misinterpreted as irritation. They retreated to their separate corners of the station, feeling lonely and perplexed. But the starlight haven itself seemed to wish for their friendship. The garden dome and the observatory were connected by a slender corridor lined with windows that looked out upon the swirling nebula outside, a tapestry of violet, rose, and sapphire gases that danced in the silent void. It was here in this in-between space that they began to leave small offerings for one another. Lyra started placing a luminous moon pearl, a gem that glowed with soft, steady light, on the windowsill each morning. Kale, curious, began leaving a harmonically charged crystal that hummed a gentle lullaby when touched. Slowly, tentatively, they learned to read each other's gifts not as alien oddities, but as gestures of goodwill. One evening, as a meteor shower painted silver streaks across the observation dome, they found themselves standing together before the great window. Lyra glowed a hesitant, questioning blue. Kale responded with a soft, questioning hum that rose like a whisper. Then inspiration struck. Lyra pointed to a particularly bright meteor, and her skin flushed with awe, a brilliant, sparkling silver. Kale, understanding, hummed a tone that matched exactly the wonder she felt. It was their first true connection. From that night on, they began to build a shared language, one of blended light and sound. They discovered that Lyra's colors could harmonize with Kale's frequencies, creating something entirely new and beautiful. Together, they revived the heart of the Starlight Haven, a circular chamber where the garden met the observatory, filled with floating plants that responded to both light and music. Here, they created their sanctuary. Lyra's touch made the flowers bloom in cascades of color, while Kale's hums caused them to release soft, glowing spores that drifted like fairies in the air. They learned to laugh at their misunderstandings. Once Kale tried to express hunger by humming a low, rumbling tone. Lyra, thinking he was cold, surrounded him with warmth-emitting plants until he was sweating and frantically humming a higher, panicked note. When they realized the mistake, Lyra flashed a merry pink and gold, and Kale hummed a chuckling melody that shook the leaves on the vines. Another time, Lyra became so excited about a new hybrid blossom that she flashed a rapid, strobe-like pattern of rainbows. Poor Kale became so dizzy he had to sit down until she softened her lights to an apologetic, pulsing lavender. They learned to temper their expressions, to listen not just with eyes or ears, but with the heart. Their deepest bond formed during the quiet hours, when the station's orbit brought it through the calm eye of a nebula. They would sit in their shared chamber, watching distant suns being born in clouds of cosmic dust. Lyra would glow with the soft hues of the nebula itself, while Kale would hum melodies that mirrored the slow, grand dance of the stars. In those moments, words were unnecessary. They understood each other perfectly, through the language of shared wonder, of peace, of kindness. One day, a malfunction caused the station's energy to flicker and fade. The garden lights dimmed, the observatory's crystals fell silent, and cold crept into the corridors. Lyra and Kale knew they had to work together to restore the power. Lyra used her knowledge of the light-sensitive plants to channel what little energy remained, while Kale hummed stabilizing frequencies to calm the erratic systems. It was difficult, there were more misunderstandings, moments of frustration where Lyra's lights flared red and Kale's hums grew sharp. But they remembered the lessons they had learned, to be patient, to listen, to trust. In the end, it was a combination of Lyra's soft, guiding glow and Kale's harmonious tune that realigned the core. As light and warmth flooded back into the station, they turned to each other. Lyra radiated a proud, sunny gold, and Kale answered with a triumphant, resonant chord. They had done it not as two separate beings, but as friends. As the seasons turned in the vastness of space, the Starlight Haven became known as a place of peace and connection. Sometimes other travelers would visit, beings from far-flung worlds who had heard tales of the station, where light and music lived in harmony. They would find Lyra and Kale in their beautiful chamber, surrounded by singing flowers and shimmering lights, always ready to welcome others with the universal language they had mastered, the language of kindness. And on clear, quiet nights, when the nebula outside was especially brilliant, the two friends would still sit together by the great window. Lyra's gentle glow would illuminate Kale's peaceful face, and his soft hum would be a lullaby to the stars. They had learned that no matter how different we may seem, whether we speak in colors or frequencies, whether we come from worlds of crystal or song, we all understand the warmth of a shared shelter, the joy of laughter, and the comfort of a friend under the watchful eyes of the distant, loving stars. The little ship drifted through the velvet darkness like a dandelion seed on a summer breeze, its pearlescent hull catching starlight and scattering it into soft rainbows. Inside, a being from the crystalline world of Lyria watched the stars with multifaceted eyes that saw not just light, but the gentle hum of cosmic vibrations. Her name was Kaelin, and her form shifted subtly with her emotions, prismatic patterns dancing across her translucent skin. When her vessel's gentle hum changed pitch, signaling an unfamiliar energy reading, Kaelin didn't feel fear, only curiosity. The energy felt like warm honey and wind chimes, completely unlike the sharp, clear frequencies of home. Following the signal led her to a small, rocky asteroid, where another ship had made a rough landing. This vessel was all curves and soft edges, like a stone smoothed by endless water, and from within came a sound like distant cello music played underwater. The being she found was entirely different from herself. Where Kaelin was angular and crystalline, this creature was softly rounded, with skin the color of twilight and gentle bioluminescent patterns that pulsed slowly across its surface. It had large, dark eyes that held entire galaxies within them, and when it moved, it left faint trails of light in the air like lazy fireflies. They regarded each other in the quiet of that asteroid field, two completely different life forms separated by biology, evolution, and countless light years. Kaelin extended a hand that shimmered with cautious curiosity, and the other being responded by causing the patterns on its skin to bloom into a slow, swirling dance of indigo and silver. This was how their friendship began, not with words, for they had no common language, but with light and sound, and the gentle reaching out of two lonely souls among the stars. Kaelin learned that her new friend, whom she thought of as Nuri, which in her language meant soft harmony, communicated through complex patterns of light and subtle vibrations in the air. Nuri learned that Kaelin spoke through crystalline chimes and the shifting colors within her form. They developed their own language, a beautiful combination of light music and color sound that was entirely their own. Together they decided they needed a place, a sanctuary where they could meet without the endless drifting. They found it in a forgotten corner of the galaxy, an abandoned observation station floating at the edge of a nebula that bloomed with colors no human eye could comprehend. The station had been empty for centuries, its original purpose lost to time, but its structure remained sound. Together, they began to make it their own. Kaelin, with her crystalline nature, grew beautiful structures from the mineral deposits she found, delicate arches and formations that caught and fractured light into dancing patterns. Nuri, whose people cultivated living light, brought bioluminescent plants and fungi that glowed with soft internal light, turning the sterile corridors into gently illuminated pathways. The heart of their station became the garden observatory, a dome where the transparent ceiling showed the swirling nebula outside, while inside grew their shared creation, plants that chimed softly when touched, crystals that pulsed with light in response to music, and floating orbs of gentle energy that drifted through the air like benevolent spirits. Here in their shared sanctuary, they learned about each other's worlds and ways. Kaelin learned that Nuri's people expressed emotion through the tempo and complexity of their light patterns. Rapid swirling meant excitement, slow pulses indicated contentment, and the gentle fade to a single color signaled deep thought or sadness. Nuri discovered that Kaelin's crystalline form changed opacity with her feelings, becoming more transparent when curious, taking on deeper, richer colors when joyful, and developing tiny fracture patterns along her surface when concerned. Of course, misunderstandings occurred, as they always will when cultures meet. There was the time Nuri brought what she considered a great delicacy from her world, a glowing fruit that pulsed with soft blue light. When Kaelin attempted to eat it, her crystalline digestive system reacted rather dramatically, causing her to chime at frequencies that made all the glass in the station vibrate for hours. Nuri's light patterns had swirled with alarm and apology, but once they realized no permanent harm was done, both found themselves communicating in the equivalent of laughter, Kaelin's chimes taking on a musical, bouncing quality, while Nuri's lights danced in playful spirals. Another time, Kaelin had tried to show Nuri the Lyrian way of showing affection, by gently aligning her crystalline structure with her friend's energy signature. To Nuri's people, however, such energy alignment was what they did with inanimate objects they were repairing, and Nuri had pulsed with embarrassed orange lights for a full day until they sorted through the cultural misunderstanding. These moments never created distance between them. Rather, they became stories they would tell each other later through playful reenactments, their unique communication style allowing them to laugh together at their own earlier confusion. Their favorite times were the quiet ones, when they would float together in the garden observatory, watching the nebula outside perform its slow, majestic dance of color and light. Nuri would often create soft, harmonic vibrations that resonated through the crystals Kaelin had grown, turning the entire observatory into a living instrument that played music composed by the stars themselves. In these moments, without any need for complex communication, they simply existed together in peaceful companionship. Kaelin would often extend a crystalline hand, and Nuri would place her softly glowing one against it, not needing to merge energies or exchange information, just enjoying the simple contact between friends. One evening, or what passed for evening in the timelessness of space, as they watched a particularly beautiful stellar phenomenon, a shower of comets painting silver trails across the nebula, Kaelin noticed Nuri's light patterns had taken on a quality she'd never seen before, slow, deep pulses of violet and gold with tiny silver sparks. When she chimed a question, Nuri responded by creating a complex pattern that showed two beings meeting, then parting, then one looking back with something akin to sadness. Kaelin understood. Nuri's people were migratory, following ancient paths through the stars, and the season had come for her to continue her journey. There was no sadness in their parting, for they had both known this day would come. Instead, they spent their remaining time together creating something permanent, a communication device that would allow them to send their light music and color sound across the vast distances between them. The device itself was beautiful, a combination of living crystal and pulsating light that stood in the center of their garden. When activated, it would project their communications as holographic patterns that danced among the plants and crystals. When the day finally came, they stood together at the airlock, communicating not sorrow but gratitude, Kaelin's form shining with brilliant prismatic colors, while Nuri's light patterns swirled in complex, joyful spirals. They had learned that friendship wasn't about perpetual togetherness, but about the connection that persists across time and space. As Nuri's ship disappeared into the star-dusted darkness, Kalen returned to their garden observatory. There, floating in the center of the room, was a new light pattern Nuri had left, a slowly pulsing constellation of gold and blue that meant, in their shared language, "You are always with me." Kalen chimed softly in response, her sound activating crystals throughout the room that glowed with affectionate pink light. She knew that somewhere out there, Nuri would sense the response through their communication device. And so their friendship continued, not diminished by distance but transformed by it. Sometimes years would pass between communications, but each time they connected, it was as if no time had passed at all. They shared stories of new wonders they'd seen, new friends they'd made, and always, they ended their communications with that same pattern. "You are always with me." The garden observatory became a place where other travelers sometimes stopped. Beings of all shapes and origins who had heard stories of the sanctuary where two different creatures had built a friendship that transcended worlds. They would come to see the crystals that chimed with remembered laughter and the plants that glowed with enduring affection. And sometimes, if a visitor stayed quiet long enough, they might hear the communication device activate and see the air fill with dancing lights and harmonious chimes as two friends across the universe shared another moment together, proving that kindness needs no translation and that friendship, once truly formed, becomes itself a kind of constellation. Always there, always shining, always waiting to welcome you home. The village of Willowbrook nestled in a valley where seasons painted the world with gentle strokes. Spring brought carpets of bluebells, summer hummed with drowsy bees, autumn cloaked the hills in fiery hues, and winter tucked everything under a soft white quilt. Yet within this constant dance of change, young Silas felt like a stone in a rushing stream. He watched the world transform around him, buds bursting, leaves swirling, snow melting, with a quiet ache in his heart. Change felt overwhelming, unpredictable, and he clung fiercely to the familiar comfort of routine, his small cottage garden a meticulously ordered sanctuary against the valley's wild beauty. Silas possessed a peculiar magic, though he rarely used it beyond coaxing his prize-winning roses to bloom a week early. He could sense the inner life of plants, a gentle hum in his fingertips when he touched a leaf, a whispered feeling of thirst from the soil. But lately his magic felt stuck, like sap hardened in winter. It mirrored his own stillness, his resistance to the shifts within himself as he grew older. He longed for the simplicity of childhood, a time that now felt as distant and unchanging as the old oak on the hill. His closest friends, Kalen and Mara, noticed his quiet withdrawal. Kalen, whose laughter was as bright as sunbeams, bounced with the energy of a mountain stream, always eager for new adventures. Mara, thoughtful and serene like the deep forest pools, observed the world with quiet wisdom. One crisp autumn afternoon, as they sat beneath the ancient oak, its leaves shimmering gold and crimson, Kalen nudged Silas gently. "You've been quieter than a hibernating hedgehog, Silas," Kalen remarked, tossing an acorn into the air. "Even the squirrels are chattier. Is it the garden? Did those prize cabbages finally stage a rebellion?" Silas managed a small smile, tracing the rough bark of the oak. "No rebellion, it's just everything feels so loud. The leaves changing, the geese flying south, even Mistress Alara talking about turning her herb garden into a winter greenhouse. It's all movement. It makes my head spin." Mara reached over and placed a cool, smooth stone she'd found into Silas's palm. "Change is the valley's breath, Silas. It's how it lives. Like this stone," she said softly. "It seems unchanging, but look closer." She pointed to tiny flecks of mica catching the light. "Even the stillest things hold shifts within them, reflections of the world around." Silas sighed, closing his fingers around the stone. "I wish my magic felt like that. It used to feel flowing. Now it's thick like mud, and trying to make anything new happen." He shuddered, remembering a recent failed attempt to encourage a late-blooming clematis. The vine had merely trembled and dropped a few leaves, echoing his own frustration. "The whispering glade," Mara said suddenly, her eyes thoughtful. "Grandmother used to say it's a place where the valley's heart speaks, where magic listens to what's inside, not just what you try to force out. Maybe it could help you understand yours." The Whispering Glade was a place of legend, tucked deep within the oldest part of the woods. Few ventured there, speaking of strange lights and murmurs on the wind. Silas felt a familiar resistance coil in his stomach venturing into the unknown, leaving his ordered garden. But the ache of his stagnant magic and the patient, hopeful looks of his friends nudged him. He nodded, a small, hesitant movement. Their journey took them beyond the tended orchards and into the embrace of the ancient forest. The air grew cooler, smelling of damp earth and decaying leaves. Sunlight filtered through the canopy in dappled patterns, painting the moss-covered ground in gold and green. Silas felt his breath catch with every unfamiliar rustle, every gnarled root he hadn't memorized. Kalen bounded ahead, pointing out interesting fungi and chattering about bird calls, his energy a counterpoint to Silas's creeping anxiety. Mara walked beside Silas, her presence a steady anchor. "Listen," she murmured. "Not just with your ears. Feel the forest breathe." As they walked deeper, Silas began to sense it. Not the individual hums of specific plants, but a vast, slow presence. It wasn't threatening, but ancient and deep, like the roots of the mountains themselves. It felt patient. They reached a small clearing where the trees formed a protective circle. Sunlight streamed down onto a carpet of the softest moss, dotted with tiny, star-shaped white flowers that seemed to glow with their own inner light. The air hummed faintly, a sound felt more than heard. This was the Whispering Glade. "All right," Silas whispered, his voice swallowed by the immense quiet. "What do I do?" "Just be," Mara suggested. "Let the glade feel you as you feel it." Kalen plopped down onto the moss. "Yeah, maybe try not trying." Silas took a deep breath, the scent of cool earth and something sweet and indefinable filling his lungs. He sat gingerly, crossing his legs, and closed his eyes. He focused on the feeling of the moss beneath him, cool and yielding. He listened to the silence, which wasn't silence at all, but a tapestry of tiny sounds, the rustle of a beetle, the distant drip of water, the sigh of wind through the highest branches. He felt the vast, slow pulse of the forest life around him. He thought about his fear. The fear of becoming someone he didn't recognize, of losing the comfort of the known. He thought about his magic, feeling stuck like a seed that refused to sprout. As his anxieties swirled, a curious thing happened. The gentle glow of the starflowers near him dimmed slightly. A patch of moss under his hand felt cooler, almost damp with sadness. He gasped, opening his eyes. The glade seemed to mirror his inner state. When he felt a surge of frustration, a nearby fern curled its fronds inward defensively. When a wave of his old resistance rose, the air in the glade grew still and heavy. His magic wasn't gone, it was deeply connected to everything here, reflecting his inner landscape back at him. "It sees you, Silas," Mara whispered, her voice barely audible. "It shows you what you feel." Tears pricked Silas's eyes. He hadn't realized how much he'd been holding inside. He took another deep breath, focusing this time not on the fear of change, but on the memory of his garden's quiet joy. He thought of the first rosebud unfurling under his care, the satisfaction of rich soil between his fingers. He thought of Kalen's infectious laugh, Mara's quiet wisdom, the unwavering support of his friends walking beside him into the unknown. As warmth spread through him, a feeling of gratitude replacing the icy knot of fear, the glade responded. The starflowers near him brightened, their glow pulsing softly like gentle fireflies. The moss warmed beneath him, feeling welcoming and alive. A tendril of ivy from a nearby oak stretched out slowly, almost shyly, and brushed against his arm. It wasn't demanding, just connecting. He understood. His magic wasn't about forcing things to be still or forcing them to change rapidly against their nature. It was about connection. About sensing the true rhythm, the inner life, and nurturing that. Like Mara's stone, he could be still on the surface, holding his core, while still being part of the changing world, reflecting its light. Change wasn't an enemy to be fought, it was the natural state of living things, including himself. His resistance, his fear, was what had clogged his magic, making it feel like mud. By accepting his feelings, by finding his center even amidst the flux, he could flow again. He reached out, not with a command, but with an open heart, towards a cluster of the glowing star flowers. He didn't ask them to change color or grow taller. He simply felt their delicate life force, their quiet contentment in the dappled light. He sent back a wave of appreciation, a sense of shared peace. In response, the flowers pulsed brighter, and a soft, golden light, warm and comforting, drifted from their petals and settled over Sela's like a gentle, shimmering cloak. It didn't transform him, it felt like an affirmation, a recognition of the shift within. The walk back to Willowbrook was different. Sela still noticed the changes, the deeper autumn hues, the sharper bite in the air, but they didn't overwhelm him. He felt the forest's pulse alongside his own, a rhythm that included both stillness and movement. He carried the warmth of the glade's golden light inside him, a quiet hum of acceptance. Days turned into weeks. Sela's didn't become like Kaelin, bursting with constant new energy. He still cherished the quiet routines of his garden. But something fundamental had shifted. When Mistress Alara asked for help transforming her herb garden for winter, instead of feeling a spike of anxiety, Sela's felt curiosity. He walked through her plot, sensing the lingering vitality of the summer herbs and the sleepy readiness of the soil for its winter rest. He didn't force anything. He simply helped her understand what the plants needed to transition comfortably, suggesting protective mulches and hardy winter varieties that resonated with the soil's quiet strength. His magic flowed easily now, a clear stream of connection guiding his actions. One frosty morning, Sela stood in his own garden. Winter was truly settling in. His prized roses were dormant, their stems bare. But in a corner, where he'd planted some late-blooming bulbs on a whim after returning from the glade, a cluster of deep purple crocuses had pushed bravely through the thin layer of frost. They glowed faintly, a soft echo of the starflower's light. He hadn't forced them, he'd simply planted them and trusted the season, trusted the life within them. Kaelin and Mara found him there, sipping steaming chamomile tea. "Look at that," Kaelin exclaimed, pointing to the crocuses. "Brave little things blooming in the cold." Mara smiled, her breath misting in the air. "They found their moment, didn't they? Just like someone else we know." Sela smiled, a deep, peaceful warmth spreading through him, more comforting than the tea. He looked at the crocuses, then at the dormant roses, then at the snow-dusted hills beyond. He felt the slow, sure pulse of the sleeping earth and the quiet hum of his own magic, no longer stuck, but flowing in harmony with the world's beautiful, inevitable rhythm. He didn't need to be a rushing stream or an unmoving stone. He could be Sela's, rooted yet flexible, finding his own unique way to grow and glow within the ever-changing, ever-beautiful dance of life. The frost sparkled, the crocuses glowed, and the quiet peace of acceptance settled over the garden like the softest blanket, promising that even in stillness, transformation was always possible, always beautiful, and never truly alone. In the velvet-hued valley, where twilight lingered a little longer than anywhere else, there nestled a village called Willowbrook. Its cobblestone streets curved like a contented cat's tail, lined with cottages whose thatched roofs wore caps of moss, and gardens where sunflowers turned their faces to greet passers-by. Yet that autumn an oddness settled over the village, soft as cobweb, persistent as the tick of a clock. Teapots brewed chamomile without fire, quilts rearranged themselves into peculiar patterns overnight, and the village's single clock tower began chiming 13 times at midnight. "It's the work of the willow wind," declared old Mrs. Nettle, stirring her lavender honey tea with a cinnamon stick. "The same breeze that carries dandelion wishes. It's gotten curious about our doings." But 12-year-old Finn, whose freckles seemed to multiply when he was puzzled, noticed something the adults hadn't: tiny silver footprints, no larger than buttonholes, glimmering on windowsills. His best friend Mira, whose braids were forever coming undone, found strands of thread-thin moonlight caught in the branches of the ancient oak near the square. Together, they resolved to unravel the mystery. Their first clue came from the reclusive clockmaker, Mr. Thimble, who lived in a crooked tower at the village edge. His workshop smelled of oiled gears and gingerbread, and his spectacles magnified his eyes to owl-like proportions. 13 chimes, you say? He adjusted a pocket watch that ticked backward. "Time isn't broken, it's being borrowed. Look for what's between the ticks." Guided by Mr. Thimble's riddle, Finn and Mira spent moonlit hours tracing the silvery footprints. They led to the whispering woods, where trees hummed lullabies and fireflies pulsed in code. There, beneath a toadstool umbrella, they found a creature no taller than a teacup, a sprite with moth-wing ears and a cloak woven from starlight. She'd been quietly borrowing village items to fix a problem of her own. Her colony's moonstone, source of their magic, had cracked, scattering shards across Willowbrook. The teapots brewed alone to soothe the anxious earth. The quilt's patterns were maps to lost shards. The extra chime was a plea for help. But why not just ask? Mira whispered, offering the sprite a thimbleful of blackberry syrup. The sprite, whose name was Lumina, fluttered her wings in shame. "Moonstone cracks bring silence to our kind. We forgot how to speak your words." Finn, recalling Mr. Thimble's advice about between the ticks, realized the solution. They must listen not with ears, but with patience. For 3 days, the children and villagers followed the strange occurrences like breadcrumbs. A quilt's embroidered rabbit led to a moonstone shard buried in the carrot patch. A spontaneously knitted scarf pointed to a fragment lodged in a magpie's nest. As each shard returned to Lumina, her voice grew clearer, and the odd happenings gently ceased, except the clock tower, which now chimed 14 times, adding a note that sounded like laughter. On the final night, the village gathered under the clock tower as Lumina's colony emerged from the woods, riding on hedgehogs and crickets. With the restored moonstone, they spun a new kind of magic, a bridge of glowing cobweb between their world and Willowbrook. Now sprites help find lost mittens in exchange for sugar dust. The clock tower tells jokes at noon, and every 13th cookie baked vanishes, only to reappear as crumbs spelling "thank you." Years later, when Mira's little brother worries about strange rustlings in the attic, she smiles. "Listen closely," she says, tucking him under a quilt stitched with constellations. "Sometimes mysteries are just friends waiting to be found." And as the clock chimes 14, they both swear they hear a tiny, sugar-sweet giggle riding the willow wind.